for some reason it is impossible to seemingly for them to admit it.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
That's us on camera.
Welcome
Fantastic.
to our exclusively World of Warcraft stream.
Definitely. There's absolutely no Final Fantasy going on here. Or any other games.
Absolutely not.
For that matter.
Absolutely not. Weebs out. Weebs out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. See you later then. Oh.
Oh, man. Well, hello, everyone.
Hello, indeed.
We have got Final Fantasy to talk about because, well, I've done my first dungeon.
Yep. So
And I've got my introduction to the city-states in the world. That's been pretty cool. But in WoWland, there is some shit going down. Some good shit.
Definitely
And
some
also some big think, some things that will pull us into the big think dimension, which of course is somebody else's podcast.
Oh, yes. Yes. Big thing to mention by Gigaboots. Great podcast. Anyway. Yeah, we'll start off with World of Warcraft, sort of. I don't want to say sadly, because it comes across a bit too aggro. But also, I mean, after that, after opening with Neath Dark Waters, I think I kind of I deserve the criticism for that.
You've set yourself up for that.
Yep. Okay, so we start with PTR.
Yeah.
Actually, to be hang about for a second and go straight into it.
Oh, sure, there's... My God, everyone's appeared today.
Nice.
Why have you all turned up? Have you not got anything better to do?
Yeah, I think I might know why. But anyway.
Is it something to do with certain non-WoW game? Oh, man. Oh,
yes.
Mistra, thank you for joining as a channel member. You get a bronze B. And I don't actually at all know how that system works, but it will soon be a silver or gold B.
Yes.
I think.
Definitely. Yeah. Maybe not soon. It's a couple months, but I mean, would you believe we've been streaming for like 4 months?
That's absolutely blown my mind.
Yeah,
the
completely
rate
insane.
of time passage is completely fucked up.
Yep.
You know, there's a super that I think could warm us up.
Okay.
Could get the juices flowing.
Razor Claw again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for making our juices flow, Razor Claw. I'm of course talking about the beer fund that you've topped up. So yeah, Razor Claw Super saying, with the latest PTR build, do you think patch 9.1 is still in July or is in July, or is it still going to be August? I think Razor Claw saying still because Towley's basically, just in case you guys have forgotten, Towley's a WoW streamer, like one of the first people on Twitch, I think, back when it was Justin TV. He's super well connected with Blizz, and he basically said that people who he knows at Blizz, that they basically told him July, potential, August, also a potential, and Towley seemed to personally be leaning towards August, which obviously would suck. Would big suck, because then Shadowlands would have, what, 8 months? 8 months!
Yeah, well, I mean, if it goes so long that it's like 3rd week July, then that's 8 months, no content.
Oh, you know, that would be completely fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, Blizzard also would know it's completely fucked up. They are probably furious that all this shit's went down in the way that it has went down, so I'm not saying it's, you know, whatever, but yikes. So yeah, Razor asking what we think. You know, okay, so the most recent PTR build, it was mostly just fleshing things out. There was nothing super major. That said, it's not a release candidate or anything.
No,
so.
it's not a release candidate, which is kind of, because I was thinking of this earlier today, it's kind of messing with me a bit, because I remember we had this segment last week that I had titled 9.1 soonish, because like they'd stopped doing anything major.
Yeah.
At least as far as I could see. But then this week, and this is something we're going to get into, but PTR update this week included a pretty hefty change to how the Torghast scoring system
Yes, it did.
actually like functions, not from like just a design not from like a mechanical or technical perspective, but from a design perspective of literally this is now way different to what it would have been a week or two ago. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit properly, but
yeah,
it is that thing where it's like, holy fuck, it's this late in the day with PTR, and another thing we'll talk about is like the testing. They've only just set it up so that you can easily test characters. for like end game gameplay. So they've only just done that, and like the core design of Torghast is still not worked out.
Yeah. That's
Which is kind of insane. I think it just shows how far behind they are and how they're scrambling. I feel like in a reasonable world, we wouldn't need to revamp Torghast in the first patch of an expansion. Not even Island Expeditions or Warfronts needed that.
yeah.
I mean, that said, they were also so completely take it or leave it, which is maybe why loads of people would prefer aspects of Island Expeditions and Warfronts, because at least you could ignore them. Unlike Torghast, and I guess we'll get into that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I guess for Razor's question, I don't know, man. What do you think?
Okay, well, I'm going to have a meme answer first of all.
Okay.
Because I believe it was, I think it was Leon in our Discord pointed out that Crowfall is launching July 9th. So
Blizzard are quaking in their goddamn boots over Crowfall.
yeah, so maybe they'll go for that. I mean, I can't imagine it. I feel like because we did hear from the Chinese fellow that it was Chinese.
Yeah.
That sounds derogatory. The streamer.
Neo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We heard from them that it was supposed to be like last week June.
Yeah.
But that's looking more or less and less likely now that we're on the 4th of June and we don't have a release candidate. So I'm thinking it might be late July.
That seems like it could be the case.
Yeah.
I mean, if it came out a few weeks ago, it would still be far too late.
Yeah.
So I guess at this stage, it's just like, yeah, fuck it. It'll come out when it comes out. That'll be that. That's kind of how I treat it personally anyway.
Yeah, I'm not particularly worried anyway. It's just with every passing week, I imagine there's more and more people like. Well, actually, hang on, I've got it. You know what the sort of major deadline is internally? And I can't remember when they first brought it out.
Did we hack them? Do you know?
No, I'm looking. No, but the 6th month sub. When that runs out, for when most people got that 6th month sub after Shadowlands, when that runs out, how many people are not going to renew because it's been over 6 months without content?
Yeah.
So I wonder when that date is for most of their 6 month subs to be, because I feel like they'll want to be at least a little bit after that to harvest new ones.
Yeah. Business wise, they'll totally want that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost ideal if you're doing the 6 month sub thing. You almost want to wait 7 months before you do it, so that there's that like just bit of time, I guess, in between where like it will have lapsed for people. That's a good point. I think I'm going to say mid-July. There is a small bit of me that thinks they could, because I think there's some tuning to be done in the raid. There's a bit of me that thinks they can just tune up some things and just with Torghast basically go, fuck it, let's go.
Fix it in
Shove it in.
9.15.
Yeah, or even with hotfixes or something.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say mid-July, hopefully earlier. August would genuinely surprise me at this stage. I'll definitely say that.
I feel like they would take a massive L in the patch being half-baked rather than have the what do you mean August is when we get our patch kind of thing happen.
I think so, yeah.
Because you can recover that with hotfixes, you can recover stuff with like promises, but you can't say, sorry, our content's not in the game.
Yeah, we've got a super from Ash Voref. Oh boy, here we go with the WoW big think time. Yep, that is what, it's almost like water divining, trying to work out release dates of WoW things.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm thinking mid-July, which is a little bit sad.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other factors that are kind of in my head that are competing, but there's nothing that I can really think of. Like, there's no big announcement events or anything like that, because Gamescom is Gamescom's around the end of August. That's when they traditionally do stuff. E3 is next week, and they're not going to, like, I know they have, I think they're in the Summer Games Fest, but that's Activision Blizzard, I think, so it could be anything.
Could be anything
we see there. So mid-July seems safe. I suppose they will want at least, if they're doing something in Gamescom, like announcing a 9.2, or even announcing that there is a 9.2 and a rough direction, like, I imagine they'll want to do that.
Yeah.
Which means they'll probably want the raid out of the way. And all of that, like, initial run-up of the season done. Like, late July might be cutting that a bit close. So, yeah, 2nd, 3rd week July?
Yeah, probably. I think that's what I'm going to say. So moving on, we got a super from us. We'll just do a few supers while people find their way to the stream.
Aye.
We got a super from Stephen Williams who said, speaking of that non-WoW game, do you stream that one mysterious video game? I played FF14 since 1.0 launch. Would love to watch you suffer. I'm not suffering. I am playing it and currently not streaming it because we don't really have the setup and time to do a whole bunch of gameplay streaming. So that's mostly the answer to that. That said, I am playing. I am playing with my brain turned on and I'm taking notes. There will be video content covering FF14.
Yep.
Soundtracks joined as a new member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soundtracks.
Yeah, cheers. We've got, yes, from Miko T. So, did you get the whole thing with audio on that laptop working?
I did indeed.
Sweet. So, Miko said, what's your opinion on Palia? MMO by ex-Blizzard Riot devs announced yesterday. Seems like everything you ask for in WoW. That's a fun one. So, I've watched the trailer. It looks gorgeous. I think for what that kind of game is trying to go for. Really nice. I'm interested in like how much of that right now with Palia is asset packs versus stuff made in-house. I don't mean that, by the way, in a derogatory way. Like seriously, asset packs are fucking awesome. They help. Okay, so asset packs for like us, it's mostly stuff like Dotween for the game that we're making.
Yes.
But you see those games where like you're making a big game, you just need a bunch of art and all of that stuff. I mean, you guys wouldn't believe how many instances there have been and still are of developers spending hundreds of thousands, millions making assets, making fucking trees and grass textures and shit. And then it ends up taking them, if they don't like gray box their gameplay early enough, they end up in this situation where they've got all of these art assets but no friggin' game. So often, really, the more savvy developers will basically kit bash as much as they can with asset packs and stuff. Let their visual people do that off in a corner while they get the gameplay going. And it was just funny. There was like a few things in the Palia trailer I thought, is this like some of the most intelligent kit bashing I've seen, plus them really doing unique assets where it counts? Not 100% sure, but certainly I was left with a very positive impression from the Palia trailer.
Yeah, I've not watched it. I think I saw you look at some of it. Was it yesterday or earlier? Whatever it was.
Yesterday.
I remember saying that looks really comfy and it's almost like a striking resemblance to the, how do I put this? Almost like the zeitgeist of things, because it kind of has that wholesome game vibe to it in a really big way. It's kind of like a more wholesome, almost like, I don't want to say literally bloom covered, but it's that kind of vibe where it's all, your eyes sort of glaze over, like, I'm comfy now.
Yeah.
Like a warmer sort of Fortnite, in a sense.
Yeah.
Which maybe, might come across as a bad comparison, but it's that kind of really cartoony and pleasant style that I think, like, everything seems to be moving in sort of that way. Almost as a, we just spent, 10, 20 years making brown games where we shoot each other, so... Yeah.
Oh, man, it was all just brown and grey, washed out, gritty shit, and now we've got, like, vibrant, saturated, rich-looking stuff. So that's just being on the Palia trailer, just in case people haven't seen.
Yep.
Yeah, it's totally different game to World of Warcraft.
Yeah, so I will have one slide warning. We don't have headphones here, so my MacBook speakers will be playing this. I'll try to get volume levels right so the mic doesn't pick up too much. I can just mute this if need be, but...
maybe feel free to mute it. I've already seen it unless you want to...
So here... before you continue to YouTube, I'm not going to sign in. No. Hello.
There we go. So, Palia, bunch of... I think it's ex-Riot on the founding team, but the staff does include ex-Blizzard people. One thing... Depth of field. You can use depth of field to make shit look awesome in a trailer. But with some of these, you can tell that like.
1 second. 1 second. I apologize.
Oh, we
capture cards done a whoopsie.
Capture cards done a whoopsie.
What a surprise! Yep.
Awesome.
Solve that very, very, very briefly. Never just one day.
It's that thing where like so many of the shots in this trailer just look so.
There we go.
They look so like bits of concept art.
That's what we're looking at, everyone. Let's resume.
Which I mean, so an interesting thing, right? The facial animations in some parts of this, they kind of work better for me than WoW's. The WoW ones are so goddamn goofy, and even with a game with this art style, like they didn't seem to overgoof.
Yeah, I see even someone saying like it looks like a Mortal Phoenix. That's kind of what I sort of meant. And it's got that kind of like Breath of the Wild inspired. It's nice, it's warm. Genshin Impact's another action version. Oh, that's hard with that. Okay. Whoops. There we go. Always test things.
Yo. Wow. That actually seems to have blasted people into the sun.
My apologies.
Yeah, it could probably...
It's been cut down. So
yeah.
It's fine.
Oh yes, player housing shit. Yeah! Let's go! I mean, hey,
Yep.
do you remember going to Val'Shara and like just seeing all of the nice cozy things they made for those houses?
Yeah.
Like imagine in WoW you just unlock that stuff and away you go. But people are saying it's still really loud. Just mute it, I think is easiest.
Yep.
This is also overly choreographed looking, but neat end to the trailer.
Yep.
So
Very nice.
yeah, that is a situation with Palia. This is connected, right?
To what?
Oh wait, no, it's not connected.
This is my MacBook.
Yeah.
Please don't touch that.
That would be a big mistake.
That's the stream PC. Please don't touch that. Thank you.
Yeah, art style's gorgeous. I guess we just need to see what the gameplay. Someone
Yeah.
says it looks a little Wildstar. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see
as well.
little bits of Wildstar in there.
Not as much fur as Wildstar had.
Sure. But yeah, I think it's just doubling down on cozy. And like, I mean, come on, if you can do a time lapse like that in your trailer, people are going to clap.
Yeah,
Simple
sure.
as that.
For
It's
sure.
that thing where, you know, right now so many of WoW's things, they are appealing to people who just, you know, are. It's like they're playing it like Path of Exile or something.
Yeah.
So, you know, a new feature, a new something, it's like, it's numbers, it's systems, it's balance. Something like this sells itself in its own merits far easier because you just look at it visually and it completely makes sense. Now, some outstanding questions I've got about this game, things like, what will the second-to-second gameplay be like?
Of course.
You know, what do you do? What are your larger goals? Stuff like that. But this is just an announcement trailer, so don't know yet.
Yeah, we're not going to see. I imagine we're not going to see much of that for a long, long time at this rate.
Now, there is another interesting thing here, which
Yeah.
is I think an angle most people aren't really keeping tabs on. I am purely because I'm interested in the sort of scene.
Yeah.
But, so I think it's Andreessen Horowitz, who are one of, I think they might be the lead VC backing this company.
Oh,
But
yeah.
this is yet another example of venture capital getting into the game space and being able to fund seemingly quite large budgets for small and highly experienced teams.
Yeah.
This is happening in multiple instances. Okay, like with some of the Moorheim studios, the Dreamhaven stuff, like that's Moorheim kind of, you know, acting as a, you know, as a publisher, as an angel investor. You know, who knows?
Definitely somewhere in the. I don't want to say in the middle, but they're definitely like taking a non-traditional role, I think.
Yeah. So there you go. Basically, the venture capitalists are funding metaverse shit, some MMO shit, stuff like that for the whole lot of us. So cheers, VCs. I'd rather you fund that than Facebook, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's actually the fun thing where they spent the past however many years VCs were going nuts over in Silicon Valley with everything that ended in like removing the vowel from a verb and just being caster, player, etc., etc.
Oh, yeah.
All of those. And now they've turned their eyes to games properly, which I think we might be in for some, like, it's kind of something I was talking and thinking about a lot, like a decent while ago when it came to, it was whatever, I can't remember what studio it was, but the dude who left and left a big company, was it EA or Activision maybe, and then started something new in Houston, I think, started his own dev team there. I can't remember who it was. It was some, I think it was some FPS related stuff, but it was the idea of just all of these veteran devs. This is actually something we talked about the other day on the podcast, but
Yeah.
like all of these veteran devs are going off, and now these VCs are going, wait, video games bring in more money than than Twitter knockoffs? Holy shit, let's get in on that. So you're just going to see like all of these places that are cheaper than like LA, but also have all this VC interest. And you're going to see lots of stuff like this. We should call that era the Vile movement. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Yeah. But we're going to see a lot of games like Palia and kind of all the things that hit. How do I put this? It's almost like a significantly more player interest and zeitgeist facing stuff. as opposed to the focus group marketed things. Because obviously all the games we saw from the mid 2000s on followed this focus group thing of, you know, first person shooters, brown, grey, all that stuff.
Yeah, make him feel super high budget, like a Michael Bay movie, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but now we're moving into this VC inspired era where all these people are going, now we're tired of the industry, so we're going to do things more player focused.
Yeah.
So I think that's really promising, although I imagine we'll have the same issues we did with the VCs throwing money at every other bastard.
There'll be issues, but I guess it's less like a publisher trying to make a big budget blockbuster safe bet.
Yeah.
And with like the whole thing about the VC market is, it's quite 80-20 principle of your fund performance. It's like, you know, the fund's overall performance is heavily weighted towards the outsized successes.
Yeah.
Therefore, I have to wonder if, you know, you're applying that thinking to the gaming space. Does that mean that VCs will be putting money into, I guess, more risky things, more risky, ambitious, different things? And I guess Palia could be kind of one of them. Like, I can't think of any super major MMO that's competing with this. I mean, perhaps EverQuest Next, if that still existed. If you remember Landfall or Landmark, whatever it was called.
Yeah, I remember what they were trying to do with that. I don't remember in detail. I just remember they were talking about like completely deformable terrain and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but I don't care.
Yeah.
But that was me a good while ago. But
yeah, so that's Palia. Good luck to them. More competition is better. And hopefully, you know, it's a bit like Valheim comes out, does really well. Whole industry learns a whole bunch of lessons.
Yeah.
You know, Destiny comes out, does pretty well. WoW learns a bunch of lessons from Destiny. So I'm kind of thinking, hopefully Palia comes out, does super, super well. And then it maybe helps Blizzard wake up to some of that more cozy content that perhaps people would like to do in progress outside of Raid or Mythic Plus Night, which I think could be big.
Yeah, it's especially for the audience stuff. So I think World of Warcraft could end up like losing a lot of audience to, like, for the past couple of years, losing to the Path of Exiles, the Destinies, the ones that do the end game harder. So they've been like fighting back on that front really hard. So, but they've always, I feel like Blizzard have always thought they had those comfy, I enjoy this world players in the back pocket a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And maybe they just haven't seen abandonment yet from them. But as soon as games targeted to them start to appear, maybe the fear of God will be put into them then.
I guess the difference is going to be with Palia, it's not an established world. So that is going to drive people via social and via fantasy. Whereas in Warcraft, they're being driven by connection to the IP, love of the world, love of the lore.
Yeah.
Palia's doing it differently. I think word of mouth could be way more of a thing for a game like Palia than a game like World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Because you know, you can share somebody. I think this is really quite important. A major part of game marketing is how giftable is your game. Now I say that, you know, our first game, Pale Beyond, it is not a hyper giftable game.
Not at all.
I mean, it is pretty giftable at bits. Like there's some cool stuff and you like sort of zoom. You have the zooming out stuff you've seen, but like that's not super giftable. But if you think about like comparing WoW to this, well, when we say giftable, you know, I'm talking about like Twitter, social spread, stuff like that.
So you can communicate the entire game or the joy of it in a couple of seconds.
Yeah. So with WoW, it's like Nerd Screams will do that. I think the way for WoW to market itself is probably on like that player experience thing.
Yeah.
But it's like you just see somebody like creating their homestead and that. That's super giftable. Bam, that's just going to pop. Go across the internet. Whereas here's some Mythic Plus gameplay. Here's some WoW raid gameplay. It's, you know, and I don't mean that as a way to knock those types of gameplay in WoW. It's just inherently, I think there's a more broad fantasy that this game's going to. Yeah. So that's why I'm really interested in how it does. I think two more supers before we hop into the news.
Yes.
One of them, actually, let's do it. It's from Alex Beam. He said this. I tried FF last week, quit after 20 minutes when I was forced to run around talking to lollies instead of kill stuff. Mainly appreciate Exile's reach /WoW.
So okay. Okay.
The furnace of Matt's heart is growing hot.
No, I'm just trying to think of how to specifically address the lollies part, because if
Lalafell are a bit fucking uncomfortable.
I feel like saying Lalafell or lollies is kind of misunderstanding of the entire thing, but I've been so deep in Weebland for so long that I don't know how to speak to humans anymore on that front.
Yeah, there's that thing of like you show a regular person Food Wars, and they will just say, this is straight up. I don't want to say the word in case a bot demonetized us. You know, it begins with PEAD. You know, maybe people would think that, you know, they look at Food Wars.
Yes.
You know, the girl with the blue hair is like 13.
She's
The
not
camera. Was she 13? Is she
No.
14, 15?
older than that. They're like they're like late high schoolers, like university teacher.
I
Like,
didn't. I thought
yeah,
they were
they're-
younger than that in that
No,
show.
they're like 16 to 18.
Okay, they certainly look.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. She looks too young for how the camera treats her. But it's
Yeah.
that weird thing of like, if you've been in Weebland forever and you've
Yeah.
seen enough anime things, you're like, well, this is just how it's done over there.
Yeah.
Whatever, I don't notice it. But I feel like if you get somebody who's, been just all in the Western content,
Yeah.
they're going to see some of those norms and be like, whoa, what? These characters look like little bizarre children. In
Yeah.
my thing that I know, say Lord of the Rings, the hobbits, yes, they are child-sized, but they don't look like fucking children.
Yeah, Lalafell are weird because they're potato toddlers, like.
Yeah.
But they actually go out of their way to sort of destroy that, because I don't think I've met a single Lalafell in game that acts like a child. Very specifically, like a lot of the Lalafell in like Ul'dah and stuff are just grizzled old bastards.
Yeah.
And it's the same as gnomes. It's just they look a little bit more like toddlers instead of weird demon babies. They go like gnomes. Gnomes look like weird demon adults strapped onto tiny bodies, whereas Lalafell just look like walking potatoes. In a sense.
Yeah. So
But-
it's.
Yeah.
I can totally understand people seeing the Lalafell being a bit creeped out or weirded out and sort of quitting. I guess for whatever it's been for me,
Yeah.
I've been like, well, I know what this is in this world. If, I wouldn't necessarily art direct it in the same way. But
Yeah.
that said, who am I to really say much to the team that has done Final Fantasy XIV?
Yeah.
Now, the other thing from Alex, and this is something I'll get into when I talk about my own impressions, but Alex said, I was forced to run around talking to lollies instead of kill stuff. Dude, seriously, read the fucking quest text and engage with it like it's an actual video game. World of Warcraft literally teaches you to appreciate and play and enjoy games the wrong fucking way.
Yeah.
Because WoW is so fucking hyper everything towards that sort of endgame style of content. And WoW's narrative content is like so based on walls of text that it basically trains you to do what like legit we all do playing WoW, which is
Yeah.
just wee. I've went through the zone and the stuff is done. Now I'm raiding. Whereas CNFF, like in the same way that if you're playing, say, Mass Effect 2 or something, you will have your shooty bang bang bit, but then you'll have your slower character bit. I think the point with Final Fantasy XIV is the slower character bit is them establishing stuff so that it will pay off later. So like in Gridania, the zone that I started off in, yeah, like it was a slow start. And I did have to sit there reading some dialogue that I wasn't super engaged in because at that stage, didn't know the characters, didn't really know the situation, didn't know the world. But then all of that stuff did come together at the end of the initial Gridania story. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And, I'll do a proper segment on the post-Gridania stuff for me. But, I'd say don't play Final Fantasy XIV like it is World of Warcraft. Play it like it's a video game. And that sounds inherently pretty mean to WoW. But, like, I suppose it is in a way, isn't it?
Yep.
It's just that thing, in WoW, like WoW players are so sometimes not gamers. Like all they do is WoW, all they know is MMOs.
Yep.
But like in the same way that people, it's like you send somebody to play an RPG and then that person skips all of the cutscenes and all of the dialogue and just wants to focus on the content and then they have a bad time. You're like, well, yeah, you played the game wrong. That's not how it's done. It's not the done thing for video games. That said, A Realm Reborn is slower paced and all of that stuff as compared to the expansions. And as for the other things, like Exile's Reach, I think Exile's Reach is like really good, but man, if we're saying that it's like incredible stuff, the bar's pretty low.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess with Exile's Reach, like it is more of a simple, you've got Lego, you've got Meccano, or is it? You've got your Bionicles, then you got your Mega Blocks and your Duplo, where, Exile's Reach, narratively speaking, is way more Duplo Mega Blocks. It's like very, very simple. Very simple. You don't even need to read the quest text. The characters doing their little speech bubbles is enough. But in FF, it's like you do actually have to see what's up with the characters, see what's up with the story, so you can actually learn the world and shit.
Yep. And it's all paid off remarkably well.
That's it, yeah.
And it's a case where if you give it a fraction of your attention, it will pay you back in more than kind by like everything it tells you. You can tell the writers remember everything they've put on paper and want to pull back to it. Like I'd love to see the whiteboards in their offices. They would be like, I'd imagine there's like half of Square Enix's office. It's just someone tracking different characters across. Like the room is like ceiling to floor, whiteboard, just lines everywhere.
Yeah.
like that, that meme of the board with all the pins across it from Always Sunny, like that, but for characters because it's nuts.
I guess it's like, this is not a Zoomer game.
No, it is. I don't even want to call it a boomer game because I can't. The idea of boomers too ingrained with man sitting on a ride-on lawnmower in a kind of Monster Ultra Paradise, but it's definitely not. How would I put this? It's very much the way I think Blizzard got so much wrong with the idea of gameplay first, where people think, oh well, that's not gameplay, that's reading. You're like, nah. It's almost the same argument as, well, a visual novel's not a game. You're like, fuck off. You're wrong.
With all of these things, I'm beginning to just take the view of words are almost useless. One of the best words to use, I think, is experience.
Yeah.
What is the experience of this bit of software, and whether that is the form of a VN or an RPG that's a bit VN-ish, or various different types of games. The bit that ultimately matters is what it does inside you. That's the experience of the game, I guess.
Yeah. Turns out reading is gameplay.
Yeah, because if you're... And, it's another thing with FF specifically, all of those things, it's like dialogue between your character and the other character.
Yeah.
Rarely... Like, it can feel a bit like shit's just being blurted out at you, but at least with, like, how it's written in the framing and the actual process of you clicking through the dialogue versus just click on NPC, psh, wall of text, it feels far more like dialogue. And I think that means that you feel far more like your character, and that doing those things as your character feels far more like gameplay, even though it's reading. Because, as you said, gameplay first. We've got to take an experience first understanding, I think. Oh, Alex says, did a follow-up super saying, for what it's worth, I do request too many proper nouns in the beginning for a brand new player to know what is what.
Completely fair.
I just don't think it's meant for me. How many yalms between here? Yalms is like
it's
meters.
Just yards and meters. Like,
Yeah.
It's a very old English style, and I think that once you get used to how everyone speaks, it really engages you in the world, especially with their voice actors from Heavensward onwards.
Yes.
Where they get a bunch of really British voice actors to do it, and you're like,
Okay.
oh, this is class.
So I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but it's like anytime you see a fantasy movie or a fantasy thing, and you have basically American English being spoken.
Yeah.
And it feels like really odd and jarring because it's like, why are you talking like modern people from the TV? The setting and WoW sometimes does suffer from this as well.
Yeah.
It's like the setting you're from totally does not feel like modern, whatever. I just watched The Witch, which is entirely in like 1600s English. By the way, Witches. See all those people downvoting The Witch because it's not like a big shock horror movie? No, The Witch is fucking awesome. Great movie.
Yeah, no,
So fucking smart.
yeah.
I wish if they changed more. Not worth getting into.
Yeah, no, I will say to follow up, the amount of proper nouns, yes, it's very overwhelming.
I found that jarring too.
It's really overwhelming because it's just like, but I think a lot of that is trying not to treat the player like they're literally new in the world, because you are just a kind of newbie adventurer.
Yeah.
But eventually all those proper nouns will mean stuff, and you'll know what the world is, what places are called, because everything mentioned you probably go to eventually. Everyone mentioned you speak to or meet eventually, and it's all just kind of like, it's a case of if you stick with it, I think it will be for you eventually. It's just, it depends on what kind of player you are. There's likely going to be, there's either no wall, like there is for someone like me, who's fully engaged with that, or there'll be a very, very, very thick wall based on your history.
I'm a minor wall.
Yeah, and if you can get through it, I promise, paradise lies on the other side of that wall. It's just a very, very big wall.
Yeah.
That's how I'd put it, I think.
So there's Rebel here. I almost read your name as E Red Bull, which, but you said in FF, I feel like I belong in the world. My character suffers, struggles, has joy, hope. In WoW, I'm just a hitman with plot armor.
Yep.
Thus far, even though my character is a random cat girl that I made a year ago because I was trying to get a character made in Zodiac really quick because it wouldn't let you make a character unless it was 4 a.m.
Yep.
So even though my character is not really what I would normally choose or anything like that, in my first few hours, I definitely feel that. And so much of that is because of the manner in which they handle dialogue with NPCs.
Yeah.
In that it feels more conversational than WoW stuff does. I think that's the main part of it. Because it's certainly not in the gameplay. Which so far for me has been circle strafe, use heavy shot. Sort of spam your keyboard.
Yeah.
Like right now, it is entirely experience, not rigid view of gameplay. That is getting me in that game.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest barrier. You don't actually play the game as a gameplay focused game for quite some time.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
That's it. So it's closer to what aspects of WoW felt like in the past.
Yeah.
But it is extremely different from modern World of Warcraft, and I feel like if you're super used to modern World of Warcraft, it is just going to be really jarring. Because, to me, initially I was like, oh, I prefer the WoW art style. Oh, the anti-aliasing in this engine is awful. Oh, the movement doesn't feel as responsive. Because, like, my initial reaction was, like, totally the reaction of a WoW player.
Yeah.
To the point where, like, until, honestly, like, a few months ago, I was pretty much just like, yeah, I was basically the same as Alex. I was like, yeah, tried it, not for me, doesn't feel good as a game. It just, for me, took that little bit of everyone around me screaming, play Final Fantasy. That's what gave me enough fuel to push through my gripes to actually find the game.
Yeah, I can imagine, like, the sheer, like, evangelism from FF14 players can seem daunting and almost cult-like to people who haven't played it or, like, have an aversion to it. But it's because people really, really believe in the experience that it gets you in the end.
Yeah, it seems it's that way.
Yep.
Final super before we hop into the WoW news then.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about
from
today.
Razor. No, it's not from Razor. Yes, it is from Razor Claw 999. I was wondering if you could have some Bellular Gaming merch for us non-patron people to buy and support you, like stickers and shirts, and any news on the game you're developing. So I think this is a handy way for us to cover a few sort of PSA things.
Yes.
Right. Merch. So basically, here's the thing in my head. I don't want to just throw a logo in Teespring and sell that to people because in my head that's not a good enough thing.
Yeah.
It's got to be a good thing if we do it. So for me, and honestly, there's one man I need to talk to about this, and it's Mike. Preach.
Yep.
Because I'm fairly sure Mike's actually doing what we would ideally do, in that I don't think like the merch, like the tees and stuff that he does, I'm fairly sure he's actually working with a local t-shirt company.
I believe so. Anyway.
It's even, who knows? I shouldn't talk too much shop or anything. Like I remember him saying that in a video. When I was saying that, I was like, is there any way we could join forces in that? Don't know, because I bring that up because logistics are a bastard.
Really are, like.
So,
really are.
Soon I'm going to have to, let's see, I'll be signing and QCing, many hundred things. But, we do that once a month because of Patreon being, once a month. So what's tricky then is if we are going to be selling stuff, on a store all the time, it's either going to be something like Teespring where, they handle everything and basically you don't have as much control over, like, the experience and the product, which is not really what I would want. Yeah. Or you're handling fulfillment and distribution yourself, in which case, multiple times a week you have to ship stuff out. And that would right now mean me packing it up, putting it in my car, taking it to the post office.
Yeah.
And so that's not really feasible because it would mess up everything else. At some stage, what I want to do is like be able to make a sub team and handle all of that stuff and really do a good job of it. Right now, we are not there. I'm afraid.
I think there's a roadmap that we haven't exactly written down anywhere or talked about, but I feel like that is definitely somewhere on that roadmap in the future. I just have no concept of when that feasibly is. Yeah.
I think basically we need to hire one or two people, but like if you're hiring one or two people, man, you need to sell a lot of merch.
Yep, for sure.
You really do. And then it's like you've hired people, so that means you've committed. And it's sort of tricky. But I would certainly like to do it. Absolutely. Also, news in the game you're developing. I've played. I mean, I can't fully give them the context of the build that I played because that's all part of our process and everything. But suffice to say, stuff's going really good. Stuff's going really, really good, and we will definitely have something due to external factors within the next few months to announce and talk about.
Yep, that sort of date range is definitely creeping up on us.
Getting terrifying. We need to put a lot of things in place. Cheers. I guess the other thing is Patreon podcasts. If you somehow want another multiple hours of us talking, we've got 3 podcasts up in Patreon now, and there'll be more coming weekly.
Yes.
So
if we can get ahead of ourselves, we should have another at least hour next Tuesday. Hopefully. See.
I think right now on Patreon there's 50 minutes for Losing Our Marbles episode 1.
Yep.
There is an hour and a half for Yogg-Saron episode, or not Lore Walking episode 1, which is on Yogg-Saron.
Yep.
And we're an hour and a half. How long actually was the final cut of yesterday's podcast?
I cut very little of that out. So there is the episode 1 of general chat, which I do like the subtitle episodes because it feels nice.
Yeah.
And I just called it a bumper first episode because it's 2 hours 10 minutes of us talking about. We spend the first, I think, hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes talking about different World of Warcraft things, including Mythic Plus, including what we're doing for 9.1, what we're doing now. And then the last 30 to 40 minutes was us talking about what I had intended to be us talking about FF, but instead you ended up talking about Shogun 2 for a good while.
Love Shogun 2.
And then I ended up talking about Scarlet Nexus, which then led into us talking about the kind of last 20 years of Eastern and Western video games and how tech and this generation changing all of it for the better.
Yeah,
So if you
standard podcast experience.
Yeah, so if you want 4.5 hours of us talking absolute garbage, it's there in the Patreon on the newly renamed content tier. It's $5 and above.
Just that it's not garbage. It's in fact, I actually think pretty good podcast content.
Oh yeah, I was
we will get better as speakers as time goes on.
Yeah,
too.
the reason I ended up in the office so late today is because I was publishing general chat this morning and I just ended up listening through the half of the game. It's good, like.
Oh dear. Okay, so want to say thank you to the supers thus far. We will loop back and do all of the supers after the news part of the show.
We will.
I also want to say a thank you to our new members. Unfortunately, okay, so members including, we've got Wave Stormer joining, we got Crimson Mercenary, we've got, who have we got? Is that all you're showing me? It's definitely missing some people out.
YouTube, like
YouTube.
I'm sure that's somewhere in the analytics. Somewhere.
Hey, yes, we have got from Zandrax to Zenru, Corbin, Baku, Gami666, Mistra, and Crimson Mercenary. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very
Enjoy
much,
your
everyone.
badges and your emotes. And with that said, let's talk about COD. Chains of Domination.
I genuinely, that didn't go in my head. I was like, what? Like, how have you turned PTR into COD? It's like, all right, okay.
Yeah. You know,
It
it's
is.
time for a cheeky bit of domination on a Friday evening.
Yep, it is. The World of Warcraft developers are surprisingly horny at all times.
Yeah. So we've got oops, they did it again. And you know, when THD from Limit is involved, you almost certainly know it's going to be a spicy topic of discussion.
Yep. So, you want to lead ahead there while I put my Red Bull away?
Aye, Grant. So
We're really on it, you good.
Oh, was I?
Yep.
I was going to put it to the...
Okay, fair, go for it.
Aye. So, right. Number 1. Do not read into this too much right now. Not too much, because there is a chance this could be changed on the PTR. Now, that said, it seems rather annoying, so let's take a look at this system.
Yes.
This comes via THD, who is a warlock for the world first winners, I think, reigning champions, Limit.
Complexity limit, yes.
Yes.
He's also an absolute... Okay, I don't mean this in a bad way. The word kind of negative connotations, I would say goon, because just one of those kind of class clown personalities in a way. I think he's hilarious, and I think he's really on point a lot of the time, but I just laugh when I see his name these days. Like,
yeah, and you know, when you just know THD, he loves the decisions of the WoW team. Because, of course, you know, these are all decisions that impact Mythic Raiders, that, of course, Mythic Raiders universally love.
Yep.
So, we're going to get Domination gear in this new patch.
Yep.
The Domination gear will have Domination sockets. And into those sockets, you put shards.
Yep.
So, the idea, and those shards can be upgraded. Oh, I've got the hiccups. Those shards can be upgraded over time. So the idea is you go into the raid, you pick up shards from bosses. You can level up those shards, rank them up using a currency that I believe drops from bosses as well.
Yes, it's dropped from them.
And that's that. So how could it go wrong? What is what THD's talking about?
So remember the consumable conduits, and everyone went, "Please, you can't be serious. You can't make these consumable. We spend so much time. There's limited loot. Please don't make them consumable. We like to swap things." Remember that?
So, Matt,
well,
are you insinuating, are you implying that you're about to say that Blizzard did not learn a principle?
so as we've said, take this with a degree of salt because it's a PTR update and it's using an existing system that has destruction baked in. But Shards of Domination, you can't just swap them in and out of sockets as you upgrade them. If you want to put something in you destroy the old one. Much like a gem, of course. So you want to go in, you want to upgrade your little shard. You're like, okay, this is really, really good. Put this in this bit of gear. It's rank 4. Okay, grand. Don't have enough to get to rank 5, but I need another bit of another thing in my game, or in my gear. Gear. I need another one. So I'll throw something in for the time being because I'm doing a different role, say.
Of course, yeah.
I'm playing a different spec, something like that. You know, the way you might want to heal in PvP but DPS in raid, something like that.
Yeah.
But the same gear because, well, whatever. Yeah. How's that in your salad, like?
So are you telling me that
destroyed?
they've actually combined not learning their lesson from the from the destructible consumable conduits, and they've also not learned their lesson from Azerite gear? Because I'm not saying this is an Azerite gear like thing where, you know, this is literally Azerite gear, but the point of your gear is good for one spec and fucky in another spec, and making that gear work for both specs is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Whereas for Azerite it was reforging. For this it is that destruction upon putting a new gem in a socket.
Yep. Gem to be destroyed.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can upgrade a gem while it is socketed in your gear?
That's what I'm not sure of. I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. Oh, hang on, no. So, what THC says is, applying a Shard of Domination destroys your prior, and if you socket a rank 3 shard, it currently cannot be upgraded, and you would need a new rank 1 shard to go to 5, and then replace your R3.
Okay, so if the game ships like that, then this is stupid, and the people who have made it so should no longer be working on similar systems.
Absolutely.
I know that is a big statement to make, but if they are, I mean, look, if you get somebody and they do the initial consumable conduits, the whole community says no, and then that same mistake is made again, that is obviously bad.
Yeah.
That is obviously, I think, some people or group of people or the collective decision-making apparatus of a team not being fit for purpose.
Certainly.
Yeah, like, as you know, the way that this should work in my head is just you have your thing, you upgrade your gems, you mix and match them as you please.
Yeah.
Because, you know, maybe then I want to move to a different spec to do a different type of content, then I can regen my gear in something new for that bit of content. And you could say it would suck to have to regen your gear and do all of that stuff all the time. Yeah. To which I'd say, well, Blizzard have designed it so that you'd want to, and then made it so that you can't.
Yeah.
So that obviously feels bad. If we didn't want to have that problem, we would do things like this via a different system that would not have those downsides.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's two things to point out. As someone pointed out in chat, you know, it's like they solved this in a way with essences, where it was just you pick your essence and it's on your gear sorted. I imagine it wasn't literally on your gear because Heart of Azeroth was really weird, technically speaking. But you know, they solved that problem.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
They solved it with fucking glyphs.
So they did.
Years ago. Years ago.
So they did. So they did. So, like, they are gems. So, obviously, you know, every quibble with the gem system is going to exist here. Unless they have something they haven't sorted us yet. But
time to roll out one of this is one of my arguments that I enjoy quite a bit.
Okay.
So why do you create scarcity in the supply in the supply and demand of these items? So there is scarcity with gems, right? There has to be some scarcity so that those gems are actually worth money, so that it supports the economy. So if you have a situation where, you know, your gems are always mix and match in your gear, you buy one set of gems, that's you done for the whole expansion. Now there's no gem market, so prospecting and all of that stuff doesn't really work. Now with glyphs, remember when they made it with glyphs, they used to be consumable, then they made it so you click in the glyph, you learn it, that's that.
Library system,
But then they realized, oh shit, what are our scribes going to do? So then the scribes would have to make a re-glyphing, you know, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
So the thing here is, my point is, you do that for an economy to make sense. Now in this case, it's the in-game economy. With this, what is it? It's this loot economy. So why are we creating that sort of scarcity? If our number one goal was to create a progression system where a player could earn some new things, mix and match them on their character as they see fit, these would not be consumable.
Yep.
Because they're being consumable. So okay, we're not managing the actual in-game economy or supply and demand. Okay, so we're obviously doing it to manage people's time. So we're obviously doing it to extend the amount of time somebody's playing the game.
Yep.
That's how this obviously feels. Why not make it? Why not make it a library system? If it was a library system, I would feel, not even just a library system. If they were just literal gems that went in your bag, you upgrade the gem, but they don't get destroyed upon resocketing, then I would earn my gems. I would be happy to have my gems. I would like to upgrade my gems, and I'd be happy. But now it's like, just think about the amount of player friction that exists in something like this. It's like, you're sitting there and like, well, what gem do I upgrade? Okay, well now because you would know that these gems are destroyed whenever they're put, whenever a new gem is put into the gear, that completely changes how you interact with this system.
Yeah.
It makes it far more degenerate. Yeah. When I saw this tweet from THD earlier, I was honestly completely baffled.
Yeah. So I have one sort of thing to say about this, and it is kind of more in this is the PTR angle, which is, actually no, one other thing that I just remembered. There actually is a way to remove gems from gear. I think it was the legendary jewel crafting item from BFA.
Oh yeah.
Let you pluck gems out of gear, so it's actually possible. But
tech-wise, you mean?
Yeah, tech-wise,
Blizzard have already got the thing working.
Yeah, tech-wise is possible. But the other thing is about this just being PTR. And we said before, take a grain of salt, PTR isn't final. And that's okay, that's perfectly fine. They could have this fixed in the next PTR update, and we're like, okay, sweet. But here's the thing. We're going to see this. Like, people who deliver news, Wohead are going to make an article about this. This when you push the build live. This is going to be the case. Where's our blue posts? Where is the rundown of how this is going to work?
Yeah.
From A to Z? Because if you want us to actually give feedback on how things work, they need to be as close to final as possible.
Or if they're not final, tell us.
Yeah, and then we can fight back, or not fight back. We can give feedback. Sorry.
Well, with some of the systems that they seem to think is a good idea, fight back might actually be the.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally, hey Blizzard, do you want to avoid landmines for free?
Yeah.
Well, with this one crazy technique, you can.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's like either do the PTR right or don't do it. I think it's the kind of thing where you're wasting player time and your own time by doing these if you aren't going to give us like actual like reasons why things are the way they are and a solution to it.
That's the thing. It's like I keep on, I just wish I could say, hey Ian, why are conduit upgrades random? Please explain to me fully why.
Yeah.
And, to which was he going to say? Like, oh, having your Stygia go into a random conduit from, for a spec that you don't even play, that is just a trough in your experience that exists to make the incredible joy and elation of the conduit that you actually want to use being upgraded really feel like joy and elation because it could have went bad. Anyway, is that what is... Or is he just going to be like, oh yeah, well, we want you to upgrade the entire system at once, or, sort of slowly, almost like one of those, it almost reminds me of sorting algorithms for some reason. Anyway, it's a bit irrelevant.
Yeah, fair.
When it's like, I would genuinely want to know why they think it is a good idea to make it random. So here it's like, in the same way that people are like, hey Ian, why, I say Ian because of the interviews that happened, because this is what I said in my last interview with Ian. I literally was like, so, consumable conduits then? Why?
Yeah,
and I just have to do the same thing again. Even though like he told me, whatever the reasons were and that they think it's all grand or whatever. And then a week later they 180'd. But it's like, what are they? I don't know. But it's weird. It's like, if this was maybe another game or another developer, maybe I would give them the benefit of the doubt on this. But they have consistently, I guess, burned us on this stuff so much. And they have continually, at least with the conduits, wanted to do something like this. Yeah. That's like, I can't trust that this is not intended. And certainly, this does begin to piss me off, because if they do it, as THD is saying here, it is going to make my Sanctum of Domination raiding experience worse.
Yeah.
That's not what I shouldn't be thinking that about the new thing you've done for me and the type of content I'm going to do.
Yep.
But that's unfortunately what I am forced to think because of this.
Yeah, it's grim, but it's like, even if it's not intended, just tell us. Just tell us. But it's it's the fact that we're not going, this is obviously placeholder, don't think about it. Like,
it's like sometimes they just drop that in an interview and you're like,
Yeah.
well, why'd you put it in the PTR then? Why do you invite people to a PTR full of content that you know is basically irrelevant and then don't tell them that it's irrelevant? Explain, please.
That's exactly that's the kind of point that I'm making in upcoming issue videos soon maybe, but it's just the idea of like, please reevaluate everything you're doing. I don't mean like everything like from the ground up, but I mean actually sit down and go, why are we doing this? Like, why are we doing a PTR if we aren't doing it correctly?
Yeah.
Reallocate those resources, because all you're doing is making us preemptively hate your game by showing us an awful version of it.
Yeah. And then it's the thing where, like, unfortunately, so many of the bad ideas they show in PTR, like initial corruption gearing, do just make it in. And it's that thing which we will probably cover, but it's like, the way that they only made it so that you can do realistic class testing in PTR, even when it's like, this is almost certainly the last, the last month of actual changes being possible in PTR. Because if we don't have a release candidate by early July, we're in a big issue.
Oh, for sure.
So it's like,
brutal.
Yeah, it's like even all that time. Whenever Mike was doing some of that Korthia gameplay at the start, he was doing it every single day. I was just thinking, like, God bless. God bless.
What a trooper.
What a trooper. What a trooper. He actually thinks that it could be worth doing this. Okay, fair enough. He's a gameplay streamer more than, we are, so it's something to do on stream. But it was just that thing of it being like, it's PTR, what does it matter? What does it mean? It means less and less, seemingly, these days. Just kind of sad. Now, there is a good thing to talk about, the new M+ affix, but I feel like we should get our Doomer stuff done first.
All right, so where do we go
Socket
next for
upgrades
Doom?
is my personal vote.
Did you just say suck upgrades, or did you just
Socket?
Okay, you said socket fast. I was like, okay.
Time for the upgrade to the suck. Get that suck. You know what, Blizz? You keep on doing this, and get the suck.
All right, never mind. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, so right. Oh my God, there's almost 3,000 people watching the stream. That's actually insane. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Oh, jeez.
We're sorry.
So we got to do this because, does this make my rating experience worse? If I really cared about parses, yes. This is on the correct end of my don't give no fucks in order to protect the bit of WoW that I like.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, this could suck. So, I think we have to take this way back to some, like, first principles and stuff, or, like, some foundations before we get into it.
Yep.
So, one of the biggest criticisms of Torghast is that it's not good.
There you go, right? End of stream. See you later, everyone.
We've solved it, boys!
Quick, someone send that to Blizzard in a nice little envelope.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So, the big thing is that Torghast isn't good. And we have to ask why it isn't good. And it's because Torghast is kind of nothing. What Torghast could have been was, infinite floors or loads and loads and loads of floors. Yep. And you keep on going until you stop. Based on how well you do, you get a big bag of loot or whatever at the end. Like a roguelite, So it could have been that. And then they could have designed all of the gameplay of Torghast to actually support being a roguelite game. But basically, and this seems to be a bit more rushed, but late in the day on alpha, beta, whatever, they decided to make Torghast be 6 floors long and be something you do for Soul Ash. And from that point onwards, Torghast, I think, is essentially dead and mostly irredeemable until they do anything to Twisting Corridors. And the reason why I think that is because you should want to go and do Torghast. Like, I do raiding because I think raiding is cool, and defeating big bosses with my friends with really cool new mechanics is cool. That's why I raid. I don't really raid because of the rewards. I raid for the experience of raiding. And if I was doing Torghast, I would do it for the experience of Torghast, which, by a lot of Blizzard's own positioning of Torghast, should be because it's a super fun, roguelite style of gameplay.
Ideally, of course. Now, Blizzard obviously did not have enough confidence in their own work to do a Torghast
that is roguelite first and really fun. So instead what they did is they made this bizarre, compromised, lobotomized, messed up version of Torghast is only 6 floors long, where, imagine Binding of Isaac or Hades, but you could only do the first few floors or first few rooms.
Yeah.
It would be like, what? What? You wouldn't be able to play a roguelite like a roguelite and enjoy it. So rather than actually make good content, they made bad half-assed content in launch Torghast, and instead of getting people to do it because they really love it, or because it's a fully featured aspect of the game, they threw in the half-baked version of Torghast and then made Soul Ash and Legendaries be the thing for Torghast, which basically means that most people who do Torghast are not doing it because of their love of that type of game mode. Most people who do Torghast are doing it purely as a means to an end, and that means that as soon as you have achieved the end, you no longer care about the means. And that's basically how to train your players to play a game in a way where you as the developer can never really succeed in satisfying them, because you just, how do you keep that progression? How do you keep that feeling more epic, more epic, more at some point you've over-justification effect.
Yep.
And basically they're just doubling down on that. So Soul Cinders are the new currency that come from the higher layers of Torghast. The new thing from the public test realm is that with Soul Cinders, you will be able to purchase sockets for your gear.
Yes. For your helms, necks, bracers, belts, and rings.
Yeah. So this basically means when you get Soul Ash, you're going to, or Soul Cinders, do they go into your legendaries or do they go into more sockets? Well, what would give me more exciting gameplay? Putting them into multiple legendaries for multiple different specs or game styles, real gameplay styles.
Yeah, of course.
What am I encouraged to do by how the game systems actually work? Tunnel into the Legos that I need for the progression content that I want to do, and then farm up as many cinders as I can per week to get as many sockets as is possible.
Yeah.
Just that the thing then is the most fun version of this would be if you're building up that library of legendaries, so you can take these effects into different, and that would probably involve doing multiple roles, multiple specs. But of course, as we all know, because Shadowlands is an absolute fucking disaster in terms of design principles, just that stuff that I talked about, you can't really do because fucking covenants. There are some classes where if you want to PvP and PvE, maybe play 2 roles or something, you cannot on your character and feel good about it because of what they've done with the covenants. So it's just that thing of Blizzard don't really. You'd think that the one thing they should know how to do is design a successful endgame, because it's the only thing they've tried to do for years. But it's like they keep on getting, better in some ways, worse in other ways. And this here is just them doubling down on, hey, Torghast. You're not playing that because you care about it, because you're doing unique Torghast things, because you love Torghast. You're just doing it to get power to put into Mythic Plus or rating, because that's all our game is now. Yeah. And we don't have the stones to actually just make Torghast, tell you that it's cool and fun, put it in the game and leave it there. Yeah. Because if you were designing Torghast with that in mind, you would design it differently and it would be way better.
100%, 100%. I don't even know how to follow up on that or where to go from it. Brutal.
Yeah, it's weird because, as you say in the notes here, it's not like that for the conduit upgrades.
Yeah, it's not like that for the conduit upgrades at the minute, but why is it for sockets and not for conduits when both of them fundamentally serve the same purpose as being things you get this currency for to spend for power upgrades? So what is this intentional? Is it intentional that this doesn't have the rep attached to it? Or was this a mistake it slipped through? Which way is it? I would love to know, because I can imagine both ways, where they go, we'll let people do Torghast for player power that isn't they've got the legendary they care about, they don't care anymore.
Yeah,
because that was largely my experience in 9.0. It was like, right, well, I've got shock barrier. This is best for all content. Goodbye, Torghast. I will not see you again because I don't care. And that was that was actually okay. I think it kind of hurt me a little bit, especially because now they're saying, oh, you could have been saving Soul Ash every week this whole time and giving it to all your alts. I'd have loved to have known that at the start of the expansion. Thank you.
Well, that's the thing. Wow, they've designed World of Warcraft. It reminds me of some economic principles in a way where if you want a successful economy, then you have got to have it so that the rules of the game are set and don't change that much. I mean, good example, like, say, the corporation tax rate here is going up to 25% soon. But imagine a world where, like, the rules of the game changed all the time. It would be so hard to actually do business and stuff like that, and then you would lose confidence, and then you would take your business or whatever elsewhere, right? So that's the thing about the flip-flopping. So the flip-flopping in those systems, that basically means that, like, you don't have the confidence in the design of the game that it will actually stay, being the way that it is designed at launch. Yeah. Which then means that you don't actually have the confidence you can invest your time in the game because you don't know if the rug's going to be pulled out from under you. And in the case, in a way, of Stygia, and also of what you just said with Soul Ash, the rug's been pulled out under you a little bit. Yeah. Or even the people, doing all their anima work, and then the anima system comes in many months later, costs a whole bunch of anima, and the new stuff that came in before 9.05. Yeah. And again, that's just like, how can you have confidence in the rules of the game being the rules of the game when, like, change is good, obviously, but when the change is in a good direction, and it often has been. But for me, the point is, like, a few little fixes here and there are grand, but it should not feel, again, paid beta. Yep, that's it. That what you just said about Soul Ash can only happen if the game is a paid beta. Because obviously the devs didn't have it thought through by the time that you paid for the game. That means that it is, it is almost definitionally an early access game if we define the point of you accessing a complete feeling game being when the expansion feels complete, which is often the final patch. So I'm happy to say that WoW is generally an early access game more than it should be. Yeah, I'm just thinking about other early access games I played. Like, I actually was playing a little bit of Rogue Legacy 2 last night, and that's an early access game that was bare bones, and every change has been positive since. And that's how it's done. I don't feel that with, like, I never feel like it's going to go, well, we've reworked this system, and now all your progress is gone. I never feel that way. Or, you should have been doing this the whole time. Why weren't you? Like, you didn't tell me it wasn't in the game. Whereas it's all of this stuff, because it's like because it's like the seasonal thing, and also it's an MMO where your progress kind of carries the whole way through an expansion. It's just, it is like you said, the rug's been pulled out. It's like, why are you changing the rules in the middle of the game? Like, yeah. Can you please define what I should be doing instead of me having to have a rough guess based on what you like say or want to say? Please communicate with me, because that's the thing. They're some of the worst at communication in the business. Yeah. We just lost the capture card again. We'll find it somewhere. Some more USB fun. Just in terms of some other things for this, it does mean that if you're a raider and you've got to be optimal, well, you're doing Korthia all the time. You are doing Torghast all the time, because you can't do what I did in the first patch of this expansion, which was get the Lego you want and leave the whole damn thing behind you. Now, you will feel like you'll want to consistently farm up Soul Cinders in order to have enough currency to get sockets for whenever you get new gear. Yep. And then also we've got, that doesn't make me excited as a raider, and what the THD tweet shone a light on there also does not make me as excited as a raider. And that's sad. I think I'll be able to mostly ignore this stuff because heroic raids aren't that hard, really. And, generally speaking, in a heroic raiding setting, your throughput, like, it can be an issue, but normally it's mechanical execution that's the problem. Yeah, heroic, like, I mean, remember that heroic used to be called normal, like, however many years ago? I mean, I'm sure they have tuned it a bit harder than normal used to be because of the shifting definitions, but it is a case of, like, you don't need extremely good gear. You need, like, heroic gear or most of heroic gear to clear it, and that just means if you can do your rotation, fine. If everyone in the group can do the rotation, fine, then you're sorted. As opposed to, like, if I definitely wouldn't be engaging in any extremely high end content, even if I had the group of people for it, because all of these barriers is like, I don't want to spend it. I don't want to have to pass an artificial barrier Yeah.
of time spent elsewhere in content that's not very engaging to actually play the engaging content. And I think it does feel pretty cynical that it's trying to force Mythic players into all that other stuff.
Yeah. And it just seems to me like trying to... It's like, in my head, in an ideal world, Mythic Plus people are doing Mythic Plus, and doing Mythic Plus should get you almost everything you need to do Mythic Plus. Same goes for raids, same goes for PvP. And all the other stuff in the game is cool shit to do when you're not doing that.
Yeah.
And then people, so that raises the base of WoW, gives everybody something to do, and if they want to filter into endgame, they can do so. But the way the game is designed now is entirely Mythic Plus raid, PvP, and then reasons for you to go outside of that. Even though Ian also will get on a call with Preach and talk about how some people just level up new alts to do world quests. So it's like, if the team are aware that there are people in that profile, why do they design the rest of the game the way that they do? All in all, very odd and confusing. And yeah, this whole... Like, look, just do Valor and Justice.
Yeah.
Make Valor and Justice drop from doing content. Put in a weekly cap if you must, and let us get our various, upgrades or things like, sockets and stuff from that. So that your rating does your things for your rating. And then just, how about we let, Torghast be fun instead of sucking the life out of it by how they've done this? Because it's the thing for me, I guess it's how both of us think. We really think in terms of principles. And for me, it's like that they're still doing this shit makes me think that they are in principle fine and think it's good design. And that pulls the wind out of my sails.
I don't even want to... I don't even like thinking about it, because there's no way they don't see it.
Yeah.
There's no way they don't see it.
It's like... in my head, it's like they either have to admit that they do a whole bunch of this shit just transparently for player metrics, and it is a case of what gets measured gets managed. Either they do that, or because if they're putting this in for any other reason than shamelessly trying to squeeze more, then I'm just gonna have to say, like, right, if you want to shamelessly squeeze more out of people, fair enough. That is a way to do it.
Yeah.
But if you're telling me that this is how you think the game is ideally designed and this is how it's the most fun, then oh dear, you are taking this game in a dead wrong direction, and you are going to suffer for it. They are going to suffer from this shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's some, I can't remember what razor it is, but there is a quote that's like, or one of the razors of like thinking and stuff that is something along the lines of never attribute to malice that which you can attribute to stupidity. Or I've seen versions with incompetence and whatnot. And it's a case where I would rather attribute this to malice because of its incompetence, and that speaks...
That does speak volumes, doesn't it?
That is definitely worse as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, like, this is not the largest thing in the universe, but it just kind of sucks. And it's like, this is obviously not designed for your average player. This is something that's, I think, obviously targeting the sort of mythic-y people. And it's just that thing in my head where it's like, I almost never see high-end players love shit like this that Blizzard does.
Never.
And it almost never benefits your average Joe and their content, and that's the person who I care about the most.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I mean...
So why do they do it?
Malice. I think someone said it. Someone said it's Hanlon's razor, so like, yeah. Yeah, it's either malice or they're very silly about it all. Because, I mean, I'll see if I can think, because I had a very clear thought in my head for like the difference of what their intent is here, because it's like I say, it's a small change, but it should allow more freedom. Torghast is an option for getting these instead of farming in Korthia.
Yeah.
So if you're,
but you'll do both.
Yeah, well, yeah, you'll do both. Of course.
Ideally, they obviously want you to do both. That's how they've. That is like even the easiest way. How have they designed the incentives? That is what they want you to do.
Yep. It's a case of like, if this is the goal, then they're going, right, like, which side of the paddle do you want to get smacked with? Or like, can we have no paddle, please? Can I sit down in a nice soft chair and have a fun time? Like, no, you're getting the paddle. Pick. Give you both if you want. You're like, oh, Jesus. Maybe saying paddle wasn't the right move here, given the name of the patch, but
Paddle?
Like-
Oh, domination, sanctum of... Yeah,
Yep.
also, right, can we please make WoW less kinky? Like, do we really have to have fucking Mr. Nipples? Was it Nepal?
Nepal, yeah.
Yes, Nepal the jailer. Like, I don't know, man. Why is it that so much of the Warcraft stuff looks like a fucking bondage dungeon? Chains of Domination, Sanctum of Domination, all of our characters that look, I don't know. Maybe that's not the most important point we could be making in this stream.
Maybe important for the general idea of the game. Maybe very, very cartoony, very nice, very, very, very lovely and welcoming for lots of people. And then it's like chains of domination.
I guess that actually probably speaks more to a desire to go back to traditional Warcraft.
A little
I
bit,
think,
yeah.
for me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh man. There's a comment I was going to respond to, and it has
Is it gone?
It has gone.
Sad.
Yes, it has gone. Sad. Anyway, right, there is one more sucky suck, and then we have the good.
Yay!
Yay, the
Woo!
good. There's some. There's a reconnect button now. It's a new game. I'm joking.
Oh, now we've covered that story.
Yeah, done.
All right, so which
Soulbind traits and conduits are finally testable.
Yeah, this is actually good, but
Yes, it's great.
speaks to more of a problemo like.
Yes. So, this is patch notes. Covenants, an item to increase your renown, has been added to the Trinketor NPC in order to enable the testing of new Soulbind traits.
Yep.
So, we're only able to reasonably do our Soulbind testing now for multiple different covenants.
When did PTR come up?
2 months ago?
Was it April? Yeah.
I actually don't know 100% sure, but it's 9.1 PTR
Something. It was,
release date. Come on, Google.
I believe in you, Google. Also, for anyone looking at the screen, this little box with a thinking face, that's Dagor's thoughts. He's a member of the team. I decided to copy and paste this because he's okay. Well, with his very, very proper English voice, reading this
Mid-April.
Okay, so it's been 2 months.
2 months.
Brutal.
2 months,
Brutal.
and only now can people do the testing for this. So, you know what? If it turns out that there are severe balance issues with Soulbind traits and conduits across different covenants, maybe it should have been actually possible or reasonable to test that. Have they fixed conduit energy as a part of this? Or are people do they still have conduit energy problems?
I think it still has the thing where if you get renowned, it restores your things, so you can technically...
Okay, but why does Flascator not have an item that on use fully recharges your conduit energy bar? For the PTR, why not?
Shut up, gamer. I don't know. I really wish I could answer
Yeah,
that.
can we have an explanation for this? You are asking your high-end community to basically fix up and do
Yeah.
the high-end testing for you.
Yeah.
Why do you make it hard for them? I honestly don't get it. It's like you have thousands of people providing free work. Why hamstring them?
The best part is, all of these players are doing free labor for you, free QA. You're not directly rewarding them for it. And then when they put all their time into the game to be high-end players, then, you still don't pay them enough because you just don't have the rewards for esports there that are big enough to support the scene. It's...
Yeah. I should say we've got a true gachi slapper in chat.
Oh,
with
yeah.
Devixa saying, I
Yeah.
guess World of Warcraft Chains of Domination was the deep, dark fantasy deep, dark Final Fantasy all along.
Yep.
Oh, deep, dark fantasy. I've heard that phrase many times.
Yeah, I think you certainly have.
What incredible video content in
Yeah.
the Gachabuchi realm.
Yeah, don't look it up.
Yeah, definitely don't look it up.
Yeah.
All those do look it up and watch Flex Air, episodes 1 through 5.
Oh, they're so good. Oh, my
so
God.
good. I don't know if there's too much else to talk about this other than how is this not there at launch? Like here's the thing. You would have known in Shadowlands Alpha that testing loads of classes and covenants would be hard.
Yeah, of course you would have.
This has been known for over a year, and because they obviously, knew the design of their game well before Alpha,
Yep.
how this should have been better on Alpha and Beta. Why is it, why is it not here in PTR? Why? Mind blow. Why not?
Yep.
Yeah. It says to me that there's serious issues at the WoW team. They just can't get anything done. It seems like they are so far behind that they just have to it's as if they've got to make the first decision that comes, or the first thing that comes to their mind, and they don't even have time to do the thinking bit.
And that's
or some shit. I don't know, man. But
that's the only way I can think of. It's like I said about earlier about resources, about PTR resources, where it's like you've got two choices: do PTR correctly or don't do it. Those are the two good choices.
Yeah.
By doing PTR poorly, you're making bad choices. I mean, to be fair, they probably still get a lot of useful information from doing PTR as it is, but it's a point where, is it actually worth it, or is it not? I guess it must be if they're still doing it, but at the same time, I can't agree with all the decision making, even though I think they clearly are making decisions with logic behind them. I just really question that logic.
It's logic from a very bizarre, different planet and realm.
Yeah, so they should maybe come back to Earth and then make decisions.
Yes. Daniel Ferreira Balta, thank you for joining us as a channel member.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, I mean that's basically it for that topic. It's basically just why can we please do these things right first time? Why? God damn it, I'm so tired.
And if a Blizzard devs has a response to this that could maybe explain, I would love to hear it. I'd love to know why this doesn't show up. Even if there is some insanity on the technical back end that means it took an engineer a week to get this running, actually working correctly, say it. But just please, I don't want to be confused anymore.
Yeah. We just want regular, reasonable communications. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's too much to ask for the largest MMO on Earth. Should also say Caffeine Injected and Cowboy Crab, thank you for also joining up as members. Well, hey.
Caffeine Injected, that's how I feel most of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. So, man, there you go. That's our 3 sad stories done.
Yep. Now we're time to be happy.
Now it's a better story. Good. And this is actually one that I might experience because Keystone Master is something I have... I want to do this patch.
Yep.
So, Tormented. It is our new seasonal affix. And in the picture there, you can see Oros Coldheart. I wonder if he uses frost abilities.
I would hope so.
It was one of the jailer's minions.
Yep.
Right.
This image is from Mohead, by the way. Thank you, Mohead, for your diligence.
So for our TLDR of this system, then.
Yep. There are 4 lieutenants placed throughout each dungeon on Mythic Plus when the affix is active above 10. You get access to a selection of anima powers upon defeat of a lieutenant. Those are role specific and they're not RNG. I'm not sure if they're distributed per lieutenant or in direct order, but they are actually properly you'll get these when you go in.
Yep, but good.
Yeah,
Definitely
they
good.
don't seem massively fun. I have a list of them here. They don't seem massively fun, but they seem potent enough to go and to be happy about going to get them.
Yeah.
In a sense. So the thing that makes this feel a lot like the Awakened affix from 8.3 is that for each lieutenant still alive when the final boss is pulled, an aura will be applied to the boss. So each of these 4 have their own debuffs essentially that they apply.
Yeah.
They are fire damage over time, 50% reduced movement speed, 50% increased physical damage taken, and 50% less healing received. Those are brutal. You can imagine if you have
depending on the fight, that's rough.
If you have one of these and it's a tough enough fight, you're probably going to die. So it's a kind of thing where, almost like when you go into Torghast and you have those tower guardians that have the reduced haste, and you're like, I'm going to go sort those out first because these guys are pissing me off. So it's kind of like that thing where you're generally not supposed to fight the end boss with these, but also it's a big challenge if you want.
You sort of can if that's a part of your run and your strategy.
Yeah. So I did compare them to Awaken, but they're different in a little way that we'll get into in a very substantial way that we'll get into. But any thoughts yourself?
Well, I guess just going down the anima powers that you get, magic damage taken reduced 15%, or while you're above 70% health, you get 8% more haste or crit.
Yep.
Versatility increased by 3%. Upon entering combat, your damage taken reduced by 40% for 3 seconds. 25% leech when your health is below. 25% increase all self-healing. 75%.
Hello, DKs and paladins.
It's some of these are big, some of these are small. Kind of interesting. you eat food faster, much faster. So what does that mean? You click in your food and over 5 seconds, bam, you're full mana again.
Yeah.
You know, so it's some of these are interesting powers, some of them are a bit not super fun.
Yep.
Generally, kiss curse stuff I think is the way to go. I would in my head scrap every affix in the game, only do a seasonal one, and invest more time and effort into making the seasonal one awesome.
Yep.
So I feel like this is not as great as it could be, but in the current system, it is pretty good. I just love to see if no other affix existed, what would they do for a real whole hog seasonal? I'd love to see that.
That'd be cool.
But this does seem, real sort of good design-wise for what it is. I mean, it's an affix that makes it harder, but also you can play around it, and you can play around it to your own benefit. So I think that's better. It's more interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like the reason I say it's similar to the Awakening affix from 8.3, or sorry, Awakened affix from 8.3 is because you could decide, do I make use of these guys, or do I fight a harder boss to save the time actually, fighting them? And that was kind of interesting in 8.3 when you just had to fight the extra enemy with the boss. It was a pretty big challenge, but as far as I recall, they weren't massive. And also, I can't remember, I think you could kill the boss and that would end it with the other ones alive if you really tunnel DPS. I can't remember for sure though. Which means that, like, that was a fun decision to make, and they've clearly went for the same thing here, where you want to just go completely nuts, kill all the dudes, and then do the dungeon in normal.
Yeah.
Or you can just go and, like, I mean, there's a couple of these you definitely wouldn't want to leave on. Like, any fight where you need movement, you're going to want to kill Oros. Otherwise, you're probably going to die.
Or even if you just want fun.
Yeah, but if you've got, like, a really good healer that's, like, overgeared or something, you could just skip Arcalath.
I guess on Tyrannical Week, you will want to do all of these.
Yeah, on Tyrannical Week, you'll need all of them.
Yeah.
But then on Fortified Week, because it's the end boss that they buff, on a Fortified Week, if you're happy to keep like Lust and stuff for the end, you could just kind of maybe skip all of them if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, it perhaps will depend on the anima powers that you get.
Yeah.
Because, like, if, increasing all self-healing by 75%.
Yeah.
Well, like, as a hunter, that will make my exhilaration pretty big. But there are so many specs where they do have regular self-heals. You buff that 75%, and damn, the amount of sustain that people will have will probably outscale some damage, some fire damage takes.
Well, remember, they are rule-specific. So I imagine that self-healing is probably for the tanks.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to DPS. Yeah. So that's the kind of thing a Blood DK will take and go, let's go.
Yes, I cannot be killed.
Yeah, it's like, healer, respec, I've got this. Or, like I'm trying to think, what tank doesn't have super amount of rehealing?
Roots of Shaladrisil is here. The legendary that healed you when you stood still.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Oh, wow, nice. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, inflict 10% increased damage to targets you successfully interrupt for 5 seconds. That's neat.
Should be a default mechanic. Okay, maybe not, but people would fight over interrupts then. But I think, like, this is fun because it does add new objectives to the dungeon overall. And I think it's transformative enough. Might get boring over the course of, like, a full 6-month long season.
It could, but in my head, I guess in my head, I would rather just have one big seasonal affix, get as much out of it as you can. And then sure, if you're bored of it at month 6, fair enough. There's a new one coming out.
Yep.
Ideally very soon after, right, for a new patch. So I like the direction that they've turned these seasonal affixes in. I will just have to actually properly get into Mythic Plus gameplay. Certainly will be interesting doing raiding and Mythic Plus at the same time, while also being a Final Fantasy XIV player and also playing Shogun 2 because I want to do a pirate campaign. In the regular thing, I want to do my current campaign that I'm doing as the Oda clan, right? I want to do a Tom Cruise campaign in Fall of the Samurai. There's too many games to play. I have to play Spider-Man, Miles Morales. I've got to play, I've got to play, get my nice morals from Spider-Man. Such a good game. Miles is so fucking likable as well.
Oh, he's a great guy.
I'm
great character.
Furious at how good those games. Yeah. There's so many games to play, so it's going to be quite hard being pushing Mythic Plus keys and raiding at the same time. But goddamn, I'm going to give it a country try.
Good luck to you. Because remember, I actually had a very, very upsetting moment earlier today when I thought, oh, great, Ratchet and Clank's out this day next week. And then I remembered, wait, we stream on Fridays. I'm going to have to stream. Ratchet and Clank will be sitting in my bag, ready for me to go home with. And I'll be here talking to you guys. And that's better, but still. But still. Oh, man.
Oh, man. So...
in for some fun times if we can make the time for it.
Yeah, so that's that. Good stuff coming there for the Mythic Dungeons. And really, this combo of having like cool seasonal affixes, Valor points existing, all that, it's just kind of going from strength to strength in my view. So happy just, you know...
For sure.
Can the next expansion get rid of regular affixes permanently and double down on seasonal? So that's my final thought. Other things then. Torghast scoring system change. Because this is really quite interesting.
Before we go there, I will say everyone in chat is saying it, so I will correct you. It's Morales, not Morals.
Oh, I know that's
okay.
Okay, that's
that a joke?
that's
Okay.
messing around in the same way that I was about to say Jack Frags. No, Jack Films says Spider Boy.
Ah, okay.
It was whenever I just noticed like, oh my god, this is Spider-Man, so it is like narratively Moral Tales the game.
Yeah.
And away we go.
Just whoosh like.
No, and it's not funny. I don't deserve any laughs at all for
Well,
that.
as long as you admit that, I don't have to tell you.
Man. So yes, right. Torghast scoring system changes. Let's get into this shit.
Yep.
Right.
Here's
I guess
TLDR.
the way to explain what's currently there is do shit in Torghast, bar goes up. Stop doing shit, slow down, bar goes down. If you get the bar to a certain little spot, then you basically activate a streak, which puts you into empowered mode, which by default really doesn't do that much, but the box of many things upgrades what your empowered mode does. So the benefit there is, you know, you can get a streak going, you can play fast, and be like, oh wow, look at me go. I managed to stay in streak for the entire run. Problem though, you're always looking at that streak bar thinking, uh-oh, it's about to go. So even though it wasn't a hard timer, it did make Torghast feel like a speed run.
Yes.
And it was that thing where, you know, multiple things in Torghast contribute to your score, and you find out at the end what they are. But if while in the middle of a run, the only UI element that you can see that talks or has any relevance to your score is a bar that always ticks down, then almost regardless of how much that bar impacts your score, you're going to feel that bar and feel, you know, it'll feel like a timer mode. So that's what it was like. How has it changed?
The empowered bar no longer decays with time. That's the biggest change, where instead of this bar of doom, well, the reverse bar of doom scrolling down, where the bar of salvation is decaying slowly, it's just, it goes up and it doesn't go down anymore, which is fantastic. It is now basically just a special meter. So you fill it up, and then I haven't actually seen it in game, so I imagine it looks very nice, all beautifully UX'd. So I imagine once you get above a certain marker on the bar, you can hit the button, hit the go fast me big button, or the empowered buff, I believe they're currently calling it, its proper name. So you fill this bar up, you can activate this empowered buff. The more the bar is full above the threshold, the longer it'll last. So you kind of have the option of, do I pop it early, or do I, do I bank more before I activate it? This buff will give you a bunch of combat bonuses and other stuff from the box of many things from your Torghast talent tree. And everything you do while empowered grants you bonus score. And I don't think it's direct bonus score, but it's bonus score through a different kind of modifier. So it is a design that's going, right, get as big as you can, and then when you're big, go on this not literal streak, but kind of streak thing, where it's the equivalent of, I've just popped wings, I'm going to pull everything in the room.
Just that it's score attack.
But it's score attack
and
style.
That's just made me realize. I mean, I've never played a roguelite I've played roguelites that have got a score in them as an element, but I've never played ones where they feel like a score attack thing. I guess this feels like a score attack thing now.
because the fundamental point of roguelites and roguelikes, unless you're playing something like Dead Cells where there is a timer element. Yeah. So I've not really played too many of them with a timer element. It is a case of the thing that's barring your time is your ability to actually play the game in that time. But you can have your own decision to make. Do you want to clear everything really nicely and follow everything, or do you want to just kind of go quickly through it? It's kind of because I'm going to talk about Enter the Gungeon because that's the one I'm thinking of a lot. I should probably talk about Returnal, but it's actually a fairly bad roguelite, but we'll get into that later, if at all. But I mean, me and you, not stream. I'm not going to talk about Returnal on stream.
Oh, yeah.
But Enter the Gungeon, you can go fast. You can just find the exit on every floor. But the problem is that's going to leave you weak. Because the point is you gain power by going, you kill all the enemies for as much money as you can grab. You spend that money at the shop for keys, you open chests, or you spend it at the shop for other things, for guns, etc., etc. And then you have more guns, you have stronger guns, you go down the next floor, and if you clear everything, you're more powerful. Same with Torghast. You get more anima power for clearing everything, and then you're stronger as you go. And that's kind of the point of it all. So it feels like the score element that kind of adds this timer bit to you just feels... It feels like it doesn't belong in those games because I've never seen it in any of those games. And I'm like, why are you trying to add to a formula that's already fixed?
There's a whole bit of me that just thinks that, like, you could remove... That basically it's like this is a failed experiment, and it would probably be easier just to remove the entire little empowered bar thing and just be like, hey, it's roguelike content, you go up tower, have fun, done.
Yeah.
It feels like, honestly, to me, it feels a bit try hard and over designed. Where, you know, I feel like if the fundamentals of the experience got more design work instead of sort of bolt on things like this, it would be better. That said, this is way better than the previous, you know, bar that's always going down, so you always feel like you got a speed run. Totally better. Though I think there will be some people who'll be stressed about, like, when's the right time to use my empowerment buff? What if I do it wrong? And then I'm wondering, like, to what degree, you know, sometimes that happens in a game and it's good gameplay, it's interesting decision making. Sometimes it's like just an unwanted burden on top of the type of game you're trying to play. And I think it's just hard because, I mean, basically nobody knows what Torghast should be. We all have ideas of what it should be, but it's kind of like a weird halfway house between all of them at this stage that they're like trying to get to work via the score system. And it's a bit odd.
It's weird because I feel like I could enjoy it, but at the same time I'm thinking it's so fragile to base a lot of that on, because I imagine by design they'll make this an important part of scoring. Like they did previously, where I believe Dakor actually says here in his note, with his little thinking emoji, it was you needed to go extremely fast and also collect everything and kill everything to get 5 gems. So if 5 gems is perfection in the speed like level, then I guess it's the idea of you'll have to use this really well to actually get that score. But and I think that's okay, but it still jams you into this kind of, you're not allowed to stop and take a moment like you are in every other roguelike kind of game.
It feels like this is the sort of thing that would be like the quirk of an optional character in a roguelite.
Sort of, yeah.
Like, you know, imagine in Binding of Isaac, like you play as another character and it's like the streak character.
Yeah.
Not that that is a thing in Isaac, but, you know, it almost feels like that more than something that's like the sort of core base experience of a game in this genre. So bizarre, certainly moving in the right direction, but bizarre.
Yeah. It's a kind of thing where I could talk about the positive and negatives of the design all day, but it is fundamentally like, I'd rather you spent more time focusing on the core gameplay of Torghast and making that better. But I can get how that's limited because it's such a one size fits all system. So
it's like,
fair enough, like,
they're kind of designing like systems and buffs and powers and upgrades and progression to make clearing a bunch of trash feel more fun. Whereas maybe what we'd care about more is how do you make clearing a bunch of trash and stuff feel more fun by actually making like the trash, the layout, the like room mechanics and stuff like that more fun. And I guess that's the challenge with Torghast being a roguelite that's been put into WoW and then has been made basically not a roguelite. So it's now this weird thing that seemingly has got multiple goals. Sometimes those goals aren't even at odds with each other. It's weird.
I feel awkward trying to be overtly negative about it at times, because it's like they're trying their best. They're trying their best.
They are trying their best. I think it's just a problem of they're trying their best and it's not enough.
That's it.
And that's going to suck. Because if this is them giving it all, giving this their all, but it's clearly not enough, then the rest of the market's going to be able to hurt them. They have to do things so that their best is more than enough.
Like speaking of the other market, this is something I want to talk. Maybe I'll get to it in our FF14 segment if we can get to that. But it's definitely there's a mechanical thing about World of Warcraft that I think is kind of putting all these problems on their plate. But I guess someone's asking in chat what is roguelike. I'll give a brief explainer. There's a game, and I think it was called 1980, called Rogue. It was a dungeon crawler, and when you died, that was it. I mean, most games are kind of like that, but it was a dungeon crawler. It was like this deep thing where you had lots and lots to do, and it was different every time.
Yeah.
So instead of like, you die in Super Mario Bros, same thing. Rogue was like, no, it's different now. Procedural generation, like one of the first popular versions of it, essentially. So games adopted rogue-like if they were like Rogue, in that you died, complete reset, go in again, it's different this time.
Yeah.
And then there's Rogue Lite, which is a lighter version of Rogue, which is you die, it's different next time, but not everything is reset. You have some progression carried over. It's sort of like, Torghast is a Rogue Lite because you go in, you get some of the, I can't even remember what they're called now, some of the stuff for the box of many things.
Tower knowledge?
Yeah, tower knowledge.
Yeah.
You go in, you get tower knowledge, you're stronger next time you go in. That's what that is.
Yeah, that basically, if you've got is the correct word? Intra run progression?
Well, it'd be
inter.
No, be extra run progression. Or,
I've
outside of the run.
Yeah. So if you've got progression outside of runs that runs feed into, then basically you are a light, not a like.
Yes.
It's kind of the definition there.
Yep. Absolutely.
So yeah, there you go. That's that for Torghast. Scoring system's changing. At the end of the day, though, you're just going in there for Soul Cinders. That's how it's going to be. Maybe 9.2 will make the twisting corridors better, and then maybe the version of Torghast that I think we would prefer, maybe that will exist, or maybe it won't. Either way, we'll just move on, I suppose. Reconnect button.
This is the big one, boys. Get your, I don't know what to get out. Get your clapping hands out.
Dicks out for the reconnect button.
Get your, what are those big things they use?
The esports?
Yeah,
the esport bangers?
The big, really, really loud things.
Yeah.
I hit.
You know what? This is great.
Yeah.
This is great, because usually what happens, as I'm sure we all know, you get DC'd, then you've got to close WoW, tab to the BNet launcher, and then log in via that, because that's the only way to have it autofill your login credentials so that you don't have to use your keyboard with your meat fingers. So instead of that, we'll have a reconnect button. Cool. Now that said, on this screenshot, there is something about the font and the scaling of things that's kind of fucking me up.
Yeah, this is someone using a custom font for this, but they have the thick outline.
That's it.
Is that the thick outline or the monochrome outline?
Don't know.
I think it might be the thick outline that really wrecks font rendering in World of Warcraft really badly.
Interesting.
I don't know the name of that font, but it's one of those. It's one of the font replacements.
Yeah, the WoW ones.
But yeah, I get what you mean. It looks uncanny. That's what I felt when I was like,
But I mean, basically, there's a reconnect button. Happy days. I am glad.
Yep.
That's that bit of the news.
Yeah, there we go.
I guess
I think we've covered
TBC launch. We can talk about that.
We've covered the PTR, and now that's still the PTR.
If you click on the topics.
Oh, that just changed format. Okay, cool. Thanks.
There you go.
TBC launch.
Yeah, so TBC launch. Unfortunately,
it launched.
It launched. Yeah, nobody in our team's done it.
Yeah.
And I'm really pissed off about this personally. It's caused a great deal of internal strife, because I kind of wish I was in Outland right now, but our guild's playing FF instead. I've started playing FF, and I'm this weird. We talk about it in the first episode of our Patreon podcast general chat, but I feel such FOMO from so many different angles that it's genuinely stressful. Because I'm feeling like so many great gaming experiences where it's like you kind of have to be there at the time. Yeah. I feel like they're all whooshing past me, and I don't have enough agency in my life to actually do them and to get those great experiences. And that's honestly making me quite sad.
Well,
TBC is one of them, because I want to be running heroic dungeons, perhaps with you as you go to try to get the staff that you never got originally playing original TBC. But like, you're an FF. Doesn't really seem like our guild's going to do a TBC adventure, so I'm just kind of quite unhappy.
Yeah, no, it's a case of I'd rather play the new thing. Again, I said this in the podcast. It really stings me not being able to play TBC, but I've made peace with that.
Yeah,
I've made peace with the death of my TBC druid. Like, I'm sorry, you're not going to get that staff. I will forever remember this, but I will not regret it, because I've actively made the choice to play FF instead.
Yeah.
And also whatever other games, because TBC would probably take a lot more time out of my existence than any other combination of games.
For me, it's something I mentioned where it's like, yeah, there's TBC, there's FF, there's Miles Morales, there is also original Spider-Man game, not original, but 2019. There is Horizon Zero Dawn that I want to properly play through. There is Ratchet and Clank. There is a game that I want to play coming out the day before Ratchet and Clank, and I've forgotten what that game is. FOMO is so crazy these days.
It's really painful.
Now, there is one bit of news here.
Mm-hmm.
There's another angle there, too. Basically, pre-patch was so short that I kind of realized that it wouldn't be enough time to do a Draenei, and that is definitely something that contributed to me doing something else.
Yeah.
So DDoS then, unfortunately, Blizzard were DDoSed up. A lot of people didn't really believe it was a DDoS. They just thought, oh, it sucks.
Yeah.
But no, it probably was DDoS because like it's Blizzard. It's a launch day of a big product. DDoS happens. Blizzard will be DDoS many times before.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, as you say in the notes there, it's not like they're going to lie about it being DDoSed, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if they did, that would actually be really funny. But
yeah,
I can't imagine them doing that because the person who's writing that's probably not someone who's been instructed to lie. Because that's the kind of thing where everyone in the company would know you're lying then. And that's just a dumb thing to do. Like, right, everyone get in this lie. No one ever tell the truth. Like, that's gonna stick. That's gonna stick, like, but...
Yeah. Oh, still just hate. Thinking of this FOMO as I look at chat, I'm just like, man, I want to go into a little time portal, play all of the games that I want to play now, and then emerge from the time portal and sort of get back to it.
Yeah, you need a hyperbolic time chamber for video games. I mean, I need the same.
Man, hard.
Someone's asking what does DDoS mean? It's a...
distributed denial of service attack.
Yep.
Often using software such as low orbit ion cannon, though I don't
Imagine
know
not these
I don't
days.
think LOIC anymore.
We're like, that's 2006 to 2009 4chan shit. Like, I don't think that's modern stuff.
I played Minecraft with a griefer who used that quite a bit.
Yeah.
And certainly had interesting claims about things that they had griefed that seemed quite major, but I was like, I'm not going to ask questions.
Yep. No, that's always the... It's like I say here, there's a lot of compromised Internet of Things devices you can buy or rent for such nefarious purposes. So you don't need to be like, oh, my computer's been hacked and locked down. But it's like, if you've got a smart fridge, there's probably well above zero chance that someone has the ability to just use that to send a couple packets.
Yeah, create a botnet.
Yeah, so that's it. Botnets are created of all these IoT devices. You can rent them and like buy them for stupidly cheap because just hackers have access to millions or billions of them.
Humongous botnets. I recommend, by the way, the Twitter account, Internet of Shit.
Oh,
it can be quite funny. Yeah, like, look, I like Internet of Things. I do like all this, all that shit's really cool to me. Yeah. But Internet of Shit is just a funny Twitter account to follow.
Yes, everyone, that in fact is the cops coming for Michael.
That is, basically we have to crack a window open because it is so goddamn hot these days.
Yeah.
More than, it's not that it's so hot, because if you're not from Northern Ireland, you'd be like, well, that's like baby temperature. Yeah. But it's so humid at the same time, so it's like, man.
It's really hot for us.
Yes.
It's like, it was...
Unlike Florida, we don't have air conditioning in buildings here.
No, it was... No, it wasn't last night. It was the night before. I remember just sitting. It was like 2 a.m. The sun had been gone for 4 hours. And I was just sitting there like, please cool down so I can go to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here at my PC dying. Please help me.
But, oh man, so that's it with TBC. FOMO's killing me, but if you're in there, have fun. Seems all awesome. I'm very jealous of you, so have a great time.
Yep, absolutely.
Great time indeed.
Absolutely.
Next thing then is the Great Push.
Yep.
So there's some drama in the Great Push.
And in both the video title and in this, I put a big apostrophe around drama, a big inverted comma, because it's not really drama. I don't think anyone's particularly mad or upset about it. It's just...
right. Interesting.
That's how, I mean, people are, but people will be mad about anything.
Gotcha.
Like the game being DDoSed and believing it wasn't.
True.
That's the kind of response we're talking about. So I'm just saying, you know what? Let's do a little bit of clickbait.
Yes. So our story of this one is that Echo, who won the Great Push, they used an unknown bug involving permanent misdirection, where they used that alongside Feign Death to snap the exploding friendly fire plague borers a whole way across the dungeon to the end boss to get significant extra damage on said end boss. So that is that is creative use of game mechanics. They could basically use a bug to give perma misdirect, and then because somebody would be perma misdirecting to the tank, pull a whole bunch of those dudes, they then snap their way all over, I guess, to the end boss.
Yeah,
use that to kill it quicker.
Blowing up ads in that boss.
Yeah.
Blowing up ads in that boss. I will say there's a slight difference in... Now, I actually can't remember if this is true or not, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember people trying to do it without the permanent MD bug. As in, just use MD, hit it, feign death and then see if they would snap, and they wouldn't. So the
Okay.
permanent MD thing seems to have actually like a impact on it,
Yeah.
which kind of changes it from being you could do the same with misdirect to permanent misdirect wasn't like a modifier. It completely changed the behavior, but it still stands that they knew how to do it and they did it. They apparently got the all clear from Blizzard ahead of time.
That was interesting.
Even though
to
I
me.
don't think Blizzard have communicated that. I believe that's I don't know if that's true or not, but it has. I have seen it said,
Yeah.
and I saw no one dispute that. So it's not against the rules to use an unknown bug, which sounds insane, but to the letter of the law is don't use known bugs, which is weird.
Certainly,
But-
if you're using it, if you are using it intentionally, then it's a known bug to you.
Yeah.
Then you have to think about Spirit of the Law versus.
Yeah.
Spirit of the Law also is a really good Age of Empires 2 YouTuber, just by the way.
Of course it is.
Um,
Of course it is.
so yeah, there you go. Basically, it seems a little bit exploity, but they cleared it with Blizzard. Blizzard were fine with it. Then I
Yeah.
guess a bunch of viewers see that and think, oh, that's not really the spirit of the competition. But
Yeah.
also, like, it's Echo. They all, do they win the previous? Or they're
I mean,
I've heard people say it's like still just like it is the case, like the best players won still.
Yeah, they weren't going. I don't think it was like completely guaranteed, but at this point, it's like they are still, I think, widely considered the best team. So
Right, gotcha.
it's a case of will they have won without this? Probably,
Yeah.
but
So Matt, why bring it up then?
yeah. So this is a thing where actually Mortal Wombat actually put this basically perfectly, saying I felt we had to abuse/break the game in order to complete them in time, and we never got far even. That's exactly the thing that I wanted to talk about with this, because we had a long talk with M+ on the podcast and also last week. Was it? Yeah, last week,
Yeah.
before, whatever it was. But it's a kind of fundamental thing about how M+ is designed, and it's you don't play the game at plus 28 or plus 30 because the game doesn't exist then. It's
the
been
rules are
crushed.
broken.
The rules have been destroyed by how skilling goes. It's like, imagine if you, like, you finish a mythic raid end boss, and then you just have an option to do it again, but they have 20% more health and damage. Like, you don't have gear to go up to that level. You're now out of the loop of the actual game mechanics.
Another angle is like, as an example, you could get 30 or 40% haste, and it's like, oh, cool, things are faster and fun. But if
Yeah.
you get 80% haste, like if you get insane amounts of haste,
Yeah.
your spec won't really work as intended anymore.
Yep.
It'll be played in bizarre ways.
Yeah, even the GCD doesn't work when you're at that level of haste.
Yeah. Which, is brought up just to talk about the scaling side of things.
Yeah.
Which it's the funny thing. To most people, Mythic Plus is never going to reach the stage where it feels like you're at the limit of the game's mechanics functioning.
Yeah.
But the Great Push, especially,
Mm-hmm.
because it is the best teams in the world pushing as far as they can,
Yep.
they kind of will be going for scraps. Or like
Yeah.
going for just every odd little interaction and thing that they can to achieve their goal. Which is actually kind of fascinating to watch. I actually think it's kind of crazy seeing how the pros do it.
Yeah.
But then it also does reveal, things getting funky because of the scaling.
I'm not going to be able to tell this story correctly. Fuck's sake, I wish I remembered it better. But it's, the rules of basketball where dribbling is a thing. I believe it was originally you weren't allowed to dribble. You weren't allowed to move the ball at all. Kind of netball rules, I think it is.
Okay.
And then players got really smart about that and started to they basically started to dribble because they're like, oh, I'm not moving with the ball. I'm passing the ball to myself.
Yeah.
And that wasn't part of the rules. And there were I believe there was at least some pushback on that. And I think this is the early 90s maybe. Not early 90s, early 1900s, sorry.
Yeah.
Early 1900s. And it's that case where that was clever use of game mechanics.
Yeah.
And then they went,
that's
you know
cool.
what? Shit, fuckies, it's in the rules now. You can dribble. And then,
I know.
And now
Wow.
basketball's a massively different and massively improved game as a result. But it's a case where, what the hell's that? At the high level, you'll break the game for even the tiniest advantage.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what happens here, the Great Push, and at the 28 plus, the 25 plus, the 30s. Because the game, you're pushed up against a wall of mechanics. And it's because of how the scaling actually works. Because literally, your gear won't scale up with M+.
No.
there is an end level of your ability as your ability as a character to put out damage, and to survive damage if you're a tank. And once it scales above that level, it's over, because it infinitely scales. It will scale as high as you will push it. So it is a case of you'll like maybe naturally, even playing perfectly, you won't be able to do above like a plus 20 something. But then you're like, well, I need to do the next level. What do I do? And that's when you look for bugs. That's when you look for really busted skips. That's when you do all that insane shit. And I think that's like it's a different kind of gameplay, I find. It's a different kind of gameplay than like actually playing the game perfectly. And as I put on here, it's not my ideal way of playing games. I'd rather have a really tightly defined rule set and play within it to the best of my ability.
Same.
But there's no doubt that people really enjoy breaking rules. And I mean, I think it's a kind of, I have it here, it's the kind of player versus developer gameplay where the devs are going, all right, try this one then. And they're like, here's like 6 bugs, just broke it. You're like, oh, all right, fix the bug, try again. Yeah. So it is like, it's almost transcended the bounds of the game itself, which itself can kind of break the fantasy of the game.
Well, I guess that is basically the thing.
Yeah.
The fact that you are playing a game with a rule set becomes more and more clear whenever you're brushing up against the scaling, making the mechanics no longer feel as if they work as intended. As you said, this is, no matter what the game is, this is pretty much always going to happen at the highest. If you have scaling difficulty and you keep on going until it's barely possible, you're going to have to do weird shit.
Yep.
So yeah, that's basically what it's like, and why Echo, I suppose, felt they needed to use some special tactics.
Yeah.
It was, maybe a little bit dramatic, people thinking they should or should not have used those tactics, but there you go. Fair enough. Basically, nature of the beast. And it's the sort of thing where I don't think we see that kind of thing as much in raiding. Because in raiding, it's more like hyper-optimizing, around the one thing. But the whole point is that your mythic raid is very much actually designed to be defeated at that particular scaling and difficulty, etc. Whereas with this, a designer is not scaling up that experience every single time manually to ensure that it's, still the spirit of the game, but really hard. No, it's just a flat number increasing it, which does mean that sometimes your game mechanics won't feel as... Well, just feel different. It'll feel weird, which I guess is what's going on there. To some people, that's bad. It doesn't feel like things are consistent, and it's kind of like some of people's criticisms of tyrannical at high keys.
Yeah.
But for other people, that's a really cool challenge. Where you're like, okay, so this should be almost mathematically impossible. Here's the tools that I've got to play with. How do I make it not impossible?
Yeah.
Which to some people, that is like peak gameplay.
Yep. Just I personally disagree with that, which is why I have speedrunners down here as like a example, comparison, because it's kind of the same as how like any percent speedrunners will, it's definitely not ideal Elder Scrolls gameplay to like hide under a rock and like tap your way through to reach a door around the other side that you shouldn't have access to, or launch your horse off the top of a mountain with you on it, because Skyrim speedruns are insane. But like that's not gameplay in the way the devs intended, but it's fun to them, versus like any percent glitchless runs, which I prefer significantly more. I prefer games where it's like, here, I'm not breaking anything about this game, I am just playing to perfection, and I enjoy that a lot more. But it's each to their own in a sense. I can see the joy in both. It's just, I personally think for World of Warcraft, I think this is a developers designing stuff a little bit around the 1% and playing a fun little game of cat and mouse with them, instead of thinking about the player who wants to do their mechanics ideally and perfectly with anything, which is again something I'd like to talk to when we get to FF, how mechanically the games feel different. But
well, I guess it's just the sort of thing where it's always going to feel like that whenever you have a tournament format that is specifically this one. Yeah. So, I mean, overall, I do support the Great Push being there, and I think that having the tournament be closer to the actual experience of players, I think that is way better. And also, for an average Mythic Plus runner who never really brushes up against the crazy stuff, it's going to be really cool for them as viewers, seeing wow, this dungeon that I've done so many times, this is what it looks like when it is scaled so hard that they basically have to break shit in order to get through. Yeah. There's going to be something cool as a viewer in seeing that.
Definitely.
Perhaps almost like, I watch like a StarCraft 2 match and I'm like, this is the game that I play. but there is no way that I could play it like that because I'm not capable enough.
Yeah.
But then that makes it a really fascinating viewer experience because I've seen more anecdotal positive viewer experiences from Great Push than MDI. Or at least I've seen loads of people say to me they really enjoyed the Great Push. I didn't watch it, but because WoW esports honestly is, look, I'll watch StarCraft 2 because I love that as an esport. WoW, I don't care about WoW as an esport, to be honest with you.
It's funny because I like WoW as an esport as a viewer a little bit, but I don't like WoW as an esport as a player. So there's just there's just dissonance in me. Where like, I kind of like watching that stuff, but at the same time, like, it's not for me.
Yeah,
it's not for me.
Yeah, so there you go. It's not really a drama, but I think it's just a way to talk about what's going on in the Great Push that is, it speaks to sort of broader design things that's kind of interesting.
Yep, some good stuff.
So have you ever heard of a wildly popular MMO that has a free trial up to level 60 that includes the Heavensward expansion?
Ooh, let's go. Let's fucking go.
Okay, so the first thing that you put here is my updated thoughts.
Yep.
My updated thoughts on Final Fantasy XIV.
Do you have those? We're on this, by the way.
Well, I mean,
all right.
I'll swap it over to the main camera, I guess.
Okay, sure.
And off we go. My updated thoughts on Final Fantasy XIV. Let's fucking do it. So, where we last left off from last week's stream was I had on my Archer character just completed Gridania. I had hit level 18, and I'd seen a cutscene that was basically before they were going to send me off into the wider world. And the way that it basically works overall structurally is of Eorzea, which is like the continent you're on, there seem to be 3 major allied factions, which is Gridania, the pirate people, and the Sultanate. I've forgotten the name of the other 2.
I actually don't remember their proper full names. I remember the Grand Company names: the Immortal Flames, the Order of the Twin Adder, and the Maelstrom. But I don't remember the actual country names.
Whoops. But those are your sort of 3 countries.
Yep.
And my past experience had basically been, it was initially quite jarring, some of the quirks of FF14. I got over those. The story was slow at the start, but it came together kind of satisfyingly, even though it all did feel a bit more low stakes. But I was basically a happy camper, and I was kind of, was it your appetite is whetted? What's the turn of phrase? Whet my appetite? Is that even a turn of phrase?
Yeah, WHED, wet.
Yes.
To whet one's appetite is to prepare the appetite.
Cool. Well, yes, the game successfully did that for me. So that's where we leave off. To pick it up then, I've not actually played that much because a bunch of other stuff came up, but what I have played has been important stuff. So I left Gridania on an airship. The character that had sort of, spurred me onto my initial journey kind of was like, all right, you've done well, kid, off you go. So I go to those 2 places on my airship, and there's actually loads of cutscenes and stuff. There's a cutscene where they show some of the characters who kind of look like faction leaders to me. I don't know, maybe they're scions or maybe they're something, but they were important in the sort of final fight before, the moon. The moon kind of blew up and a dragon came out of it and it kind of reset the world or some crazy stuff. When the evil Garland or whatever they're called, Empire, was invading or something. But they kind of showed that cinematic, and then I ended up visiting characters from that cinematic. And it's the sort of thing where in WoW it would just be like, oh yeah, gotta go here, click on that NPC, click accept quest, click, read the thing, click the dialogue, done, go to the next one, do that, done, go back. And I'd be like, oh my god, these are all just boring, walk here, do that, fetch quests. But what was actually different is that they had established me quite well as a character in that world. And, I was... So I felt like, okay, I am this character. I have had these conversations with these people in this world because of how the dialogue in that game is framed as dialogue, not just walls of quest text. So I thought that was, just got me more, more immersed with my character. And then it's if I'm super immersed with my character, then I don't mind having that more sort of walking and talking and exploring the world, that kind of world-building-ish content. So, yeah, I first went to the pirate city. I talked to the guy there. He then sent me in an airship, or she even sent me in an airship to the Sultanate, and I talked to the big buff dude. Who seems to lead them, and the FF people seem to like him a lot.
Roban's a great character.
Yeah. So, I was doing that, and it was that thing where, as I was doing that, I was talking to those characters, and I was, learning little bits of history of their peoples and what they had done. And honestly, it came together, and I was like, cool. I'm excited. So they're doing this thing where they're teasing the what are they called? Garland Empire? Garlean. So the Garlean Empire, they use this like Magitech, I think they call it, which does make them kind of look like the big evil empire, which I guess they are. So they've done that thing where those characters, they established them being worried about the Garlean Empire as like a looming threat over the world. And so I'd learned about that. I'd learned about these characters, seemingly in a context where these are characters I'm going to get to know quite a bit, that my character will actually have a relationship with. So I felt quite good about all of that. And then they sent me back to the Pirate City, where I had a quest to basically help them out dealing with a local problem, which involved doing my first dungeon in the game. Mm-hmm. Now, that was all interesting because, number one, the Pirate City is fucking hard to navigate initially, but it is cool. And it's really funny because it's not like graphical fidelity-wise, it looks incredible, and it has these massive, like, vistas or whatever. I mean, it sort of does, but it still looks a bit jank because it's FF14 and it looks like FF14. But it was like how novel that city was and just how cool its fantasy was and all of that, that I was initially like, oh, wow. It was like, I went to a new level of the city, I turned my camera, and it wasn't like I was sitting there wowed at the visuals, but I was like wowed at the thing I saw in the world, which I guess is whenever a game has successfully captured your imagination.
That's a fairly big distinction between wowed by the visuals and wowed by what it is.
Yeah. So then I went from that to doing our first dungeon. Mm. And what was funny with the dungeon is it was an early MMO dungeon, so I obviously don't really expect much. And there was basically no mechanics. It was just pull lots of trash fast, kill all of said trash. Now, I did get the feeling that it was a more exploratory and interesting dungeon at its core than what I experienced, because I think by this stage people just like they know the route through that pirate dungeon and you sort of do it and you're done. It had a little bit of a twist, I guess, at the end, sort of narratively, that was kind of neat. So it's that thing where as an actual bit of dungeoning gameplay, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh wow, this was an amazing dungeon, I had so much fun. It was a fine dungeon, but I had quite a lot of fun doing it because I just felt like I was kind of there for the journey because of all those things that I've just said. And then what struck me as being really cool about doing that dungeon is you were able to join me. At the time I was level 19, and this is, I guess, one of the cool things about this game. So I guess my side is I'm a newbie, level 18 archer, need to do this dungeon for a quest. That is a part of the main scenario quest, so I have to do it. I guess then you come in, so...
Yeah, so obviously at the minute, I'm like item level 517, 513, something like that, where I'm fairly endgame geared on my level 80 bard, done a lot of shit, but I was actually working on this document here for the stream. You were like, oh, you said something with Duty Finder or you're going to Sastasha, and I went, sure, I'll log in. And I logged in on this MacBook, actually. It survived the journey. Decided, I've got a level 50 White Mage, so I'll just swap over to White Mage and queue with you. And there we hopped in. It wasn't even like roulette leveling, because it was the only dungeon you had. So it was the only thing we could queue for. So I went in, healed it. There was another tank, another DPS. I got a level. I got 15% of a level from XP. You got 2 levels from it. And it was just, I was there to hop into the queue to make the queue quick. Yeah. And it's just because I can do it.
Yeah, it was cool how the game let you help me out, but also you could get those levels for doing that. And I guess it's the sort of thing where, it's cool. Like, World of Warcraft has got party sync, and I think you could party sync down to my level and we could do a leveling dungeon together.
Yeah.
I think with this and FF, it was just that because you have multiple jobs in your character and then your jobs are leveled specifically, it kind of solves so much of the alt friendliness problem, and it just kind of meant that you were so rapidly able to go and help me out. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was cool. You got some levels out of it as well. So yeah, it seems like that's the game's worst dungeon, but it all sort of fit in pretty decently.
Definitely not the worst dungeon.
No, okay, not the worst dungeon. People are saying it's a bit of a snooze fest.
It is. It's just because it's level 16, so when you're synced down, and someone said, was it like you was a carry? No, it's actually not. It synced my level down to the max level of the dungeon, which is 18. Yeah. So you were actually 19 at the time, and it synced you to 18.
Okay, yeah.
And then I was 50. It synced me down to 18, so I only had a couple of abilities, and I was properly, appropriately leveled for it. and then I got XP that went towards my overall level as well. So
yeah. So that all just worked. That was fun, and well, now I'm going back to Britannia to continue my questing there. But they've done a pretty decent job, and like in my head, I know there are overarching threats that are kind of interesting. That I'm sort of, I feel like, okay, it's going to be really cool whenever that bit comes in. So yeah, so far I have liked what I've seen of characters. I've liked how they've done world building. It's definitely more of a slow burn, but this is me at the start of A Realm Reborn. It's going to pick up quite a bit in the expansions from what I hear, but already I'm decently in there in A Realm Reborn. It's, it's not painful in the way that I thought it could have been. I was genuine, maybe it's because my expectations the way they were. I was genuinely expecting a big, horrible slog. But no, so far it's been all quite good. Quite good, but with this promise of how incredible it very much seems to be once, you get up to the higher, the expansions and those storylines. But it's even just little things, they can do their little cutscenes, the camera can move, show a character talking, and it all just feels more integrated than that similar stuff does in WoW, So I really think, yeah, I'm having fun so far. I'm in.
Beautiful. I think that's what everyone wanted to hear.
I think it might be what they wanted to hear. Yeah, and it's, yeah, I mean, I'm in. That's what I can say. I'm enjoying the level up process so far. I want to learn more about this world and its peoples. Go to new places, do new things, see what this Guardian Empire is all about. Cool. And it's the sort of thing I've been enjoying, just being there in that world, even in times where almost especially in times where it's not been combat based. I've actually just enjoyed going about the place, doing things, learning about the world. They've set it all up well, and I feel like I'm quite well integrated with who my character is, because I feel like I'm meeting that world in a similar way to how my character is, I guess. And it feels like a reasonable fantasy universe with its own internally consistent rules and things.
It is.
It feels quite different to how, I hit the Shadowlands, and I'm like, oh, okay, so here's, the 4 themes of the theme park. All sort of, a little bit bluntly done. Whereas here, it feels, and I mean, that's a Shadowlands specific criticism. It doesn't really apply to past stuff in WoW. Yeah, it's worked on a world building level, I guess. And that's quite big for me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It expands on the rules of the universe as time goes on, but it doesn't break them in any sense. Especially if you're paying attention. I can see a lot of people getting to Shadowbringers and being or to a certain part in Heavenward's patch content and going, what in the fuck is going on here? But it's all stuff that's explained to you and stuff that will be explained later. So if there's ever a point where you're going, what's going on? It's you can have faith that it actually that will be capitalized on further down the road in some capacity, which really means you have to have your brain on, remember everything you're told, or at least have someone who remembers it all, like Matt from our Discord, who you hit him any question, he's got the answer right away. He's a don't know what to call him outside of a genius FF hero, but
I think there's 3 supers that are kind of supporting to this.
Yeah.
Eternal Fellow saying, can't wait to see Bell deal with the moral questions he'll have to wrestle with from villains by the time he hits Shadowbringers. Me too. Thank you for the super, and me too, because yes, that's been built up to me. We've got Gavin Schmackle saying, glad you guys are covering one of my favorite games. Here's a month sub on me. First of all, cheers. Second, I mean, man, yeah. It seems like this is so many people's one of their favorite games, and a massive intersect with the WoW audience as well. Nino here saying, isn't it nice to play an MMO and to have its music on? Soaking is a gift to this world.
Really is.
The music so far has been so good. And I know I'm only in A Realm Reborn, and it will get better.
I believe a lot of Realm Reborn was actually composed by Uematsu, the usual FF composer.
Well, I really like his music.
And Soken did a lot of arrangement for it as well.
Gotcha.
And then Soken takes over in the biggest way later on, where he does where he does all of it to the point where he is the Guinness World Record for, this is actually later in the document, he has the Guinness World Record for most original tracks in a game.
Whoa.
Yep, something like 386, and that was 4 years ago.
Damn.
Man's a complete lunatic.
Yeah, it's funny because I do enjoy WoW's music.
Yeah.
Especially like whenever WoW is more chilled out, I really like it. So TBC, it's got one of the. I think TBC and Wrath have got like some of the best soundtracks WoW has ever had as a video game soundtrack, where the soundtrack is supporting the mood of gameplay and the sort of the zones that you're in. My main criticism of the modern WoW stuff is sometimes it's just too big. It's too big of a sound. It's too full of a sound. It goes too orchestral too quick, I find. Whereas, you know, when it was Russell Brower just chilling, having to do the best out of his, I forget the name of it. It's like a big synthy thing that you can do a lot of orchestral stuff on from sort of from that time. And I think Russell, of that, he's like one of the people with the most plugins or most something, because he, I don't know, spent loads of time. And I remember him talking about it. But I feel like sometimes WoW is just like too big, too loud. And there's just been something really nice with the FF stuff so far. Yeah. So, it's been honestly a really awesome experience, and I cannot wait to do more. We've got JAO also supering to say, where can I see you stream the game? I want to see reactions to the boss fights, certain cutscenes. I see, that's big, right. I actually care about the game and the experience enough not to stream it. Yeah. And that's a weird thing with me, maybe, but... You know, if I am kind of doing content that I'm comfortable with, I'm sort of fine and happy to stream that. But for me, in a game like FF, I want to be entirely immersed. And if I'm sitting there thinking about, okay, I've got to be entertaining to everybody, I've got to read chat and see what the crack is with them. It's like, in a game like this, I just have a feeling that I really need to play it as a completely immersive story, free from all of that stuff. You know, just so that I can really get the most out of it. Because it's this thing, right? See, when you're streaming, you're never 100% in your brain. Like you're always just a little bit thinking about the meta of, okay, I'm streaming, I've got to do a good job for everybody watching. You know, they're throwing their time and their money into this. I have to deliver the goods.
Yeah, you're presenting for people.
Where, you know, I'd worry if that would make it harder to be deeply, sort of deeply engaged. Yeah. But in... You know, I will be providing you with weekly updates via this as everything goes. And we already have one video queued up for next week in the channel, and we will have more in the main channel. Yep. But I'm very excited about all this.
And to say that you'd be distracted while streaming is absolutely completely true, because I have found myself being a little bit too distracted. First being on Discord with people, even during like the more gentle bits of MSQ. Later on, where I'm just reading some quest text, nothing big is going on, I'm just kind of paying attention to what's been said. And even when I have like Twitter open on another monitor. Because one of the reasons I threw up my second monitor, because I usually only use one, but I threw up a second one in portrait, so I could read guides and talk to the boys on Discord while I was playing some endgame stuff. I'm like, you know what? I almost, like, there was a time I was like, I want to rip this monitor off this arm and throw it out the window, just because I can feel it's pulled some of my, like, memory from, like, this specific, like, couple of bits of dialogue away. So that's a fairly major thing where I feel like I really feel like I'm wasting my time if I'm not giving it my full attention. At least during MSQ stuff. Obviously, if you're in a dungeon, do whatever, like, if you're playing the game.
Yeah, we've got SOJH Soj17 saying, while I like seeing reactions, I'd rather you appreciate it, you're most immersed. Thank you. That's how I want to do it. And I think that will mean that when it comes to me doing impressions content or just any content, I'll be able to give you like an actual player's experience. It's one of those things where like it's sometimes hard to trust. I don't mean hard to trust streamers and YouTubers and like journalists in the game space, but it's like, I mean, Young actually did a video about this recently on his channel, I noticed, where he basically apologized for Cyberpunk. Yeah. And, you know, how he reviewed it and stuff. And a lot of that's just because, man, you only have so many days to do a thing. It's all content, and that changes how you appreciate it, how you engage with it. I'd rather just go a bit slower and, hopefully do it a bit more right. Yep. And we've also got Cass saying, if you do stream it, which I don't recommend, put the chat on emote only or remove it. No spoilers. Yeah. That's probably how I do it. Because anytime that, like, was the thing about heroes and smiles or something?
A smile better suits a hero, yeah.
Yes. It's like anytime someone says that, chat just erupts into emojis and emotions. Which, it does make me think.
There's a lot of stuff like that where I definitely feel spoilers, especially like stuff that's like short term would completely wreck your enjoyment of it. Because not because it always pulls out massive things that are like, oh my god, big moments. It's literally just like if you experience the story as it is, even most of the decent stuff is just like it's just so much better going in completely. I mean, well, there's a couple of frowny faces. QQ's after saying, yeah. I mean, it's a big phrase. It goes to show how much. It's not going to say anything about when it's said or anything, but it's just like that's a big moment for people.
We've got a few more sort of playing FF supers. Forbidden Purple saying any chance could be recorded and be cut up into little highlight videos to be able to experience certain events with you, or will that be too immersion breaking? That probably wouldn't be. We just need to set up like an actual way to do that. I mean, Dark Cloud also supered saying, would you consider having a friend saying you'll want to clip yourself doing this for fans who want to see your reactions? Totally consider that. And there was another super I wanted to bring into this sort of whole thing, which is from that one's from Dark Cloud. This one from
you got it
from Shadow Tycho, who said, can you record your reactions for certain points though? People will be 100% able to tell you when it will be worth. And there's somebody else said something about Shadowplay, to which all those things I will say, I've already been playing it with Shadowplay on. I will ensure that Shadowplay microphone is on, and I'll be keeping Matt up to date with where I am, and you'll be able to tell me what the bits are. Because certainly I'm more than happy to chuck a camera on whenever I sit and go into the big bit and just see how it goes. Because from everything that I hear, they seemingly are able to pull off some pretty mind-blowing, just mind-blowing shit in the narrative. That it just seems like it's kind of incredible how people are saying Lahi. I don't know what that means, but it seems like it means quite a lot. Yes, Biblioteca. Do Archimango, hello. Super saying 2 words that blew the FF14 away, and someday you'll understand. Lahi. I don't know what that means.
It's actually further than this doc. It's not a big spoiler, though. It is further than this doc. It's a bit of music it's referring to. And a big community moment, let's say.
Is that what Soken?
Soken's a hero, like it. Yeah. Do you know Lahi?
Yeah, we've got... Oh, Skyform supering saying, I'd recommend keeping track of how the music is used, what it's attached to, and the lyrics. Gobi's gonna rise up, boom like thunder.
Yep. Yeah.
I know that means a lot.
Especially when it comes to like the certain like vocal themes. They put so much work into lyrics of vocal themes, it's insane. It reminds me of, I think I've maybe talked to you about, I've definitely talked to you about Metal Gear Rising before, and how you can be sitting playing a boss and go, oh, that's a cool vocal theme, that's nice, but you're too busy focusing on the boss to listen to the lyrics, and then you listen to the song back, or like, you're playing the boss again, you're like, hang on, the boss is singing, not literally, but like a Stranger I Remain from the Mistral boss fight is basically the entire lyrical theme is that boss's character. And
oh wow!
They are like the life arc they've gone through, that they kind of talk to you about a little bit, and then you're fighting them as this music's playing, of Mistral being like a stranger I remain. I've always been a stranger in all these places, etc., etc. They do that very, very well with the vocal stuff in what I call, not always, not 100% of the time is important, but it's like the Titan theme being all bow down over Dweller.
Yeah,
it's really, really. They put more work into vocals in lyrics than I could ever have imagined. Especially listening to listening to expansion themes. After finishing 5.3, I read the Shadowbringers lyrics and I was fucking distraught. Like, I was like, I can't believe you have done this. I can't believe this. Same with Answers and Heavensward and Stormblood. All of them, like, incredible.
We've got Lamp Devil saying, if you're already feeling comfortable in the world, take your time, don't worry about us. FF isn't a race, we'll be here when you're done. Yeah, that's what I kind of like about the game. I don't feel any pressure to race through it because I know the new expansion will be out in like 6 months, so it's like this just sort of limbo catch-up time where it's, I kind of just want to do that, see all the raids. If I can do that by Endwalker, I will be more than happy. Absolutely.
It's fantastic.
Right. Biblioteca is saying, so Biblioteca, like I know the Biblioteca because I did I did Spanish, but in this case it's Archmage's library in Portuguese. I meant FF community, my last super. In any case, happy to see you're enjoying yourself. Let me double check if I got. Did I do a misread?
Did you?
Because I'm very silly.
let's check those supers. Thanks, YouTube, for having
Oh, the FF
First
community
feature.
away, Lahi. Yeah.
yes.
I guess it's a bit like how you say Jafar Cree and all of the the Stargate people will just
Yeah.
scream Cree back at you.
Yep, it's kind of that. Oh man, it's
Yes. So say we all.
some good stuff.
So I guess that's my thoughts on that. There is one thing because
Yep.
there are other things because you've had your raiding adventure, but also the Venruki Halinka thing is in an hour. Where
No,
did
it's
we
not.
leave?
It's in 4 minutes.
Or sorry, 4 minutes.
Yep.
I literally meant to say that because I saw a chat say it was in a few minutes.
Difference
Bad.
in an hour.
I'm dumb. Should we see? It's that weird thing because we're all having fun vibing about FF right now. And I feel like if the interview descends into, not descends, but like if it's very much like the nerdy nitty gritty
Yeah.
of PvP, then it's quite a niche interview, and I don't know if we'll all super enjoy it. Versus
Yeah.
if we happen to be going for another hour in this stream, which is decently likely,
Yeah.
then we could probably look at Wowhead's transcript afterwards.
Yeah.
So if there are any key points that I think a more general audience instead of a hardcore PvP one, perhaps we'll be able to pick them up then.
I think that's a better move, especially because we don't really have the setup for watching something as it goes. Especially also with my proven mastery over audio levels. I think that might be a bit painful for all of us. So I think we should just kind of continue with what we're doing for now.
So I suppose let's do your thoughts on raids.
Yep. So, right. This is going to be I guess I'll start with where I've done so far, or actually I'll start with what I haven't done. In fact, so in terms of raids, I've not done Alexander. I've not done Omega. I've not done the Void Arc line, and I've not done Return to Ivalice. Those are
I know what these
I
things
know
mean.
from your confusion. Basically, I've done nothing raid-wise in Heaven's Word or Stormblood.
Right, so you've only done Shadowbringers raid
So
content.
I've done the Binding Coils of Bahamut. Not the Unending Coil, the one I've done the Binding Coils, the original 2.0 raids,
Yeah.
2.0 up to 2.5 raids. And I've done the Crystal Tower, which is the Alliance raids, the 24-man ones in 2.0, which you need to do for story content now anyway. They should make the Binding Coils of Bahamut actually required, but I'll explain that in a little bit. And I've done... have I done everything in Shadowbringers? I've done everything in Shadowbringers, just not on Extreme or Savage. But I've done all the normal difficulty stuff. As of the night before? As of the night before when I did Diamond Weapon. So I've done all of that stuff on normal.
So just to explain,
Yeah.
what are the difficulty levels of a raid in this game?
So there are 3 types of raid. There are trials,
Okay.
which are usually against single bosses in very, very big story moments. And usually
Gotcha.
like singular in sort of nature. So it's a trial is, just this, here's a boss, whatever. There's raids, which is usually, you still do them one boss at a time. As like, for example, E1, E2, E3.
So you wouldn't queue up for, I assume E means Eden?
Yeah.
Right, so you wouldn't queue up for Eden and then be in an Eden run doing all of it. You would queue up for a specific Eden boss.
Yes.
Okay, and then when your queue pops, you teleport in to just before that boss?
You teleport into that boss arena.
Okay, and is there trash between these bosses?
No. Not in normal raids, as they're called. Just raids, there's no trash. It's
Wow.
literally queue in, fight the boss, out you go. It's
Huh.
really, really it's really heavy instance sort of feeling in a way, but it vibes with general gameplay a little bit more.
Gotcha.
As far as I can turn, as I feel anyway, currently playing it, I've not really felt much of the downsides. And then there's Alliance raids. Oh, those are 8-man, by the way.
Yeah, so we've
the
got
trials and
our
normal raids are
trials and
8-man.
normals, which are 8-man.
Yeah, single bosses.
And yeah, so a trial is basically like a one-shot thing, like say Onyxia, like a one-shot boss raid.
Yes.
I don't mean one-shot as in clear, just one boss to kill. So that's what a trial is, and then a raid, just called a raid,
Yep,
is
just a raid.
just like 8-man. But the core difference between WoW is you don't have trash.
Yeah,
And
it's not
can-
like a big instance or anything. It's
Yeah.
just you zone in, fight the boss, done.
You zone in, you fight the boss, and in terms of difficulty levels, while it is something you can queue for, it is more analogous to normal mode difficulty in WoW than LFR difficulty.
So the general difficulty progression is trials, raids, alliance raids, extreme trials, and savage raids.
Okay, so
Extreme and savage being difficulties of trials and raids.
okay, so
keep
your
me right if I'm
so
going
trials
wrong here.
and raids
yeah.
are on normal, Savage and extreme difficulty.
No, trials are normal and extreme. Raids
Extreme.
are normal and savage.
Okay, so they're just called savage and extreme for really no particular.
Well, yeah, it's just what they're called. Yeah.
Yeah. That's something that's definitely they have a lot of names for things, and that can be overwhelming in this
and
game.
the closest thing to I see people talking about the there's also ultimate, which is the hardest difficulty stuff that's completely like purely bragging rights in a sense, and I don't know if because there's like I've not done any of them. I think there's only 3 of them in existence at the minute, which is
Okay.
there's not very many, but they're pretty rare and they're completely nuts. They're their own raid. They're not like a hard difficulty. They're very, very interesting.
That's the ultimate.
Yeah, ultimate, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's like the unending coil of Bahamut
Is an ultimate.
is an ultimate, yeah. It's not another difficulty boss, it's a completely different.
Right. So
boss.
you've got trials, you've got raids, and then ultimates are like they resemble trials and raids, but they're their own
Yes.
unique type of content that's just
Yes.
super, super hard shit.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then
Is there anything beyond Savage? Or extreme?
Ultimate is Beyond Savage, that's it.
Okay, but not within the same. So
No.
you can't do an ultimate Eden.
No.
Okay.
No, there's no ultimate Eden.
Okay, so that actually seems quite simple then. There's only 2 difficulty modes per type of content, unless it's an ultimate, in which case it's only an ultimate.
Then there's Alliance raids, which have 1 level difficulty only, which are more akin to regular WoW raids, but a bit smaller. They're the 24-man ones that consist of 3 8-man groups.
Right.
And they are a little bit more, you're in here for a while, not a long time. It's like 45 minutes. You're killing between 3 and 6 bosses because it varies depending on what expansion or whatnot.
And how much trash is there in an Alliance raid?
Minimal.
Okay.
Like there's some, but they're mini bosses more than trash.
So it's basically not really trash in this game.
There's almost no trash in this game.
That's crazy.
It's incredible for how...
I cannot think of a WoW raid night where I've been glad there's been trash.
Yeah.
And the developers have continually told me that I should be
Yep.
happy about the pacing that the trash gives me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But no, I enjoyed Trial of the Crusader. I didn't do Grand Crusader.
Yep.
No, but I enjoyed Trial for like that reason. And I mean, I don't know. I think about Nyaloth and I think, ugh. But a lot of that was because of, trying to do trash when Crenny's also in your group. Sorry,
Yeah.
Crenny. Hello.
Yeah, so it's...
I believe Crenny now is in Mr. GM's guild.
Is he interesting?
Or was he?
I don't know.
Was it at some point? Was he
I
not
can't
Mr.
remember.
GM's guild? I
Maybe he
forget.
was. I can't remember. But... yeah, so there's Ben Tyler with the super explaining. Difficulty tends to be normal trial, Alliance raids, normal raids, Eureka/Baja raid, which is 48 man, and then extreme trials and savage raids.
That's the Baja Front and Eureka, which
the-
are their own types of content with their own progression system.
Yes, and they're in raids.
Right.
Yep, which is nuts. Yeah, ARR and Heavens did pre-fight mobs and the 8-mans. Modern ones don't. I didn't know that because I've not done the... No, wait, the 8-mans in A Realm Reborn? Yes, yeah. Yeah, there's a slight amount of trash. But like
Okay.
now there's kind of... Now like... I'm basically going mostly off the Eden and Nier stuff because those are the most modern ones and what I expect going forward. And they are such beautiful experiences in terms of how they're paced.
Yeah.
Like the Tower of Paradigm's Breach, the final Nier raid, the Yorha Dark Apocalypse questline raid,
Wait, why did they call that the Nier raid?
because it's a crossover with Nier.
So it literally is a crossover with Nier.
Literally, like there are Nier automata
Wow.
characters and designs and enemies and everything.
And how do they make that like not break the world and the immersion?
Because it's sort of, it's
Or is it
slight-
just basically fuck you, Nier's cool, we've put it in our game, enjoy it?
It does slightly break the game in a very slight sense, but they also kind of have some mechanics that tie in. So you go, that's fine.
Okay.
Whatever.
I mean, hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah,
And I guess, I mean, you're a big
Yeah.
fan of Nier.
Also, it's canon and it's
okay.
canon in Nier. It's canon. It's,
right.
canon, it's canon to the Nier universe and to FF14, so it's literally like
Boris
is-
here is saying 2B leggings, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
yeah.
Yes, I feel like any 2B like costumes will do very well.
Well, yeah. I mean, the point is, in these raids, you get a crate that is full 2B costume.
Yoko Taro made it.
Yeah, he wrote it. Yeah,
Whoa.
and that's why
Right.
Yeah, I have in one of my notes here. I have I'll remember that scene kneeling to talk to that dwarf for a long time. People know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's like, man, it's unbelievably. It's
There's
unbelievably
a
good.
super here from Hi from Buddha who says ultimates are an homage or like an homage to past content. They're
Yeah.
a reimagining of past fights meant to be a continuous 20-minute gauntlet.
Yep.
So ultimates are like so even though the thingy of Bahamut or whatever,
Yeah.
and Bahamut from what I understand is like the big dragon who came from the moon,
Yeah.
who is narrative content in A Realm Reborn,
Yeah.
and I assume he's dealt with after that
It's the
or something. But
yeah.
is that a thing that happened in A Realm Reborn? But then Ultimate
I believe
Chains of Bahamut came in like later.
I believe it came in Heavensward, and it's kind of
Which is expansion 1.
Yeah, I don't actually know what the narrative framing for that is, but this is the fun thing: the extremes and the extremes and the savages aren't actually canonical content.
What?
This is weird. At least this is for the ones that I've seen so far. The higher difficulty versions are Recollections. Oh, Stormblood. Sorry, I thought it was Heavensward. Stormblood. But yeah, that stuff's not canonical. It's Recollections, which is funny. It's like one of the things is the minstrel's ballad, as they say. So you, after doing this raid, you go speak to a minstrel, and he sings a song about that raid,
Oh, that's cute.
but embellishes details.
Oh, so the additional difficulty is the embellished details
Yeah.
from the minstrel.
Yep.
Is that how they explain it being video game bullshit?
Yep.
Like to give you the difficulty, it's just the minstrel trying to make you seem like more of a badass?
Yeah. You basically play fanfics.
Ah.
That's what someone just said.
We've got the killer stove here just supering us saying the Nier universe canonically has timeline hopping and dimension hopping, which
Yep.
makes crossovers incredibly easy.
Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
the entire
Need to
Nier,
play Automata.
the entire Nier series is based off a alternate ending to Drakengard 1, where the disease from Drakengard somehow, I don't know how, because I've not seen the ending, makes its way to modern day Tokyo.
Oh, that's really cool. I guess Replicant will dive into that. If that's the...
That's the main story
Okay.
of Nier. But
we do have a
that's-
super from Itsumi24, which unfortunately it says message retracted here. So let us know and thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
And also, I think there's a big one from Cameron Lowe here because we've been talking about all this content, and Cameron's just dropped a super saying, important to remember, FF14 has no public test realm. It's all internal QA for patches. Now,
Yep.
there is more money in World of Warcraft than Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I'm fairly
Yes.
sure that at no point has FF14 been above World of Warcraft and say back when Super Data existed, Super Data's monthly revenue
It
estimates
was.
in gaming.
I don't remember seeing it on that chart.
Yeah. So, how is it? And I'm saying this trying to set you up, but I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah.
But it's, how is it that them, as a smaller MMO, less resources to go around, etc., are able to do entirely their own QA, not have any public test realm? How is it that that is possible? And are there any notable downsides of that direction that people actually experience? Like, is content buggy in this game when it comes out? Is, all of those things, like, are there odd design decisions the players would have caught if there had been a PTR? What is it like?
I actually don't really know very much
Okay.
about this historically. I have never heard anything about them being particularly buggy at launch. I honestly believe it is down to, I see people saying like it's a few bugs, balance issues, like there's Japanese integrity, Japanese work culture, Japanese pride. You know what I think it is more than anything else? I think it's Yoshi P. And I don't mean this to be like, oh, he's such a hero, he's leading his team perfectly. I actually mean he's a producer. He's a producer first, director second.
Right.
That's where he came from. I can't remember exactly what he was doing on Dragon Quest, but like it's his life's work to make FF14, and he's a producer by nature.
yeah.
So I imagine he's actually just working himself into, because that man has aged.
Into dust.
That man has aged 40 years, looking in like 10 years. It's nuts.
Ah, right.
But that man
Like
works
the
himself.
Obama effect.
Yeah, he works himself into oblivion, and like I think it's just production.
Yeah, well, we got like Mystery, one of our members here, saying not much bugs. Hot fixes come relatively fast too.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
Yep.
Seems like WoW has loads of bugs and design quirks, but hot fixes come slow.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think there's production problems. Like the documentary about 1.0 is probably a very good thing to look at, because as far as I recall, 1.0 was just run by a bunch of morons, essentially. Like I saw someone earlier say, I can't remember what the context was, but they what do you call it? You couldn't jump in 1.0 because the ex-producer said you didn't need to in an MMO. Also, there's no auto attacks, I believe. Someone said that as well.
What a weird game one.
I played it for a couple minutes and I hated it.
Yeah.
But it saved me so much money in the long run with the legacy sub.
I enjoyed the no-clip doc in that.
Yeah.
I think regarding maybe Ultimates here, Keg Gaming dropped a super saying, imagine fighting Lich King, Syndragosa, Blood Queen, Lanethel, and Sarfang back-to-back at the same time while Uther doesn't help.
Yeah.
Wait, Uther? Well, it says Luther there,
Tyrion,
but probably means Tyrion, yeah. So is an Ultimate going to be like, hey, what if you had to fully defeat the Lich King and there was no Ice Cube breaking Chad?
Yeah.
And then that would be the Ultimate. So it's like not canonical, but it's... Okay, gotcha. Thanks for the super, by the way. That's a handy... It's handy when things are explained in terms of WoW, because it's just, we know that, so it's easy to understand. We got Mugatu saying the internal testing is very good and Yoshida is actually good maybe good at the game, so they know what they're doing, unlike some Resto Shaman players. Yeah. Well, I think that bit at the end is a swipe at Ian, because Ian's main is a Resto Shaman. People really like armoring. Grogthog, I think is the character name. Yep. But it's the sort of thing, like, Ian's probably played all those dungeons, all those raids multiple times in a way where the armory will never pick it up because he did it internally. Yeah. Because, it's just that sort of thing. But that's interesting. Yeah, I don't think it's anything really to do with an individual Resto Shaman, but I certainly think maybe, I don't know, maybe FF has got, their production is better set up to allow for QA and things like that to be good. Maybe they have more QA staff or something like that. Yeah. I mean, I do remember on QA, somebody, they I don't know if it's a leak, maybe it's a leak, but they dropped us a line anyway. How much can you remember? It was the QA tester person. Oh, but basically,
I can't remember.
It was not good money per hour, especially considering the living expenses of the area. Yeah. It was like shocking considering the living expenses of the area for Activision Blizzard, with mandatory overtime being a part of their contract. And it was like, well,
Jesus Christ! Like,
that's it. Not that I can bring that up and pretend, and not think about Japanese work culture.
Oh yeah, that's
deeply a problem.
I mean, that's something that I probably will address if we get down to the Soken segment of this document, because
we need to find the izakaya. Yeah, we need to find the izakaya where the FF devs go.
That'd be class.
I said next time we're in Japan, as if we regularly go. We've never been to Japan.
Yeah, not yet at least. But I just worked a game saying Yoshi P has said multiple times that he wished he had Wo's budget. Yoshi P is also a big fan of Blizzard and goes to BlizzCon. Yep, that's right. It's one of the things I think is insane, and this is in a video coming out next week, I think. But like the whole point of like 2.0 was Yoshi P went, right, everyone's playing WoW. That's the game we're looking for. Like, that's what we want to do. And they went and played, it was like Cataclysm and Mists at the time when they're making 2.0. And they came out with 2.0. It was, good, but they've just had this line of progression to Shadowbringers, and WoW's not had the same curve of improvement. But it's a case of, it's literally like Yoshi P is just, if you put MMO into human form, it would either be Asmongold or Yoshi P. Basically.
Okay, so we need an Asmongold, Yoshi P, Voltron.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it.
Almost definitely. Oh, man. Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm thinking just because we have loads of FF supers here.
Tons of them.
It probably makes sense to pause the community stuff, part of the news. And
again.
I think it makes sense. You know what I mean, though.
Every bastard we get. Yeah.
I do think we will get to it, because we are at least going to cover another hour, so we can get the cliff notes of that the Venruki Holinka interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Minstrel is also Yoshi P's own NPC according to a super by Nino. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's literally his NPC. Oh man, that's the kind of stuff that's just funny as hell. Like,
1 second, you have dropped so many super chats, my dudes, that I can actually barely parse through to work out where we are. Okay, we got Destiny's Hand saying, "Can't wait until you play the Hildebrand quest line."
That's funny.
Yeah, me too. For some reason in my head, Hildebrand is the Inquisitor Eisenhorn of this universe. Which basically Eisenhorn is one of the 40k characters, and Total Biscuit loved Eisenhorn, and he's got some like crazy big important to the lore stuff, but I think also it's just like there's more comedy in Eisenhorn, and I think that's what Hildebrand is a bit like.
Hildebrand's extremely funny.
Destiny's Hand also said, any chance in getting Job Stone Pins as Patreon members? So I'd say, if you want Job Stone Pins, definitely the Square Enix official merch store is the place to get those, because I don't want to be sued into oblivion.
Yeah, those
that
magnets are nice.
said, we do have loose things that we want to do regarding, certain material that you can actually currently see in our camera shot, so I'll leave people to think about what that is as I look at it very obviously, so that's an obvious tell.
Yep.
And I definitely, Tinkerer and like different things, I want to get some more pins and stuff on the go, and generally I don't want to let ambition get the best of me though, but there's a lot of, basically I love doing the Patreon pins because you get to crack open a big box of pins. And you just, it's cool, right? I love anything where it's us making physical stuff. So it's like, seriously, if we could do like pins and plushies, collectible coins, and all those things, acrylic stands like that, even at some stage statues like this gorgeous statue. I'd love to be able to do things like that in the future. It's really hard to do that.
Does anyone have the Good Smile Company telephone number handy?
All right, let's roll.
Yeah.
So cheers. We've got okay. Let me do the parsing.
I know there's
we've got Omnissiah Sphinx. There's a Warhammer person saying racing through Final Fantasy XIV should be considered a sin. I've seen so many people talk about you've got to skip so many cutscenes and so much dialogue to get to the bit at the end in this game. And to me, I've just been like, well, that seems like the opposite of how everybody's communicated this game to me.
Yep, definitely. Don't go fast. Go as fast as you reasonably can. But it's even the case where I haven't actually finished MSQ yet. I have not done all of 5.4 and 5.5 because whenever I hit the 5.3 ending, I went, I'm not going to do anything until this is firmly in my brain and I've parsed through everything it is and everything it means.
Well, like, it's why I was playing Shogun 2 this week instead of Final Fantasy, actually. It was because, to me, Shogun 2 is like, it's safe, I know it, I love it. So if I don't have a bunch of mental energy, I can just play Shogun 2.
Yeah.
I knew that my character was on the precipice of being sent off into the world, so I actually didn't play FF for a few days until I could sit down for like a little chunk of time where my head was clear and actually enjoy and appreciate it. So that's how I'm trying to engage with the game anyway, like to really get the most out of it.
Definitely do it when you're ready for it and when you're actually engaged.
Yeah, it's like this narrative stuff. I always remember whenever Mass Effect 3 came out, I came home from school, and because it's school and it's me, I was so fucking tired. I only got a few hours of sleep the previous night, and I remember going through it being like, I'm enjoying this, but I'm also so goddamn tired, and I don't feel like I'm enjoying this as much as I should because it's Mass Effect 3, and I know I love Mass Effect.
Yeah.
And I was keen not to repeat that mistake, I suppose.
Yep. Good call.
Yeah, we got Squidfish saying, excited to see your experiences of the community as a whole. One thing that's always said is how helpful the community overall is to new players. I'd love to hear about your experiences. On that, I've had none really with the community, but I've heard that from everyone.
Yeah.
I've not seen a single person say, oh, the Final Fantasy XIV community, super elitist, they're horrible.
I've not seen that. I mean, I've not done any harder content, but even I actually have a slight anecdote from me doing the last near raid this week.
Yeah.
And it was someone was playing ranged and they were sitting very far out. And a healer, I can't remember the name now, but the healer said, hey, well, there's two of them went, hey, you two, if you're ranged, like it's difficult for healers to get you actually healed when you need to be. So whenever there's AoE damage or in general, try to stay a little bit closer. It wasn't quite as wordy as that, but it was the same kind of thing. And it wasn't aggressively worded. It was just kind of more, there's no need to stay at range, come in melee for a bit. And then one person was like, one of them was like, no, it doesn't matter, didn't get hit. And then everyone's like, they've been very nice. They're just trying to explain. You should try to stay in melee because when unavoidable damage comes out, it's easier to top you up in like close quarters because like AoE healing has limited range.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is so different to anything I've ever seen in World of Warcraft.
It would go down differently in it.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you get a really good raid leader, and I've not done LFR for literal years, because screw that, I raid with the guild. Yeah. But I remember sometimes you'd be in LFR and you'd get a real You know, a weird, like, this weird player profile that seems to have the attitude of a Mythic Raider, yet for some reason they're in here in LFR. And they're just being like completely weird. And that's totally, something that pretty normal, I think, in WoW. And I think especially, you know, some of the community things that have popped up with Mythic Plus. You know, you throw stuff into a speed run and then it's like, you know, it's just like there's not even time to correct somebody in their mistakes because it's a fucking speed run. You have to go, which I think is part of what maybe contributes to a toxicity problem or something like that within Mythic Plus. And maybe that's why it's so daunting to so many people.
Yeah,
because I mean, if I was a tank, I don't feel daunted by M Plus as a DPS, but if I was a tank, I'd definitely feel daunted because, I mean, you know, if you don't know the route, you don't learn the route in like the launch version of an expansion. It's like good luck going in and like say a 0.2.
Yeah, you just be crucified. But that's the thing. I've never experienced anything too bad in FF. Although I do see a lot of people saying, in quotes, "You don't pay my sub," and I've heard that meme done a lot. Where apparently there are people who are like, "You don't pay my sub, you don't tell me how to play," which I've seen even.
In WoW?
No, in FF.
What?
And I've even seen that memed in reference to people literally never picking up their jobs. So, you know, you're a level 80 archer instead of level 80 bard.
Whoa.
Oh, I don't think you can do that anymore because there's a quest that you need to have a role quest, and I don't know if you're allowed to do that at a job. But apparently there are people who have played like that historically. And I'm just like, oh, Jesus. That seems unreasonable. But I've not met anything. Everything I've seen so far is really nice. And especially because of how, like, I don't know if it's just that people enjoy playing the game more, or they're more happy to have people in, have friends play with. But the amount of times, even with just the couple of us who moved from WoW to FF recently, the amount of times someone's just pinging Discord, like, time for this dungeon, time for this as part of the MSQ, and it's just like, X is logged in, Y has logged in, invite to party. It's like, all right, we'll get you through this. And not even like we'll get you through this, is going to be difficult, just, oh, I want to see this. I want to do this again with you. Can I come?
Like, you know, I feel like from the toxicity angle, like at least as it pertains to WoW, it's like, if you just think about it this way, if you've done a bunch of Torghast that you didn't want to do for legendaries, and then you ground up a whole bunch of conduit upgrades and socket stuff that you didn't want to do, and then you finally get into the Mythic Plus dungeon that you do want to do with your own keystone, and somebody else in that party doesn't know, doesn't show up, doesn't play good, you're going to be pissed because you just were out in the farms. Yeah. You know, you're out digging the trenches and, or analogy, hard work that's not rewarding feeling away from the thing you want to do, whatever. You know, you've done all of that. Then you finally get to the dungeon you want to do. And then something bad happens. That's going to be a more high-strung emotional situation. Definitely. Because of all of that sort of surrounding context. And that's the sort of thing where the broader design of a game can foster toxicity because of, you know, it's like player investment that breeds resentment. Is basically how they do some of their endgame. And I think that will lead to more endgame toxicity whenever people, you know, people feel like they've pushed through the thing they didn't want to do, and then some other dickheads came in and ruined their prize. Ruined their, you know, the thing they got their character ready to do. You know, it's like you've been, you know, maybe an analogy, you've been training for ages to do this one thing, you finally do it, and then some dickhead from the pre-made group finder comes in and fucks it up for you. Of course you're going to be more toxic. Of course. And that's like a type of toxicity that I think dwells within most humans. It's just, does your environment draw it out of you?
It's extracted through game design.
I think that's quite a bit of it. So we've got another super from Keith Farrell who says, do you feel your channel might swerve away from Warcraft content if they keep doing this, keep going down this consistent road of letdowns? I used to be a WoW fanatic, but I lost faith in the company in WoD. Yeah, you know, for somehow I still had faith in them after WoD. I think Legion had a part of that. I am losing faith as time goes on. It's honestly, it is a complex and hard to talk about issue for me because in my head, like, my identity is I'm a WoW player, and I've played WoW for much of my gaming life, and I've generally loved it. But, like, that's my identity. And it's really stressful whenever the game that actually exists doesn't match up with that. Because the game has changed. And, you know, the game, it feels like, you know, it's WoW. So what it probably should be is some friggin' boomer old man game from 2000 and, you know, a long time ago. But now it's like picking up. Oh God, Now we're streaming and I've just said boomer and I'm about to say zoomer. But, now it feels like it's this kind of like, gotta go fast, gotta plan your routes, gotta hyper-optimize this thing, gotta sim that, do this, do that, get this add-on, do that thing, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And it's like it's that or nothing. And I'd actually be okay if it was all of that crazy stuff. It's the or nothing bit that I'm not happy about because I'm never going to say that World Quest, etc., 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 are, good outside of endgame instance content.
Yeah.
So it's just really challenging for me. I care about the world of Warcraft, the lore. I love doing the raids, and I guess that initial dabble in the patch for a month. I never thought I'd be the sort of person for whom WoW would turn into. I will dabble in the patch for a month or two. And I will, for me, I will do the raid to the end and get curve every single tier. That is absolutely what I'm committed to doing, what I want to do.
Yeah.
I honestly just never envisioned a future where it would be just that. And it is making me sad that it's becoming just that. And then it does make us think about content. As Keith has said here. I think that we will have the Bellular Gaming channel stocked with WoW content consistently for multiple years past this, purely just on covering patch stuff, covering PTR stuff, talking through the evolution of the game, and then for me, really importantly, lore, story, world, the broader Warcraft experience. There's so much to do there. So I don't think that'll change. But FF will probably need to get in somewhere because I'm enjoying it. My natural energy is drawing me towards it. And, right now, content-wise, it is this stream that handles that, right? It's how we actually get to we get to both play FF, but also put out FF content. But I guess then in my head, it's like, well, what does more FF content look and feel like?
Honestly, that's what I've been bashing my head off a significant amount. Like, in order to get to the point of FF content being established on the channel in any sense, we have a very delicate bridge to walk. Because while we have like 2,600 of you here watching, God knows how many of you watch because you are interested in us talking about FF. Maybe you're like not that interested, but we're kind of maybe piquing your interest, or maybe you don't give a shit about WoW and you're here because you love FF. Either way, that doesn't carry across to the audience of all the rest of our content. As much as I would love it to, honestly. But, like, there's definitely the more, significantly more engaged kind of people watching now and listening to us, which obviously I'm really thankful for. But for everyone else, we have to tread waters a little bit more gently.
Yeah, we have to ensure, because right now we've got the people who are opting into Final Fantasy, and that's why right now everyone's happy.
Yeah.
But if we start throwing FF on the people who have not opted into it, and then there's also the problem of, like, splitting the audience, and this is where the problems of modern YouTube rear their head and make me very depressed and sad. It's like every time you do content that doesn't do as well as the content you just did, it's like your moving average of how much YouTube is hyped about your channel kind of goes down, and it feels like the algorithm is less likely to give you the business. Because seriously, so much of our job is dependent on if something gets picked up by the algorithm. It's so it is creative castration.
It really is.
You feel castrated creatively and I mean that's why we're doubling down on Patreon, live content. Basically, we're trying to have a smaller community now. But like we went from being, I think we're a little bit behind Noble in terms of subs, but like we did, for a decent while there, we were one of the largest WoW outlets, and we're now actually trying to work out how we can have a smaller audience. Because we actually want to have the creative freedom that comes with a smaller audience where, it's just, I guess, smaller audience. Because, if we can have a smaller audience who likes the more niche things that we're hyper excited about, and we can make the numbers, the finances work to be able to support, and pay for the team that makes that content, I mean, then we are making, sure, maybe less people watch our content, but they like it more, and that's what, I'd rather the content that we make is main monitor content for a small number of people than second monitor content for hundreds of thousands of people, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I think it was either last week or the week before I said something along the lines of, I mean, we're here, might as well do something that people feel is worthwhile, other than just stuff that's kind of passing time. might as well do stuff that's worthwhile.
Yeah, so it's like, look, WoW content is completely safe. There are series that I am so goddamn hyped up to do.
Yeah.
You'll definitely see one fairly soon. It's right. Okay, I'm literally in this point where, honestly, if I was following my heart, I'd immediately hire 2 more video editors to do that series.
Yeah, for sure.
That, we just had a feasibility study of today. I know it sounds so weird and cold. Maybe like, we conducted an internal feasibility study of the content we're making, but it was literally being like, hello there. How long does it take to make one of these videos? And from that, in order to get those videos weekly, we would literally need to hire up. And it's like, in my heart, I just want to do that right now and make the plunge, but I can't be irresponsible, so we have to let that content, go out, and then if it does decently enough, but it's sort of that weird thing where I think we'll have to do that content, and it will probably have to be bookended by me basically being like, listen, this is the thing that we have been internally the most excited about in months and months and months, but also we cannot afford it. So could you please support us on Patreon or whatever, because we want to hire 2 more people, and if we do that, we'll be able to make you this weekly in addition to all the other things we do. So, and that's the weird thing with the WoW content.
Yeah, it's just getting that sell over time by proving to people what we are capable of doing, what we can have.
We just need to show the goods every, every week, and so that's the interesting thing thinking about content.
Yeah.
As for FF content, for me, it's just like, where do we put it? So we do have content worked out that will work in the main channel.
Yeah.
And, I eventually want to do a sort of, I don't know, like almost a 10-hour impressions of multiple MMOs.
Yeah.
And then maybe do a little bit more in the MMOs that catch me. In my head is ESO right now, to be honest.
Yeah.
And, if it's that sort of thing, if it's like general MMO content and people are generally all interested, then, you know what, let's do it in the main channel. Let's see how it goes, see if it works. But yeah, there's a looming identity crisis for the main channel.
Definitely.
And we need to work out how to do that right.
Yeah, that actually brings up to what Work the Game Super saying. You all playing FF has helped destigmatize the game for many WoW players. I want WoW to be a great game and FF to be a great game, but you all talking about it is overall positive. That is
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's big praise, but that's ostensibly my goal with the content that I've been kind of trying to work on. Is I want to build a bridge, because it's kind of like there's that feeling where if we start talking about FF loads, we're leaving a load of WoW players in the dust, and I don't want that. It's as someone who is now a fully fledged FF14 evangelist in so many parts, thanks to you guys. It's the idea of I want to build that bridge for the content. I want to slowly introduce people and go, right, you may have issues with FF, but if you genuinely want an MMORPG, that's fantastic. Play FF. And I want to be able to slowly introduce that concept to people instead of trying to be too quick an evangelist and kind of throwing people off or getting people to look at what's that crazy bastard talking about.
We want to make the lives of our WoW audience better by treating them as humans, not just as WoW viewers. And that means helping guide them towards a gaming experience that is better for their life.
Yeah.
That's ultimately the mission.
Yeah, that is exactly what I want to do with my, like, there's almost like a progression of content that's going to come out in the next couple of weeks, all things going well. And I have designed a sort of path to explain. It might not work very well. I have no idea. I'm just kind of putting my faith in it. That it will explain to people, listen, FF is a good game. Here's all the problems. Here's problems in both games. But this is a genuine experience. I'd very much like you all to play it because it's fantastic, and I don't want to sound super dramatic, but it's kind of been life-changing in a bit of a way. Where I'm just like, I can't believe this. It's like playing Shadowbringers just completely snapped me out of a funk I had. I'm just like,
it's been actually pretty incredible to see. Yeah,
I'm just like, this is unbelievable. This is completely unbelievable that video games are like this.
Yeah,
it's not right that people aren't playing this. Please get in this boat. It's a beautiful one.
Yeah, it's like, find a great video game. It actually could change your life in a good way.
Yeah,
it's like right now watching BoJack Horseman, and it's like, that's a bit of media genuinely making my life better and making me think about myself, my own actions and stuff critically.
Yeah.
Which is not to say that I make similarly disastrous decisions to Mr. BoJack Horseman. I'd like to think I'm not that far gone.
Yeah, I think we'd have stopped you by then before you started going that bad. But
Yeah, but it's just that thing of, media can genuinely be great. And it's like, I genuinely think for the average WoW player right now, you are literally best to play the WoW campaign, do the end game instance content that you're in for, and then instead of the bullshit, the Blizzard basically, it's almost like they're stringing you along to do it via their player abrasive systems design. No. Like, I know the best way that I can enjoy WoW is by raiding, maybe dabbling in the PvP that I want to do in a warrior, and then on basically everything that's not what I want to do in that warrior or raiding in my hunter, I will be playing FF, Shogun 2, Ratchet and Clank, other things, because I'm realizing that while at one point in time World of Warcraft could be my mono game and I could just play WoW forever and be really happy, it is because of how they have designed aspects of the end game, it is no longer that for me. I feel like they have made World of Warcraft, they've basically turned it from a very broad appeal game into a more narrow appeal game. I am lucky that it does fit within what I want to do in that now more narrow appeal, but I think it does mean that WoW is losing its ability to be all things to all people. I think it had a great degree of that in the past. Yeah. So now what has to pick up the slack is playing other games, having a more diverse gaming experience, and ultimately that is a good thing. Basically.
Definitely.
And if more people can experience more of gaming and have more of those positive opportunities in their life, especially, if we can help them do that. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to sound like, well, I love it. Silicon Valley episode 1, where there's all these startup companies are like, we're going to make the world a better place via, and a whole bunch of random bullshit startup technobabble. And the joke is that it's all of these self-serving greedy fuckers doing bad things under the guise of making the world a better place. So I don't want to just, be all like, oh, we're truly doing, we're purely here as, I don't know, freaking saints or something trying to make everyone's life better. No, it's not that. It's just that, if that can be like a little bit of that can be a byproduct of us having fun playing games, then, I mean, goddamn, is that not sharing a love for video games in a way that'll, I don't know, just have a, I guess, I don't know, will my gaming as a person have a positive externality in the world?
Yeah, I think that's how I kind of feel about it. I'm like, please go play all these games that I love, because, I mean, no harm if you don't love them too, but if you could feel how I feel, I would be happy about that. Yeah. And that's how I feel, especially about FF14, because it's fucking good.
Yeah. One thing, who was it? Yeah, Razor Claw did super saying, are we in control of the show? Tell you what, I'm going to go through all of the FF ones. Yeah. Then we'll see if there's any good cliff notes from the Venruki. Then we'll hit the control the button and do the WoW supers. Yes. But fairly sure we could almost certainly say stop the supers now, and we'd have plenty to talk about until the stream ends. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so right, yes, supers. The Minstrel is Yoshi's own. A bunch we've already sort of done while we were talking.
I'm struggling to keep track.
Like we got Dastil saying that, I think it was in regards to like raids and patches, but the things in FF are less complicated and more straightforward. That they save money by saving time, like dungeons all being built the same but look differently. I'm not 100% sure what that means, but I'm assuming it just means that the game kind of sets up the way that it does things, so it adds more content within the framework of how it does things, which means that there's not going to be unknowns. It will mostly be a case of known unknowns when it comes to like a testing phase. It's like, there's bugs we don't know about, but they'll be in areas that we can look for, because that's generally where the bugs are, because we're not reinventing the wheel.
Yeah,
perhaps that's how it is.
I think that's probably a good way to put it, in that everything fits within the formula, generally speaking. There's no wild curveballs in terms of systems or mechanics or anything. It's just, here is a very, very nicely defined set of rules to play in. And if those don't break, then nothing's going to break. Yeah. Basically.
We've got, one of the supers from Work to Game, Yoshi P has said multiple times that he wished he had WoW's budget. Yoshi P is also a big fan of Blizzard games and goes to BlizzCon, which I think we talked about. Things there like, we cover it in the video next week. Like, they got the FF14 devs to play Kata and Mop
Yeah.
because it was like that era, to make A Realm Reborn.
Yep.
So it's very interesting that the resurgence, the grand resurgence of this game is actually born from World of Warcraft's first real dud expansion in Kata, even though Kata does have a lot of great shit in it, but it does have its issues too. And then Mob, which, you know, was, I guess, a curveball that kind of left everyone dazed and confused initially, but, you know, you look at that in retrospect, you're like, God damn, what a time that was.
The systems in that game were fantastic.
Yeah.
And the content was pretty damn good too.
Yeah, so
and
it's...
Like, I would almost say Final Fantasy feels most like Mists of Pandaria out of anything else.
Yeah.
And that's not like a fully formed thought. It's just generally the experience I had. At the end, I'm like, yeah, I just have a load of shit to do. And it's all good.
Yeah, it does feel like they are doing so much more with a less budget. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, it seems like they really get a great bang for their buck out of everything they do. And, you know, I look at, like, what a modern WoW update has, and honestly, it feels cheap.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure that their big fancy CG, you know, cinematics and stuff won't feel cheap, and, you know, the raid environment's gorgeous and all that stuff's cool and stuff, but, you know, I kind of look at, like, the other things, the way that they get game time by, you know, throwing you through the stuff we've covered with the conduits and all that, and it's like, it feels cheap. It feels cheap how they're getting me to play the game via, you know, those very modern, endlessly repetitive things versus just having a whole lot of content. And then I just kind of wonder, why is it that it seems like it's so expensive for Blizzard to make content versus, you know, these guys? You know, it could be that these guys are working in a more modern engine or whatever.
Almost certainly. They rebuild after 1.0, as far as I can tell.
You know, maybe the average salary is lower. I mean, I don't really know. Cost of living in areas of Japan is very expensive, but perhaps it's higher in Cali. I don't know.
That either, actually.
I don't know, but it does feel odd that FF is able to punch so above its weight and that WoW punches so below its weight.
Well, I think I think some of it comes down to the production angle, like I was saying before. Where
Yoshi being a producer.
He's a producer, so he produces really well, and he knows everything. Like, he's just really good at his job, it seems, in every capacity. But otherwise, he wouldn't be given like producer role in FF16. Like, that's a big weight to bear while also being on FF14 still.
We've got Isel Fulham saying, "WoW's big budget goes to Bobby's $1 million extra paycheck."
See, that's kind of one of the things. I mean, I'm sure the Square Enix executives are paid well, but they still take the. Would you ever expect to see Bobby Kotick at BlizzCon?
No.
Square Enix CEO was at FanFest.
Like, of course he was.
Yeah. That's how they do things.
Yeah.
Actually, that's how they do business there.
It feels obvious to me that that's how it works. Yeah.
But there's one more important thing that I kind of want to say about how they get away with, but how they get more from less, and it's because they kind of do implement less. Because, like, there's bigger lumps of content everywhere, but if you think of like how many raid bosses are in expansion.
Oh, it's not as big as WoW. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a raid being Eden, that's 12 bosses. They released that over an expansion. I mean, there's the Alliance raid, which is another like 10 or so bosses, but that's still like 20-25 bosses over the course of an expansion, which is a bit smaller than, you know, like the 8 like dungeons full of bosses, and then, you know, you've got your raids full of stuff and really massive environments and all beautiful and stuff. But I would take Eden 1 through 12. I would take that over all of BFA put together, because they made so much out of that, not in terms of gameplay content, but in terms of experience content, because the quests that they go through there, where it's literally just, all right, you've beaten E1, here's some dialogue, here's some story scenes, you beat E2, here's some more. So by the end of Eden, there are not two new characters, there's a new character and a character that I already know, and I care so much more for them, and they've been through so much as this raid's unfolded, that I care significantly more about all of the events there than I do about anything that happened to BFA. So generally,
a raid unfolding over a whole expansion.
Yeah. Eden. I think Eden was from 5.0 to 5.5.
How does
it? 5.3 or 5.4?
It's so interesting because it's like
it was released in wings of 4 bosses at a time.
My head is so locked within the idea of, you know, of WoW, right? My head is like so I hear that and I think, well, what about the seasonal item levels? And, you know, that's like instantly where my head goes because I'm a WoW player, and then I'm just kind of realizing, oh wait, in that game that shit doesn't exist or matter.
Yeah, well, it's split up. It's like Eden 1 through 4 is one tier, Eden 5 through 8 is a different. It drops higher item levels.
Oh, it's starting 5-1 apparently, according
it's
to
starting 5-1,
one of our
yeah.
members. Mistra.
Yeah, so it's just, there you go. Yep, 501, 52, 54. Yeah, 4 fights in each. And that doesn't sound like a huge amount of content.
No, it
But
doesn't.
It doesn't matter because I log in, I do it, and I'm happy. And then I go do some of my crafting jobs or my gathering jobs or level other jobs, or I not when it's current, because I've never played the game with like current content that's coming out. But like I did E11 5 times in a row the other day. Why did I do that? Because there's no weekly lockout.
Because the weekly lockout's only the most recent
Yeah.
bit that came out. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just like for normal raids at least. So I did E11 normal. I did that 5 times in a row because I really like the fight. I like the fight. I love the mechanics of it, and I also was getting like tokens for gear the whole time.
So you're just able to do it.
Yeah, I just queued up, and as long as the other people were doing it, which they were, there you go.
Can't do that in WoW. Interesting.
Yeah, and that's like
But I guess it's like the setup of the item level. So, in WoW, it's like even if the past... Well, actually,
yeah.
hang on. Hang on a sec here. So what would happen if when Sanctum of Domination comes out and Blizzard then make it so that Castle Nathria is not on the loot lockout?
Yeah.
Now that would mean if we wanted to gear up a few alts in our guild, we could do a turbo run of Nathria and funnel the gear to them.
Yeah.
But we could just do that as much as we would want to.
Yeah.
And that would be an alternative for those people to gear themselves up to doing, say, Korthia or whatever.
Yeah.
That seems quite positive to me.
Yeah, that's...
And it seems like a way of keeping the previous raid actually being gameplay.
Yeah, that's...
You then just want to, I suppose then, and this is where, you sort of bang your head off the wall and think, oh, wait, they had this right in TBC. Because then if our mains got, justice points for doing that, we'd feel happy to do that.
Yeah.
And then WoW would be less small at the end game.
Yeah.
Why do they not do that?
Because players wouldn't be subbed for 6 months while they re-cleared for transmog.
Oh, yeah, because then you want transmog, so you...
Yep. Artificially inflating gameplay time, as opposed to, do you want to have fun? Have fun. Or you're not having fun anymore? Goodbye. See you when we release our next patch, which, as the super from Josh O said, FF14 patches are very predictable. 0, 2, and 4 are the raid tiers.
Right.
1, 3, and 5 are the 24-man raids. Each patch also has an EX trial. So you just, they've got this big plan, and they go, right, next expansion, what's going here, here, here. They go, well, here's the story. Okay, everyone get to work, and then everyone gets to work, and you're like, that's class. That's put incredibly. So I just,
I've just sat there and was like, how can we... And I was like, oh, but that's that thing, the setup of WoW means it's impossible for the previous raid to matter. Then I realized, oh, wait, no, it's not.
Yeah.
We could actually do that quite easily.
Yeah. Also then, well, I mean, there is catch-up in FF, so you don't have to do that.
Yeah, but it seems cool to me anyway.
Yeah, you can
it's an option.
you can buy you can just buy crafted gear that crafters have to make because they have to be level 80 and have good gear and good skill to make. So
well, it's even just the idea of like, oh, hey, Jim Bob in the guild needs a weapon token. Our guild has unlocked the I've forgotten weapon tokens. I don't know, but say you can, the way you can you re-clear bosses enough, you complete the quest, and you can skip your lockout to that boss.
Yeah.
It's like, we're like, okay, Jim Bob and Bob Jim over there need 2 weapons. So we're just going to go and we're just going to re-clear Sludge Fist 5 or 6 times. We're going to get them their weapons. There you go. That's a night of gameplay for everybody. And the other people have earned a bunch of justice points and happy days.
Yeah.
And that would work and be better for WoW.
But then people would find out the quickest boss to kill for justice points and just spam it all day. And then those players would be probably maybe imagination unhappy.
No, fuck them.
Yeah, they can do what they want.
Fuck them, because clearly they could do that in FF if they wanted to, but it doesn't seem like it's a problem from what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if it was for justice points, it's like, and surely a Mythic Raider wouldn't even care in the first place anyway. Yeah. So that's interesting to think about.
It's just the idea of lockouts being disappeared is really interesting. I mean, there is what I call it. There are weekly lockouts for Savage.
Oh, of course,
there are weekly lockouts for like Gear That Matters. There's weekly caps on your Valor equivalent, which are Revelation tomes at the minute. So you do want to do that stuff for getting, like, it will take time to get your Abyss gear. Yeah. But if you're hopping in at the point where, like, I am, I just, I actually turned down Tom's offer of a full 510 set because, like, no, I'll just go through Eden. Going through it anyway, might as well get some
You
gear.
wanted to earn it, yeah.
Yeah, and there you go. Got a pile of gear. And because I've done it anyway, I've gotten a load of... Because I've done them after it's relevant, because it just drops a flat amount of loot,
Yeah.
and I can get it all if I wait, and everyone else leaves because no one needs gear from E1 to 4, so I can just go and get the full E1 to 4, which actually, I'm still wearing the Eden Call, which I think is the E1 to 4 gear. I'm still wearing the Eden Call jacket because I think it's like the best looking one. So I just got that because I played E1 through 4 and no one else needed loot, so it all went to me. Because you get tokens. I just funneled all this token gear. Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, so we got a super from 12 deck boxes who said if you're looking, this is a content recommendation,
Yeah.
if you're looking for a bit of history on bugs during raids and stuff, I would recommend looking at the history of Final Fantasy XIV raids by Mr. Happy.
Mr. Happy is definitely a name that I see quite
Cool.
a lot.
All right, I'll have to queue that up then at
Yeah.
some point and take a look. We've got
That'd be fun.
Renogen saying, I love FF14 to bits, but I will say its biggest and weaknesses are, number 1, not much raid content at once, 4 fights typically, which I think we just talked about, and 2, no level of repeatable content like Mythic Plus. Just lots of content to do. I guess there's a bit of me that wonders, you know, there is so much content to do. Is that why we don't have the repeatable content? And if we had lots of repeatable content, would that lessen the incentive to make lots and lots and lots of content? Therefore, if there was repeatable stuff, there would be less content to do.
Yeah.
Because the dev priorities would shift towards optimizing the repeatable content instead of committing lots of fresh spend of making lots of big expensive new things.
Yeah. I think it's that case of I think it's a nice spread where the most players are happy enough. And I think people who really like Savage and Ultimate raids are probably kind of seething, going, where's my next Ultimate?
Yeah.
So they're like, sorry, we had to can it because COVID. You're like, you bastards, where's my content? I'm going to go play another game. But then they're like, they don't mind too much because we haven't earned your sub for that time because there's no content. Off you go. Enjoy playing other games. But we hope you're back for the next expansion where we will have the Ultimate we're missing. We'll have raids. And I think that's kind of, they just, everyone's happy enough.
Yeah, it's I'd wish that their metric is, whenever a patch comes out, how many months of content can we give somebody? And that's the thing, instead of how many months of content can we get out of this?
Yeah.
And then you see Blizzard, do some of the things we talked about in the WoW News segment of today's video.
Yep.
So that is all very interesting stuff. There's also a super here from Walt White that I think has got a lot of value. The cool thing about not having a PTR is that when a new expansion or raid fight comes, you know nothing. Patch day is always blind progression for everyone. Yeah, as much as so much of the content that we do involves the PTR, if we could have no PTR and actually still have the content, etc., all be good, then I would vote for no PTR.
Same, 100%.
I think it would be better for the game.
I genuinely think it ruins the game.
Yeah, the existence of the PTR hurts WoW.
Yep.
We should be able to get to a place where they can. Does PTR mostly exist because they want Mythic Raiders to go into the Mythic Raids because they very much care about that stuff?
I think so. It's
Yeah,
also, I think it's just a thing they started because it sounded like a cool thing to do, and they just never stopped. I'd love to see reasoning from the first time they added PTR to the game.
Yeah, because it's I've generally liked the open betas and it's all felt.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's what they literally do with their alphas, betas, and public test realms is so conducive to hyper open and communicative development.
Yeah.
It's just they give us one half of that, but they don't do the communication bit. That's odd.
Yeah. They're just here's half a build of a game. You're like, what?
Yeah, man, kind of wild. I guess in a similar topic, Forbidden Purple saying, didn't Blizz let go of half their QA or more? Wonder why. Laughing my face off. Well, I know at one point, okay, I remember somebody said this to me, and it was somebody who was either it was in and around Blizzard, but it was it was maybe over a year ago, and I can't actually remember who it is, but somebody basically said that they couldn't field an internal Mythic rating team.
I remember saying that. That was definitely public.
That was public.
I'm pretty sure that was public because I
Interesting.
remember seeing that written down.
Yeah, and that blew my mind a bit.
Yeah.
Definitely blew my mind a bit. I don't know if it's the Blizzard don't have enough QA. I don't know. It certainly sometimes feels like it.
Definitely feels like it. Either they don't have enough QA staff or their QA processes are bad.
Yeah.
Or not good enough.
Hang on, what was it that Was the IGN thing where we heard about it was like there was issues in QA and community to the point where developers would have to write patch notes? And be involved in that stuff?
That was the IGN report where they said that was because there's not enough support staff to do that stuff. Actual developers have to take time out of developing to do that.
Well, in that case, how many WoW developers are actually tied down in work that is more the work of QA department?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's a kind of case where I would like. Yeah.
I was just going to mention, just people think that QA is just replaying the same game again and again and again and keeping a notebook of bugs. There is some extremely technical QA, and very often, like QA people actually do they basically do a lot of, I mean, I think QA is development, but there's often lots of times where QA people do a bunch of work that is kind of maybe above and beyond what you would assume QA would be.
Yeah, QA
which is just a way
weird.
of saying that it feels underappreciated.
Yeah, QA is very strange because you have QA like ranging from let's get an intern in to play the same section of game over and over again. This is like the kind of perception of it. But then there's also QA like, hello, automation engineer who's been automating stuff for 30 years. Can you run unit tests in our engine to make sure all this stuff works? Like, can you have someone to sit down with all of the mathematics in the game and figure out, is this, as an example, is this fight mathematically possible with expected DPS output from all this gear, all these classes, all these abilities? Can you put all that in a big spreadsheet? Can you automate it? Can you run against all the tests, against every known bug in the system, all that stuff? And it just is that range where it feels to me like I feel like almost the best sort of layout for a team is probably having like almost like giving development teams in specific like groups and responsibilities a bunch of interns, not interns per se, but a bunch of like support staff individually to do that stuff. Like it's the kind of thing where I don't know how the teams are set up internally, but it's like it would be very nice if a system designer had someone they could go to and go, hey, I've been keeping you abreast of how the system works. Could you write a patch notes? Or could you write a quick blue post? I'm going to put this out live on PTR, but they sit beside them all the time, or would have before COVID.
Well, I guess it's that thing where it's hard to know. It certainly feels like the developers really are not thinking about the PTR, which in a way they should not be. It's just being what's best for the game. So it then feels like you've got all the devs just, doing their work day to day, committing changes. Yeah. And, at some point somebody decides like, okay, this is what we're doing for the PTR build. But it's like the developers are actually sitting there doing the frontline development work of the game. It's like they don't have much say. In when things are on PTR, how PTR is done, which then means they probably don't have the communication avenues and angles needed for a bunch of what we would like to see from a PTR.
Yeah.
Which I guess is...
it's brutal, like.
Yeah. That interesting. Oh, man. We've got... this is one way to put it. From Too Lazy to Blink, we have a super saying, as a comparison, an ultimate is a chain of bosses. Imagine having a single fight that lasts 17 minutes where you have to do Mythic Maiden and then immediately do Mythic Avatar and finally kill Jaden. That I am so tired even thinking about that, and I've never done Mythic of any of those fights.
This is nuts. I can actually thinking about that. I felt my heart rate rise because there's nothing I love more in video games than being not like I don't mind like small tests that are very very intense, but I love like whenever I'm finished with doing anything in a game and I'm just like. I need a jug of water and a nap after that. I'm exhausted. I love that. I love when you're just engaged for so long. Like I almost want to see how long the flow state can physically last.
Yeah.
In a human, I want to go. Can I? Because this will be maybe a fun anecdote if anyone knows Betwixt and Between, the Japanese artist who sadly committed suicide a couple of years ago. But I actually have a copy of his album sitting on my desk because I love it so much. It's called Nanosecond Eternity. And it's this 40-minute long hardcore J-core album, and it's very I want to say psychedelic. It's kind of almost a little bit trancey, a little bit intense. But I played Beat Hazard, which is the put your own music into a asteroid style shmup with a couple extra mechanics, and I played the entire album in Beat Hazard. And that was 40 minutes long on a very hard difficulty. And I remember I was sweating like crazy. I finished it and I got up and I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was one of the most memorable gaming experiences I ever had, because I remember how it felt in those last 5 minutes. I knew the song was coming to an end. I hadn't been hit, and I was just
That's it.
sweating like crazy.
Okay, that you did that and didn't get hit for a whole fucking thing of that game is insane to me. Because I played a tiny bit of it on TB's recommendation years and years and years ago. I guess it's that feeling like you've been in a 45-minute long StarCraft 2 bout that just has almost burnt your brain out. And yeah, that's a big thing.
It's the kind of thing where I feel like I should really actually just go get into some combat sports, because I feel like that feeling of just being, and this is weird. I'm not going to say anything about it as a spoiler, but there's a character in FF14 who's very much likes that feeling as well. And one of the lines they deliver whenever you meet them for, I don't think it's the first time, maybe the first time, they say something for the time between the seconds live, and then something. But it's the idea of like that just really resonated with me, is for the time between the seconds, for when a second becomes eternity.
Yeah,
because you're just so hyper focused. You're living in that very moment of time where everything is just, you're just at one with the universe doing what you're doing.
And it's games. I feel like games, playing music at a high level, playing sports at a high level, it's like that's that unique sort of thing where you tap into that part of the human experience.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep, absolutely.
We've got Drew Malakat saying ultimates are also alternate canon / what if scenarios. The devs also refuse to release an ultimate they haven't beaten as well internally. Yeah. So that's quite interesting. And the whole thing with ultimates just made me realize there has been an ultimate in World of Warcraft before, for the anniversary event in the Caverns of Time.
Oh, don't you dare call it an ultimate.
I knew that would inflict pain.
Spit that word out of your mouth, you bastard.
Which, that's like the boss rush of, it was like the boss rush of the...
the Wrath. No, it wasn't the Wrath.
It was... well, there's a Wrath one and the TBC one, wasn't it? Why can I no longer remember that?
It was
those chains of bosses anyway. Yeah. But it's actually a neat idea, because imagine if like Blizzard just said, hey, we're, I don't know, in this patch here's a new raid feature called Ultimate the Burning Crusade. Yeah. We are going to tie these things together. We've also tuned them up and sort of redesigned them a little bit. Yeah. There you go. Chromie's involved, so it's cool and you like it. People would be like, let's go. Yep. People would be in.
Absolutely.
People would be so in. So that's interesting. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. We've got Daniel Knight saying, watch the fall and rise of FF14 on the Speakers Network. YouTube. Fills you in. I'd love to see a reaction on YouTube or Twitch. Yeah, reaction videos, there's probably times where we should do that. We should put a video on, talk through it with each other. For me, it's like I only want to do that if... it's that thing, right? If the original video is 15 minutes long and our reaction is 18 minutes, then in my head, that's a failure and it's basically barely fair use and I'm not morally comfortable with it.
Yeah.
If it's something where it's like genuinely video where we could, we could watch that video and it would be like genuinely a whole bunch of content made from that, because it, so it was like a 15-minute video, a 30-minute reaction. Then that's when I'm okay to do one of those things. And it seems like a kind of a big story video like that is, it could just be us sitting there being like, okay, cool, watch the video. Hope you all enjoyed that. Let's go. That's not something I would ever clip and put in the clips channel. But if it is in such a way that we can actually talk through it and have a good, interesting time, then
it's the kind of thing where I feel like react videos are, okay, so this isn't technically completely true because there's an element I'm missing, but I feel like react videos and content is a worse version of half in the bag or best of the worst.
It's basically hanging with the boys.
Yeah,
experiencing a thing.
I would rather make content where I go, we've watched this, go watch it, and then after you've watched it, you have all the context for what we're going to talk about. Then we'll talk about it with whatever we think about it, if there's enough to think about it there. That's what I think is. That's what I think would be the best form of those, but also that then involves a lot of input on the user's end instead of getting to watch it alongside. So I can definitely see how it's not the same, but I feel like it's better. How to put this? Technically better content in that style. At least I think so anyway.
We got a super from Corbin saying, bear in mind FF14 puts out less raid content than WoW each tier. Savage, normally only 4 bosses every 6 months. Yeah, that's fairly big. And do you know what's funny to me? Because I don't want to play FF as a mono game, it's like something I'll dip in and out of. I actually do believe over years now. I'm actually okay with that because I'm just like, yeah, I'll go and do the new thing, then I'll be done. I'll come back whenever they have a new thing for me. And it's like, it's that they seem to be very comfortable for their game to be that. That is why I'm okay to engage with it. Whereas in WoW, it's like they're only giving us 2 months of content, but they're trying to squeeze it out to like 6 through all of these progression systems that feel really, just injected in and don't feel natural. So it's almost, it's like the admission that we can only do so much. It's like, okay, admit that, only do that much and do it well, and then people will be happy, versus the bits where it kind of feels like WoW's nickel and diming you on an extra week with just some what we talked about earlier in the show.
Actually, that's an interesting thing that Luke and Shassel says in chat. WoW future patch info feels like Blizzard trying to sell us on spending more time in game. FF14 future patch videos feel like they're asking for our approval. And that reminds me of something very particular from a video on the news channel quite a while ago.
Oh yeah?
It was the Xbox one. Where, remember how Xbox tried to make their mark in Japan?
Oh,
Bill Gates went to Tokyo Game Show and gave a presentation, a pitch. He basically tried to sell them on this big black box that played games really nice. And they were like, that's not how business is done here. We were expecting you to come up and say your philosophy on like how you actually work as a business, how you handle all this stuff, what you're going to bring to the market. But instead, you're an American going, buy our product. It's big. It's class. It plays PC games, sort of. You don't even know what those are, Japan, at this point in time. Because the last PC games you played were on the PC 98. So it's just that case of, it feels like that where WoW is that American kind of, please buy it. This is going to be class. This is going to make, this is going to make you better in bed, blah, 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 blah. And then you go to Japan, they're like, is this enough yet?
Yeah, there is definitely a vibe of we are awesome, our game is epic, and it's like almost taken for granted sometimes. I guess maybe Blizzard don't seem humble. Blizzard devs don't seem humble, and I think actually that's why Morgan Day came off better in that follow-up interview with Salute, because there was actually bits where he was caught off guard and he didn't try to blag his way through it. The dude was just like, oh yeah, that is interesting, didn't think about that. It's like it actually felt like it felt humble. And I think that's people really gravitate towards that. Whereas whenever a criticism is met with an explanation that is really not that satisfying because it's so philosophical it basically doesn't matter because it's not in line with how it actually feels, then that just does not feel humble.
It's not necessarily to say one's better than the other, because obviously I think there's a lot of problems with general parts of all cultures. I think there's a little bit of Japanese fetishism that goes on, especially among weebs, that is definitely a little bit unwarranted. It's kind of a grass is greener thing. But I think in this case, people absolutely resonate with it in a big way. Well, like, all right, well, thank you for trying. As opposed to, we know that you've just polished that turd. Why are you trying to tell us it's not a turd? Like, that's kind of the feel.
Whenever you have WoW developers really seem like they are on Twitter and stuff. Very much in their ivory tower. A few of them have done that. And I'm not doing anything to draw attention to people specifically, but there are a few WoW devs who feel extremely ivory towers, almost sneering at the players. You can. I mean, there's 1 or 2 times that's actually been overt. There's lots of times where it feels in between the lines. Implied. Yeah,
the overt ones really make me like. They almost anger me in a sense.
Oh, there was a few tweets that legit pissed me off recently because it's like you don't get to do that tweet while you ship the systems that you boys are shipping.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was like.
It's like, how about you tweet that whenever your game isn't significantly worse than Final Fantasy 14 in almost all facets. Thank you.
Big statement.
You. Yep.
big statement.
I'll fucking stand by it. Like, I'll stand by it. Absolutely. But
we just want WoW to be.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a bit of me like, listen, I do kind of just want WoW to. I want WoW on FF. Like, I want WoW to be better than FF.
Yeah.
So that FF next time it is better than WoW.
Yeah.
So that the next time after that WoW is better than FF. Because they're all just fighting with each other to be the damn best. And it feels like FF is really taking that fight on and doing a great job. And Blizzard are just like, missing a bunch.
Yep.
So yeah, it's an interesting thing. Now there is an FF criticism here in a super from Mirasi, who says, as a longtime FF player since ARR, I will not say it's flawless. One quality of WoW I love and wish FF had was utilization of CCs, e.g. Frostmage.
Yep. So
to which I will say, yes, whenever WoW, like, I mean, some of my greater memories in WoW are like, Frost or freezing? The hard,
Trap.
Freezing Trap. Freezing Trap and Chimerish. Was it Chimerish thing? No. Wyvern's thing?
Wyvern's thing.
Oh, yeah,
Wyvern's
the
thing.
talented
Sleep.
yeah, like doing a lot of that intricate CCing in Cataheroics.
Cataheroics,
Yeah, really fun.
Yeah, so FF doesn't really have anything even close to that as far as I've experienced so far. I think it's a lot more pure mechanically.
Interesting.
I think, and this is something I kind of wanted to talk about in depth, that I won't go too far into it now, but I did see people talk about how raid fights are so much more mechanically dense in FF. And I think that's like, I think, was it someone in our chat from last week said it's like playing DDR? It's like playing DDR to avoid mechanics while also like playing Guitar Hero to play your class.
Yeah, that was it.
That's what it feels like to me. And as someone who likes that real, like, I am consistently in the flow, like making kind of tactical decisions isn't what I really like about video games. I enjoy it, okay, but it's like the closer you get to, almost like what I was saying about for this time between the seconds, the closer you get to that literal, every button matters, every bit of movement matters. It's the purest mechanics of just movement. That's the stuff I like more than anything else. And that's why FF's mechanics feel so amazing to me.
Right, so
because
to
I'm
you,
moving.
that very, you could almost say nerdy mechanics, where
Yeah.
it's based on, this buff and this
Yeah.
thing and that thing, and it's like not very visual. It's all very sort of logical.
Yeah.
That's like less your speed. And certainly for me, it's like, I mean, even think of Goroth. That's just a fight where it's like, yeah, big spikes, big thing, in the room, react.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, cool. Or like, the for me, like the cool bits of Denathrius, wherein it was just Ramonia, and then just, and you've got to do your dance.
That's
cool.
That's the stuff that had my heart absolutely pumping.
Yeah.
Because that's where I felt those things of just, every single second matters. Every single thing I do, every second here matters massively.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, someone expanded on the quote, and it was a quote from the same person, from the same character. You live for those moments. You live for these moments, don't you? When all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. That's the stuff that I just really... I love that mechanically. Yeah. So I love Emerald Weapon, where there's lasers everywhere. Like, there's big AoE hitboxes spinning round, and you're just like, go, 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 while you're also keeping up the class mechanics. And because CC is not a big part of it, because interrupting is not a huge part of it, like, classes just have deeper mechanics in FF, because it's all part of this system of just, we're going to throw so much at your head that you're going to be overwhelmed, but react, learn the dance, be in the right place at the right time, step in time, you've got half a second to move, be where you need to be exactly when you need to be, instead of the more kind of organizational stuff where WoW, despite having a faster combat system, feels so much slower to me.
Interesting.
And it's like every single time I'm on, every single like fight that's new to me, I read the guides and I'm still overwhelmed.
I guess is that just purely because, sure, the GCD is what the GCD is, blah, 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 but you still have a bunch of things to think about and stages, like even those at the Samurai has got like 3 kind of rotations within its rotation or whatever.
It's got 3 combo finishers it needs to use its like EI jutsu specific move, while also keeping up a dot and also managing positionals, and also managing cooldowns and other abilities, and another gauge full of resources that they have to spend on specific abilities. So it's that kind of case where it
actually reminds me of Classic. All of what you're saying reminds me of us in the Harpy Forest in Classic, actually. Because like even though the gameplay is slower, it's feeling that every button matters. Yeah. And then you've got to do that while you are having a big positional based dance. Yeah. So it's I think that thing where if you've got a lot of complexity in your solo class play, but you're there as a team, you've got to do your dance as a team, purely just having the dance and keeping up your own thing, I guess that comes together well for what you like in a raid. Now, from what I understand, for like, say, what Preach likes, because he is a man who notably does not like dance fights. So what I'd be really interested in, actually, is it that he does not like dance fights, or that he doesn't like dance fights in the context of WoW mechanics? So I'd be very interested if Mike ever makes his way into doing a Savage raid. Just get him through Savage Eden and just see what does he think. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard for somebody to just let Mike log into their account, explain the mechanics, and send him in.
Yeah.
I wonder. I don't know. TOS, etc. Account sharing.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I wonder. I do wonder. So, man, it's interesting. Interesting damn stuff, to be sure.
Yeah, I really want to. I probably will do some Savages this weekend if I can get if I can find a learning party. I absolutely will go to do it because I desperately want to feel what that's like. It's just I want that adrenaline.
Yeah,
and that's what it is to me. That's what World of Warcraft so rarely provides. So much of it's, especially when class mechanics are honestly boring. Not to say I can do them all at an extremely high level, or that I am a remarkably high DPS. But unless I'm playing Shadow Priest or Affliction Warlock, or when there's a load of different amounts of targets popping up here and there, I'm mostly just like I've got a priority list of 6 buttons. This is nothing to me. I've played, not even like I'm particularly good at like games in general. It's just I'm used to playing action games. Give me something that actually has my blood rush from moment to moment. Otherwise you're boring me.
Yeah, knowing the games that you play and how fast paced they are, spooky. Debbie Wells is super saying, did you see Preach's video yesterday where he watched an FF raid and tried to figure out the mechanics? I did skim through it, yeah.
It was Titania Extreme, I think?
Yeah, and it was really funny because he basically could not quite believe that Lalafell existed.
Oh yeah. I mean, gnomes are in WoW. I mean, what's wrong with people's brains?
Because gnomes look like strange little fantasy creatures, Lalafell kinda do look like children and it feels uncomfortable.
They're potato toddlers. But as soon as you speak to one, you're like, well, you're the hardest cunt in this room, like.
Yeah, but I mean, you have a weeb watching anime, and then somebody who does not watch anime looks at some of the camera angles, and they'll be like, "Whoa!"
Well, this is the one thing.
That camera just went between the boobs.
So I actually have this.
Referencing High School of the Dead, I think.
Yes, yeah, that was the.
That's the famous egregious shot.
The sniper shot.
Yeah, the bullet goes between the boobs.
That was nuts.
Imagine having that like boob control.
That'd be nuts. Like
just boobs avoiding armor.
Muscles there must be wild.
Yeah.
But like, Lalafells definitely like have that look to them. But they never really act like that. And also, if anyone's getting weird ideas, that's on them. That's on them. The game doesn't do any of that.
I know the game. It's just like, to some people, it's like weird and uncomfortable, I guess.
Yeah.
Which I can understand because if you're very used to Japanese games, generally the likes of the Lalafell.
Yeah.
And I believe there is one in... Oh, what's the combat-y...
What's the combat-y?
The combat-y MMO, the action combat-y MMO.
Terra.
Oh,
the Ellen?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, no.
I hear the Ellen are like way worse.
So if you like, if anyone puts Ellen and the Lalafell in the same breath, they have a problem.
So is Lalafell like a bit different, but its own thing in the game universe, and it's all fine? And is Ellen just like, oh, you're a nonce?
Ellen are definitely much closer to the, like,
Is it Lolly they call it? Is Lolly the like sort of baiting the children sort of characters?
Yeah. So that like, Ellen are definitely like. Yeah, that's a bit uncomfortable. Why are their hips like that? Where's the camera angle there? Why is that?
Oh dear.
Why are those clothes on them?
Oh dear.
But then you go to Lalafell, you're like they're literally just waddling potatoes. Like if you're looking down going, gosh, those potatoes are at it again. It's like, no. You need your brain sorted out.
There's someone here saying the only Lalafells that act cute are the player Lalafells.
Yeah.
Which fair enough.
Yeah.
Mikote are uncomfortable to you. Oh, we've got friggin' Gosu in here. Not okay with cat girls. I'll fight you, sir.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to say. Yuki Onna says Ellen are designed with wide like hips and an adult shape while still having like really childish facial features, whereas Lalafells are just blob.
Yeah.
You've just You've just grabbed a handful of mochi and bounced it off the floor, and there you go. You've got Lalafell.
Oh, there we go. Yoshi P plays a Lalafell. Hey. Which actually does remind me, there was a super. I need to find the super because it's a good one about Yoshi himself.
Yeah.
Yes, Ultimates. I couldn't believe it when I saw this. Ultimates have never needed a hotfix. Is that true? I'll assume it's true.
I'll take their word for it.
Says this is from Shadow Tycho. Yeah. Ultimates have never needed a hotfix and are tuned very tightly. Yoshi P does pug raids with fans occasionally, and when parsed is high orange. So basically,
It could,
Yoshi
like,
P is just ultimate developer Chad, it seems, while still remaining
Actually-
humble, perhaps.
Actually, is just proper Chad. Like,
Yeah, we've got JAO saying FF, well respected, due to how much they multitask. The team who tests the balance and raids works in other departments of FF14 and other Square Enix games.
that's nuts.
That is a level of being cross-functional that seems bonkers to me, but that's pretty cool.
That would make sense with how Square Enix have been like shuffling like people about. I mean, because they always have like well, I mean, they've run into problems out in the past with Nomura trying to do 500 games at once. And I've been like, Nomura, just go and finish Kingdom Hearts 3 and then have a nap. You look like you're actually going to die at your desk.
Oh no.
And it's like, there was one video from this is around, I think this is around one of the news things in, like when they're talking about Versus 13 and his transition to 15. I remember just seeing him being being at a desk and delivering this thing to a camera. And I'm like, if that's the take that they went, he looks fine, he's delivered that well, let's put that live. I'm like, how much makeup did they put on him? Is he actually just dead? Like, is he just dead at his desk? He was so grim looking. Like,
Oh man.
he was so grim looking. But
Yeah, it's like I see all this stuff and then I'm like, Japanese developers, please take a nap. Please,
Yeah.
Japanese bosses, please be nice to your workers, please.
I mean, you like, as I
'Cause
said,
I've seen all the,
yeah.
through just multiple YouTube channels, like give you a little bit of an insight into the darker side.
No good. Like,
Or like, the salary men who it's like they go to work and then they go drinking after work with their boss because they basically have to do that.
Performative drinking.
And then I've forgotten the name of them, but it's like the manga stores.
the manga cafes, yeah.
Yeah, I forget the name of the manga cafes, but then they actually sleep in the manga cafe so they can get up because the manga cafe will be closer to the train station to get to work again. So it's like, whoa.
Yeah, read some Berserk till you fall asleep. Have dreams of being cleaved in twain, like.
Yeah, and we were talking about the sort of broader Squeenix there, and we got Faldrin GW2 coming in saying, remember that Square supports the FF team as well, so there's a wombo combo for the FF team to get things done or fixed in a timely manner. Yeah, maybe it's that thing, they have a company structure where more people can just hop on that stuff to help them out, whereas maybe with WoW, they, perhaps because of employee onboarding and stuff, they can't just be like, okay, 9.1 really needs help, let's get some help in from across the company. Maybe Blizzard aren't as able to do that.
It's funny because
I couldn't tell you, obviously, but maybe.
it's funny because every time we see that in Western development, it seems to come across as a negative, like it's last resort. But I guess because we don't have the same lens into Japanese development in the same way, that we don't really know that so well.
Yeah.
Like if it does happen, or maybe they've actually planned for it by having all these cross. I was about to say cross-class because that's what the cross-class skills in FF14 used to be called. You've got all these cross-class developers who are like, I'm intimately familiar with how to use this, like use the FF14 pipeline. I'm on 16 at the minute, but I can downscale my work and hop over there for a couple weeks.
Yeah, it's like, can they do that? And then I guess in Blizz, it's like, even if they could do that, if it costs them D4 Overwatch 2, then maybe WoW just has to suffer because as a company overall, they need D4 and Overwatch 2 out, perhaps.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's that. Soj, I'm going to go with Soj. Soj17 saying we're all super and getting hyped, reliving the discovery of FF3U. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess it's that thing where to me, actually, it's like a big new adventure. It's a thing I don't know. That's why it's like exciting in a unique way that, only finding a new game can be. I mean, in the context of gaming, at least.
Yeah, I still think, like, as far as the journey goes, I actually think it is literally like I would sing from the rooftops, rooftops, drop what you're doing and play FF, all of you, everyone outside, because you deserve it. The fact that more people haven't seen Ishikawa's writing is a shambles. Like,
oh man,
can't wait to level Dark Knight, do the job quests.
Same. I hear Dark Knight's awesome for that.
Yeah, that was Ishikawa's work.
Yeah, I've
God
got
bless her, like.
Victor coming in with super saying FF does not have borrowed power gimmicks every X pack, which helps with balancing. Also, no add-ons stop the hyper focus on DPS sheets and groups. Yeah, it's like imagine it's like if World of Warcraft did not ever have add-ons and there was like just none of that, would it be the same game it is right now? I actually think it would probably be a far more broad and balanced out theme park MMO.
Yeah.
Because right now, WoW, I don't think it's a theme park MMO because there's only 3 rides.
It's the Dark Moon Fair MMO.
Yeah, it's like in WoW, your 3 theme park rides are Mythic Plus, raiding, and PvP.
Yeah.
And it's like the rest of the supporting content. It's like it's not theme park rides. It's stuff to support doing the main theme park rides that are those 3.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, it's interesting. It's and it just feels like we've tunneled down on that very theory crafty gameplay.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, led to a lot of theory crafters becoming developers, so they're doing what they know. And then WoW just becomes this very systemic theory crafty game where, you know, it seems like FF does have a degree of that, but nowhere near as much. And that's kind of helpful to it as an overall experience.
Yeah, I mean, you've got no talents. You've got your job.
That's crazy to me.
You've got your job. You've got your gear. Your gear's got a couple of stats. Like, I don't even remember all of them for every role, because I've only really done range DPS as far as I've, like, thought about gear. And that's, like, critical hit, determination, direct hit, skill speed. There's your 4 stats that you need to actually think about, because it's, you know, it's just main stat otherwise. And then you've got materia, which is pick one of those to go in, but also gear has, like, basically materia is gems, essentially, but there's a couple of slots on each thing designed to have hit a stat budget, and then if something already has too much base on it, depending on level, it won't be able to get anymore. So I can't completely stack crit. I can sort of stack crit a little bit, which I want to do, but, like, I can't just go, well, this is load of crit, 2 crit gems. It'll be like, oh, there's too much crit, so I have to put direct hit material on instead. So there's very tight bounds for what players can actually have stat-wise. It's a tighter range. There's no talents or anything, so that stuff's kind of tighter.
So they have just fundamentally made a more balanceable game.
Yeah, I feel like they haven't jammed it full of all these different things that'll change and alternate between time. It's literally just, well, here's your stats. Here's your stats. Here's your physical damage. Here's your abilities. And they can work between that. You can also overmeld gear, but I haven't really seen that like on higher end gear. So that's still operating within a realm of, like, stats that any players can have at any given point, as far as I'm aware. So it is just how much DPS can these people put out? This much? All right. Balance it around that.
Man, that's interesting. I mean, it's very different to WoW, I guess.
Yeah, gear's not exciting, but you get it, and then you go do loads of content with it. And also it's exciting because it looks good. Because I think gear generally looks significantly better in FF than it does in WoW. Generally.
WoW's had a few sad struggles, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
And we've got a super from Landon Jerry, who says, regarding recording bits of the main story quest, or main scenario quest, I believe is what it's called.
Yep.
You'll know when shit hits the fan. Upon event, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these in their entirety. So that's like an in-game warning of, hey, you're about to get the thing. Yeah. You should do this when you have time. Yeah,
it literally is like, it gets really bad in ARR, where one of the moments I think it does that is like 45 minutes. Or actually, I think one of the conclusions, I clocked it at over 1 hour. Of here's 1 hour of cutscenes of people talking and wrapping up this event. And I was like, you know what? What's that? You've just put a movie in my game? I'll sit down and watch this.
Like, I could see that being bad in some contexts, but then I sort of think about, like, if we had a few of those and just more dialogue shit in general with, like, you know, our Janas and our Sylvanas and stuff, you know, then actually we would feel so much more emotionally when we're playing World of Warcraft from a narrative perspective. And because stuff like that exists, I can understand people saying they gotta cry out of FF, or, like, you know, this moment happens, they hear a bit of music, they hear a few lines of dialogue, and it instantly brings them back.
Yeah.
And it just seems like it's just that thing, you reap what you sow, and you have to spend time sowing.
They sowed a lot of seeds, and they continually reap them exactly when they need to. Especially at moments in moments in all 3. Like there's moments in Stormblood where if I go into a specific trial fight, I'll feel real bad as I'm fighting that boss because of what that boss fight represents and everything that's in it. It also helps that boss has a very cool intermission phase, but it's just, they constantly win with that. We're like, here's stuff that's happened in the whole expansion. Here's all this, like, backstory to these characters. Here's a clash of these characters in a couple different ways. Here's different events going on, and everything just, it all just comes across meaningful.
Yeah.
And
man, it's like the similar thing can happen in WoW if you read all the transmedia narrative stuff, but then that has the problem of because you're swapping mediums, there's going to be natural immersion breaking.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah. So that stuff is interesting. We've got one, we got a super here from King saying ARR raid, HW raids were broken. They had so many character stats or systems changed or taken out. Accuracy stat, for an example, just that they learned, unlike WTV, new WoW Shadowlands Sha Touch Gems is coming. Which I'm... Oh, wait. Okay, so I think there's like... Is it Chinese or Japanese characters at the start of their name? But yeah, so just if I'm trying to parse that...
It's a kanji.
Ah, yeah, gotcha.
King.
You know, so I think
Oh.
I think it's basically that
Yeah.
they made their mistakes, they got things working, and then they just sort of kept it going.
Yeah.
Whereas in WoW, it's that it's always sort of shifting and changing. That like it's hard for them. It seems like it's harder for the WoW devs to ship everything being polished and balanced because of the setup of the game.
Yeah.
Versus just going for more simple and do it right. I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Where I feel like, especially with like, I was talking, was it last stream or another time I was talking about the TP thing, the technical points, which was basically a physical form of mana. And eventually they're like, I get this away to fuck, we don't care. And it's gone, and now it feels like they've been able to balance a little bit better across the board there. So I think that's kind of it, where they continually learn. And this is something that, again, I think I mentioned this before, but the video hopefully coming next week has that like idea through it, where it is FF started here, and now FF's up here. World of Warcraft went wee because they keep chopping and changing stuff. Whereas FF is just, what do we have that's good? Keep it. What have we got that's bad? Get rid of it.
Imagine if they did that with WoW.
And they, like, it's like the core of the game as it moves through all these expansions is becoming purer and purer. And all the stuff they're adding on is like hooking into that pure core, and it's being better as a result. It's the kind of thing of, you know, to add, remove, that idea.
Yeah.
And I feel like they do that very well.
Man.
It's kind of nuts.
It's also very impressive. We got a super from Kaji, who says, WoW is my second home, even if it is burning.
Yeah.
It feels devastated / depressing losing all I gain to change the game. Instead, I just quit MMOs. I'm a Wrath baby. Yeah, man, it's that thing where it's like, even though it's all burning, WoW is like, it's in my heart in a way. And that's, it's like you just kind of want it to be better. You're sad that it keeps on having the same issues.
And this is, I think I was talking to, I don't know if I was talking to you about this on the podcast yesterday, or if I was talking to someone else about this. But FF, especially, is how it's like kind of one of the core themes after a bit, but it's like, or inspired by the core theme, not necessarily. It's my take on what it was. But my idea of that is kind of, there's a way to kill the past while keeping it alive, in a sense, where I really love what World of Warcraft always was and always meant to me, but if it's going to be bad in the future, I won't let that impact.
Okay,
I
true,
won't
yeah.
let that impact me. I will kill the past if it means having a brighter future. I don't care. I do, but I won't let that impact. I'll be the kind of thing where that's sad, but I enjoyed my time in that game. I don't want to go back to it. If it can bring something new to me, I'll be there. But if it can't, that's all in the past. I'm happy to be where I am now. I'm happy to go and play FF instead.
I'm just so fucking sad that we're having this conversation about WoW.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would go like this. I didn't think it would go like this.
Yeah.
You know, with WoD, I was like, well, at least, the raid stuff's fun. There's a few things not the best direction, but, if we had WoD, but they just had way more content, I'd be happy. And then with Legion, it was like, oh, okay, I have a bunch of design concerns here that have popped up out of nowhere. What the hell? This is a weird way to take the game. But hey, there's a bunch of stuff to do, so it's fun. And BFA and Shadowlands happy, and you're like, my God, they don't understand.
yeah.
I really hope we never... Ugh. I hope I never have to do that with WoW.
It's, I don't know. I would say it's rather enlightening, and it doesn't feel like I've let go of it in any capacity or anything. Like it's gone forever and I can't go back to it. It's more I'm just not going to be attached to an imagined future.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair way to put it, yeah.
I'm going to... I just like the idea of saying kill the past in that sense of just what... Because a lot of it is inspired by people seeming stuck to the past in a way. And it's like, nah, what happened was good. What happens next is what matters, though.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to lament what could have been. I'll just do something that's better and can be instead.
That's probably the best way to move forward. Yeah.
Yep.
And we've got a super here from Keith Farrell saying, "Thank you for answering my difficult question. Very appreciated. It is very appreciated by us. Thank you."
Yep.
Oh, thank you. We've got Metallica fan 1442 saying, "Notice you're a Warhammer 40k fan. Who's your favorite 40k author?" So this is the weird thing. Yes, I am that. I also have never read a Black Library book because most of my 40k like lore has been the likes of Luton and Wolf Lord Rowe on YouTube. As well as, I have loads of minis. I've got that Sisters of Battle. I think the box is around here somewhere. But, the limited edition box? I got one of those. I still haven't painted it up because life has been chaos for the last year, which makes me very sad that I've not got that done. So I couldn't tell you, but I will say, it's like... Luton videos, I've watched every single Warhammer lore video that he has done. As soon as he does a video, I immediately download it on my phone so I can listen to it when I'm, I save that as like ultra premium listening content. So yeah, nice. 40k is awesome. I love a universe that just knows it's so campy and full of bullshit that it just doubles down on all of it. I think that's so much fun. We got RazorClaw999 saying, "Yes, are we in control of the show now? Where is the intro?"
Who knows?
Could you play? Let's just play the intro.
Okay.
Time for a new segment of the show that's nothing like what we've done for the past hour.
Definitely know where that intro is. There it is.
There's one that's... Can I click this CTS button on our Stream Deck?
That's the button. Yeah, I forgot I had that button.
Aha, I've clicked it.
We're not muted, so the intro's still playing over top. Hello, everyone. Still.
Yes. Hello again, Razor Claw. We are now in control of the show.
And we're back. Hello, everyone.
We've got... Wow, Nino of the Last Unicorn saying, "Tomorrow and tomorrow has helped me heal. This is why Soken's message was so powerful. This game helped me through heartbreak." Oh, man.
The game...
That makes me feel existential.
That's the thing. The game doesn't hold back. Like, it doesn't hold back in any of its theming. It's just... They have real human ideas, real solid philosophical ideas that they will get across.
You've watched BoJack season 1, right?
Yes.
I'm in season 3 of BoJack, but is it a bit like how with BoJack you're watching it and then you suddenly are like, "Holy fuck, they went there! Oh my god, I have big feelings now." I think that does happen more as the seasons of BoJack go on. Like I've been blown away how good BoJack Horseman is. Holy fuck, that thing is exquisitely written. It seems like FF is able to do that.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. It's just, there's so many, it's not even like it's really specific moments, it's just themes that they go through where they have the concepts of like people think about, time that happens, events. Especially like the one that I'll go to because it doesn't feel like a spoiler to talk about it at all. But like Stormblood's main theme is like rebellion and war, and they attack that from all the human angles you could reasonably think of. From people who are torn between which side to be on, people who are refugees from war. You'll probably have experienced a decent bit of that. You'll experience a bit of that through ARR.
Yeah, I imagine so, based on what's been set up. Yeah,
so like it doesn't shy away from the darkness in any of that. But it doesn't. But it ultimately tries to have like hopeful messages in through it, and even sometimes it's just this character made a choice. Respect that choice. You don't you wouldn't have made it, but you respect it. It's one of the notes here is like one of the themes I have about it's because I went and did Coil Unsynced last Friday. It was last Saturday with a few FC members, and I was blown away because at the end of it I was like, hang on a second, boys, did they just make an empathetic character that I feel complex things about an apocalyptic dragon god? Nice one, boys. And this is a realm reborn. All right, grand fucking soul. Like, it's nuts,
man.
But they're just not. Yeah, all of those things are so ingrained in everything, and you feel it through all the characters that feel them and react to them, and it's so emotionally intelligent as a story. that you can tell like these people have experienced these things or felt these things or thought about them in
I
depth.
feel like, say, the narrative stuff they did with like the burning of Taldrassil and stuff would have been far more emotionally impactful with how FF does things. Instead of like WoW, where, you know, we have these incredibly emotional scenes and all of our NPCs have the most goofy facial expressions and emotes, and like it's that thing where the battle for Azeroth did such a terrible job of selling the human cost of this war.
Yeah.
That it blew my mind, because like, well, what the fuck, have you not committed to your themes? What's going on here?
Yeah,
it seems like FF actually explores those things successfully.
Oh yeah, like if the FF writing team had handled, especially Ishikawa, if she had handled the burning of Teldrassil, like, you know, the way people like will cry over all like that's I think people have an emotional reaction not to what the game has actually done for them or showed them, but what they've imagined over time.
Whoa.
I think it's the same with like Ysera's death was a big cry moment for a lot of people.
Yes.
Even though Sarah's barely in game, it's just she's been a figure in their head for so long.
That's what I think happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas, yeah, I feel like that Ysera cry could have been worth it if Al-Shara was like 3 times as long.
Yeah.
Was way slower paced.
Yeah.
And spent more time building things out.
Yeah.
Instead of the just like big rush.
Yeah.
That it all felt like.
And if it wasn't also, this villain came out of nowhere and threw a crystal into her class. That just feels like, what do you mean? What's going on here? That didn't really feel earned versus everything FF does, where the burning of Teldrassil would have been an expansion level event, basically, where they would build at an expansion and then it would happen like say for example like 8.0 or whatever else, or 8.1, and then they would have wrapped up a couple patches later.
It's like it feels to me like they used Burning of Teldrassil as such a like junk food throwaway shock value thing. I mean, I know it's literally not that in terms of how the developers think about it, but I think in terms of how it played out in game, it felt like that.
Yeah.
Which, to me, that actually damaged the WoW lore and storytelling and like the value of its world building, because it kind of did all of that stuff and never really let it breathe.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have spent a lot more time. And yeah, well, with BFA, it all just comes back to that thing. BFA was like 3 expansions squeezed into one, and it did all of them terribly.
Yep.
I mean, the raid content was great in many cases, but like narratively speaking, you know, I would have rather Teldrassil burnt down last month, and that's where we were in the story of WoW, but we actually took our time and did it well, because they keep on covering this like narratively tantalizing, these tantalizing spaces, but they never have enough content. They never go hard enough or for long enough.
Yeah, they just go bang, 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 because we need these big emotional story beats, and you're like, you haven't earned a single one of them.
I have a feeling that going back to some of WoW's storytelling is going to be quite tricky after I've played FF.
It's broken me. The only time any actual event in World of Warcraft is emotional that feels earned, and I've been thinking about this for the past while, is I think maybe Garrosh's murder at the hands of Thrall. I think that, and I think Arthas' death.
Yeah.
I think everything else has not been strong enough. They do some nice things here and there, but there's nothing major. There's nothing major that's been earned in any capacity.
Yeah. Actually, very, very much so.
Yep.
Very much so. And I think a bunch of it's because they do not put enough time. Which is really funny, considering they seem to be such a story and setting driven bunch these days. I would have thought they would have done better with all of that, but yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah,
they've been showed up by playing FF.
I think it's just that, yeah.
It's what he called, like, John tweeted after he finished 2.5. He's like, this is better than anything I feel more emotional about this story beat than I have in anything in WoW in 16 years.
And it's also, I think, worth saying that it's also worth saying that, like, John was a anti-weeb.
Oh yeah,
probably, maybe he still is. I don't know. Don't know, but John was all like, wish I could do a good Welsh accent, but I really can't. It would be embarrassing. But, you know, John was just all 100% in, and, you know, no, this is weeb shit. This doesn't, I don't want to misrepresent his opinion, but it was basically like, lol, this is weeb shit. By the way, look at this game, fucking trying to be photoreal. Look at the anti-Ilia. You know, actually a lot of criticisms John had I shared as well.
Yep.
And it's just incredible how, you know, he was probably one of him and Nikki, I think, on our team were like the two most poised in terms of where they were at with games, I think, to not like FF14. And they're completely hooked, it seems.
Yeah. Because they've not...
Because none of that mattered when they got into it.
And they've seen nothing like it. Because they've not seen storytelling. They don't know what it's like. And that's how I put it.
Ellen Posey saying Varian's death was the last wow moment for me. Fair enough. Varian's death was great.
Yeah, I think that was
a great way to end a character.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, big agree.
Yeah, no, Nikki and John as anti-weebs, they will be like they don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to me saying anything about anything anymore. Like,
yeah,
it's just no.
As I was asking who we're talking about.
Yeah.
So Nikki and John, if you have watched a WoW video we've done, one of them edited it.
Yeah.
So
they're our editors.
Yes, working awesome shit, and they have some very, very cool shit coming for absolutely sure. We got a question here from Cast who says, do you think a new player can start WoW nowadays? Feels intimidating, and older players seem really territorial and hostile. That was my experience. I will say that right now the new player experience of World of Warcraft is shockingly horrible at the stage where World of Warcraft begins as it is designed.
Yeah.
And that is Endgame. Because Blizzard obviously put all of their work into Endgame. That is evident by their actions. They do that, and they basically don't explain anything to you well.
Yeah.
The game is extremely confusing when you hit Endgame. I mean, I don't think you're even pointed towards the Proving Grounds.
I don't think...
Or anything like that. In the way that Final Fantasy has actually pointed me towards their, I think, 8-part...
Hall of the Novice.
Hall of the Novice thing, yeah.
Which you get a 30% XP boost ring for completing, by the way.
Yeah, so it's that thing. WoW, like, Mythic Plus is... It's that thing. WoW has continued along its own path, and it's like, WoW has departed from the logic of standard video games. So being a standard gamer doesn't really help you understand WoW. You actually have to understand WoW as, like, its own weird, different, unique thing. Yep. And Blizzard don't... I mean, it's not that they do a bad job of explaining. They don't explain. They don't explain any of that, and that is why WoW feels very intimidating. And that does mean that a newer player is, going to run into these WoW. It's what I said earlier about, you know, I just did all of my Stygia, and I did all of my Torghast, and now I finally got to do my key, and you random jackass, fucked up my run. Fuck you. I'm going to flame you. Now everyone's sad.
Yeah.
Perhaps. So that's tricky. How does WoW fix that? Basically, they need a proper introductory thing for the Mythic Plus system that explains everything and gives people a way to play and learn in a vaguely safe environment.
Yeah.
I think that is the ideal way to do it. And then just the better that, especially guild finding is, then the more people can play in a sort of more supportive environment.
Yeah.
But certainly if you are going into World of Warcraft completely solo, it is going to be intimidating. You are going to have to look at a lot of external guides and stuff like that, because certainly Blizzard don't explain things.
Yeah, even down to, this is the same for FF, it's the same for a lot of games. Even default keybinds, like, everything default, it's a terrible experience. No, you're not taught how to play the game at all.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest downfalls. Even all those systems aside, it's literally you're not taught how to play the game, so...
Yeah, and I think that, like, Exile's Reach it's weird. For a bit of WoW stuff, it's good. I think for general content, it is decent. It could be a lot better.
It's definitely okay. But
it's more successful than what they had, I suppose.
Yeah.
Sort of. I mean, it does very much codify WoW being like a sort of a linear feeling campaign thing, which I guess, broader discussion to have there.
Yeah. But you need an Exile's Reach at 60, like?
Yeah. You need an Exile's Reach at, like, initially at 60, or maybe at 50, at 60, or, you need it almost at a few different points of time, which all would work if you had a optional class storyline or class something that you did, and that could be the sort of teaching vector as you level, but they don't have that, so it's not there.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's hard. We've got Jizri Dirt saying, how can I get a proper masculine male in FF14? I think Ramuth stole the game's facial hair. So Ramuth is that guy that everyone seems to love.
Rama is the one of the primals, one of the trials you'll fight. He is
Beardy boy.
I believe actually at one point later in the game he's referred to half man, half beard, and then some more beard or something along those lines. He's mostly beard. But yeah. It's that was about masculine men in FF. I don't know.
Yeah.
Male Rogadin, but keep your clothes on. Because there's
You know,
nothing more camp than a topless male Rogadin.
I think it's just that thing where, JRPGs are usually full of anime boys, and that's just a thing you're going to have to deal with for a large part. We've got a question from Carlos Rivera. Rivera, yes. Carlos Rivera, who says, To the Edge and the 5.3 patch in FF was all a moment that made me feel like, damn, playing this game for the past 6 years has really been worth all my time. And, there's so many different supers and people who have said stuff that all just says, the time that you invest, even in this boring Realm Reborn stuff, it pays off. That's exciting.
5.3 to me didn't only feel like a climax to a Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, and then Shadowbringers. It honestly felt to me like a climax of Final Fantasy as a whole.
That's insane.
In how specifically they did a couple of things. And obviously it's not a linear story or anything. It's just a collection of themes, a collection of ideas. And it even brings in kind of some thoughts I've had about like playing games in general, even media stuff as a whole. It just is... Like, I don't want to overhype it or ruin expectations by saying, like, it's fucking perfect. But, like, whenever I finished 5.3, I sat back in my chair and I went, how did you write that? Literally, how did you write that? Because it's not so big brain that I couldn't follow it. I'm like, I see all your themes. I see what you're doing. What my enemy's saying, what my character's doing. This is fucking incredible. And I just kept thinking about it for, like, a week. Just been like, that's why I didn't do 5.4. Because every time I had an idle thought, I was like, man, that's...
Guess you almost needed to cool down.
Yeah.
Because it was so much.
Yeah, because I was just... I just kept thinking, I kept parsing over what everything meant as the idea... The ideas and themes involved. And I was just like, this is...
Fuck, man, that's so exciting.
This
That's so fucking exciting. Oh my god.
Ah! Yep. It's completely and utterly insane. So
Where is my time hole? Can I not go into a fucking portal, play all my games, come out, and it's still today?
Yeah. See, this is the thing. This is this is exactly what the kind of thing I had. I always worried I wouldn't have enough time to play FF, and then you know what I did? I went, nah. You know what? Other shit in my life can fuck off. I'm gonna play FF. I'm gonna play FF. I'm gonna sacrifice sleep for FF. I'm gonna not eat and play FF. I'm just going to play FF because this is. I'm going to make the time for this because it's almost something we've been talking about. Is like, life doesn't last forever. I'm going to fucking play this now.
I'm feeling that, yeah.
And that's just kind of everything. Everything that FF kind of helped drive that, both as an experience, like, from my perspective, and as an experience from the perspective the game's trying to give me. I'm just like, what am I fucking dawdling about for? I'm just going to do good shit.
Man. It's like, as a sort of follow-up to that, there's a super from Bamut416 who said, if after 5.3, the XIV devs deleted your character, then your account, and said, okay, you're done now, I think the community would go, okay, I had fun.
Yeah.
Right, if they were able to pull off a fucking narrative peak like that, man.
Yeah, they did that, and then he's saying that, and then obviously the Endwalker trailer, the hero character standing on the moon. Like, all right then. where are you going to go from here to wrap this up? To say I'm excited is putting it extremely lightly. Like,
now we got a super from Levi Nussman who says, subbing to Patreon to help support more side content like FF. My old guild all got into FF from hearing you talk about it, and it's great to be together again in our guild hall. Also, hi Alex.
Cool,
and I mean, damn. Yeah. How many people have... Because you did it to me and Nikki and Dakor. Yeah. And you've done it to all these good people. Yeah. How many people have you...
I don't know.
You have done some severe damage, my friend.
No, I don't think I've done it. Well, I've done a lot of damage at the time, but I think people are better for it. Like, I hope people enjoy their experience. And if they don't, that's fair. But I really hope they do. Because I enjoyed it, and it's been remarkable.
Goddamn. Well, yeah, and thank you, Levi. I'd certainly say download the Patreon app or just do whatever to follow the RSS feed instructions so you can get the podcasts. But you can get the podcasts like on a podcatcher, like Overcast or something. Because there is right now 4.5 hours of podcast content. 4 hours?
4 and a bit.
4 and a bit hours of podcast content all ready for you. So, man, yeah, thank you for the support. We've got Watch Me saying, so, when's the Yoshi P interview?
I don't think I could speak if Yoshi P was in front of me.
Yeah, no, he's too big a figure in my head. I couldn't do it.
I was just like, please, like, I don't actually want to talk to you about FF14 in any capacity because I don't want to see the magic behind the curtain. Can you please just like run me through how you act as a producer? Because I want that magic. I want to be able to sit down and go, and if you tell me the answer is Excel spreadsheets, cigarettes, and coffee, I swear to God.
Yeah. We have a super from BS Nye who says, as a WoW player since vanilla who left for FF14, WoW preys on your desperation, even more so to play with your guild. You often feel left behind, while FF14 feeds your passion and rewards you for it and explores other passions. I suppose it's that thing of perhaps what I'm getting from that is you have progress systems of borrowed power that can feel player abrasive.
Yeah.
Which is why it feels like that. Where in FF, if it doesn't have those things and you're having purely good experiences in FF, then you're never having bad thoughts when you're near the game. You don't have that friction.
Yeah,
that just fundamentally changes how you engage with the game and the developers of the game.
That's exactly it.
Perhaps.
That's exactly it. It's all of the little small mechanics, all the little small things that are like, this isn't a big deal, but it's it's a kind of annoying. I think all the things we complain about that are bad parts of player experience add up to that feeling. And I don't know how many people can see that as the overall pattern, but that's why like logging into World of Warcraft to me feels painful because I have so much I need to do to actually enjoy whatever the game is. Whereas it's FF, obviously I'm still in the honeymoon period of not having completed all the content. Maybe there'll be more times where I log in wanting to play and there's nothing I'm really up to. But generally speaking, at the minute, I'm just like, that I can do almost anything with anyone at any point in time now. And there's reason to do. Like if you have another dungeon, I'll go in, I'll get some extra poetics for helping you for the first time. There you go. And I'll get some XP if I'm leveling another job.
And that's good for me as well. It's like the network effect of this game is good because I feel more happy as a leveler. Yeah. Kind of knowing that like for my guildies, it's like so easy for them to jump in and help me, but also it's not just them helping me, they're also getting things out of it.
Because the mechanics, especially in trials, like I will never not enjoy doing like Titan, which is a Titan or Effort, I can't remember. Either Titan or Effort's the first trial, and Titan specifically just has a mechanic that if you don't dodge it, it will kill you. It doesn't matter how many years you've been playing that game. If you don't move out of landslide, you are dead. And you have a very small window of time to move out of landslide. And that's just fun. That is always fun. That's the thing about the mechanics of it. That's always fun.
Oh, man. It's funny. We could have an issue here where we actually have so many super chats that we're getting super chats faster than we do the super chats. Yeah. Which could mean we'll be here in perpetuity. Which, if I can actually say, perpetuity.
That's all, folks.
Peppa Pig. So we should probably work out to skedaddle slightly just so we can actually get to people's questions.
Let's go. Turbo time.
Josh O saying FF14 patches are very predictable.
Yep.
Like the X0, X2, and X4 are the raid tiers, with the X1, 3, and 5 being the 24-man raids. Each patch also has an EX trial. So dot 0 usually has 2 EX. So I don't know what 2 EX. Oh, extremes, yeah. Yep. So I guess it's that thing where if the patch format's super predictable, and maybe that's just what helps them. I mean, if the patch format's predictable and they're generally very predictable in how their endgame systems are, then that's likely what helps them produce enough content to satisfy people, even if they don't have a team size and budget of WoW.
Yeah. So I know we wanted to go fast, but 112 days. Do you want me to bring up the fucking patch cycle chart? 112 days, 112 days, 112 days. COVID happened, 170 days. What's the next one? 112 days. Bang, like.
It seems like the Blizz have been hit way harder.
Yeah. Magic producer. That's basically it. Like, okay, we'll make the call day one, cut the ultimate. Sorry, boys. But patch is on track. Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Eternal Fellow saying FF may not offer more content depending on your standard, but what makes it work is FF14 consists.
It's consistent.
Oh yeah, it's consistent as fuck. You know what you're going to get. I guess it's that it. You know what you're going to get. It gives you what you're going to get, and you're happy because you've got what you wanted.
Yep.
It's a pretty simple bargain. It struck with its players, really.
Yeah.
Why was my phone beeping?
You receive.
I held the Siri button. That was a good move.
Nice one.
Yeah, I think there is something to be said for just keep it broad strokes the same.
Yeah.
And just keep on iterating and iterating and iterating and mastering the craft of doing the thing that you know people are there for.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's not bigger or better in any sort of, wow, look at this incredible new plan we've done and look how good it paid off. It's just like, yeah, you know, we did another raid with another raid story, but we've been doing it for ages and we're getting better and better each time. So it's just the quality of this thing is what's done the job. It didn't need to have a special system.
Yeah.
Big think.
Big thing indeed.
Yeah, I have to wonder if, like, around Warlords of Draenor, they found that expansion build-around features did so well in terms of pre-orders and marketing that that's, like, maybe when they decided these build-around features are really a thing to do.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think build-around features are basically the death of WoW. We need to stop them immediately. As immediately as we can.
Stop spiking, keep it relevant. Like, relative.
We got Life for Grind saying, and all of the conversation is not even touching crafting and gathering, which is, like, 30 to 40% of the game. Yeah, I think it's that thing right now. I couldn't even talk about those things because I don't understand enough of them.
I've got...
but I know it's like there's people, they even have a rotation for their crafting, and it's like it's that in-depth and good. Versus WoW's crafting, which has been, honestly, has been kind of shite. Let's see, Warlords of Draenor killed it. Mists of Pandaria made the Thingies of Harmony bop, which pseudo ruined it.
Yep. Destroyed the economy.
So really for me, Cataclysm is the last time I really enjoyed WoW crafting and Econ.
Yep. I enjoyed it a little bit in Legion because there were associated quest lines that I liked.
Yeah. I guess that's us hitting that from different sort of things. Yep. I either wish WoW would go fully in the Legion direction or fully in the, like, older economy-driven sort of way. But right now, it's like, I've not thought about...
Yeah, they don't really exist in World of Warcraft. Largely, they do, but they're a very, very small thing to do sometimes if you want to, if you don't just want to buy the WoW token.
Yeah, there's another one here about crafting. It's again from High from Buddha, who says, crafted gear isn't comparable to raid gear in strength, but it's a good option for a player with not much time to quickly enjoy all the latest content. Odd-numbered patches are catch-up for casuals.
That explains why 5.5 has been very good catch-up for me at my level of gameplay.
Yeah. I'll explain that.
Because E9 through 11 are not weekly logout. That's it.
Oh, this is nice from Bama416 again, saying, fun FF thing. The fastest way to grind Poetics isn't to pick a dungeon and run it. It's to help new players through dungeons for the first time.
Yeah. Poetics being the thing you use for some others. The currency almost like an old content justice, where you'll buy old gear with Poetics, and you'll buy a load of, like, I bet that there's relic questline stuff you can buy with it, a whole load of other stuff as well, but mostly, as far as I'm concerned, go buy old expansion gear for, like, old expansion endgame gear for your alt jobs and classes. So you can have, like, a big stack of level 50, 60, and 70 gear ready for a job long before you even pick it up. Which is class.
Yeah, I mean, it's having the incentives, right? I mean, it's how, like, there's if you're doing a Mythic Plus run in the new system, and that run increases the Mythic Plus rating of a player, you get Valor. Yeah. That's, like, I love shit like that. It's a good way to do it.
Very similar to that. Great.
Now we've got another one from Sinosmay, who says, big Mythic Raider here. When I did FF14, classes felt bloated with buttons and global cooldown. What do you think of build spend versus big massive rotations like Sam, etc.? Yeah, so I'm planning to go Samurai, which is basically like 3 kind of rotations within a big rotation. I couldn't tell you because I've not played it. People do seem to absolutely love some of that stuff though. Whereas like with the WoW classes, I mean, they've, like, since Legion and WoD, I believe, who was it? Was it Tom Chilton who was leading the charge in the prune? I forget, but they pruned super hard anyway. Yeah. And that's then meant that WoW has turned into kind of lower button count, but high APM.
Yeah.
Whereas FF14, I guess, is lower... Well, it's not really lower APM, actually, because of the filler the instant casts between the GCD that are filler? Is it lower APM?
So I actually don't know what WoW APM is. I can interpolate if I say 1.5 GCD, because obviously that means it's like 45 or so actions per minute. Whereas FF seems to range, and I haven't looked at them in a while, but I remember it looks like the FF log stuff was saying the APM was somewhere between 38 and 49 for classes, I think.
Okay.
Which means they're similar enough in APM. It's just that a lot of that comes down to double weaving, because most classes will constantly be pressing an OGCD, especially melee. They do a lot of OGCD weaving compared to casters who actually cast a lot.
Yeah.
But even then, it's still the APM is not particularly lower in FF. It is, especially before you're like 80 and 70. But I think the only thing I would say to that is, you know that meme of I sleep and real shit? It's like that, but WoW classes are in I sleep for me, and FF classes are in real shit for me. And I don't know how much of that is honeymoon period, and I've not played a lot of them at
I think
higher
some
levels.
of it might be because you played the same like healing spec for 2 tiers in a row, I guess.
Yeah, but I prefer almost all classes that I've dabbled in at the minute, which is most of them. The only one I haven't tried is Summoner, and apparently it's really jank at the minute, like with a 2 minute long opener.
What?
Yeah, so you just press X equals the buttons to do your opener.
Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe it's only 1 minute long, but it's something crazy like that.
Okay. So I think for that, like for me doing an answer, I'll just have to wait. I haven't got there yet. My intuition is that FF is slightly slower and more kind of broad and complex with a higher button count, whereas WoW's is slightly higher APM but very focused on a sort of smaller core.
Yeah.
So I guess it's going to be a bit of a take your pick situation.
Yeah.
We've got from Squidfish. One thing that's interesting to me in terms of repeatable content is speedruns of raid bosses. You aren't locked out after one clear of a savage fight, so you can go back and hyper-optimize for time. You're only locked out of loot.
Yep.
Fair enough. Interesting. And then if it's not a savage and not current, you're not locked out at all. You just keep on going.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting.
That's what I'd like.
I suppose, if you want to do that to hyper-optimize like one boss fight, then I guess like just being there for practice. That said, if you told our guild group, they're like, great, okay, it's Stone Legion General's practice night.
Yeah, that's because mechanics in World of Warcraft feel like a barrier to your completion of a raid based on how everyone's expectations have been picked up. You expect to clear, you don't expect to fail, which is something I almost wanted to talk about earlier when someone mentioned how blind progression happens when a new patch launches. There are things that, like, I don't know how widely the concept is, but I've heard of learning parties where you go into the party finder, which is the equivalent of the pre-made group finder, so you look for groups and join them manually and like sign up and whatnot. And there's learning parties for fights where there will be people going, I'm new to Savage. This is a party for people who have not done this fight. Let's come in, we'll learn together. And that appears to be a thing, whereas the default in WoW is Whisper Curve or no invite. And that's a very big community difference thing, where I feel like it's down to the expectations of maybe people don't have fun in raids a lot of the time. World of Warcraft, they're just there for loot, and that's why that happens, versus FF where it's like, this is endgame content, we want to give it a spin. Like I can't say for that massively, but it definitely feels that way, at least in how people talk about it so far.
Interesting. Yeah, we got one from Eugene saying, and I thought their biggest problem was keeping professional C++ devs who can work in their code base and do it for a joke of a salary, but doing QA's work, gee. I think it's just UG be like, oh my god, they don't have enough in QA, what's going on? You know, I don't know if it's just the whole pro C++ devs, because I mean, a lot of engine work, okay, the very fundamental engine work you're going to be doing in something that low level, but you know, a lot of your actually programming systems and stuff is going to be C#.
Yeah.
So actually, I don't even know what languages. I don't know what the code base of WoW is actually.
I imagine it's annoying, whatever it is.
Yes,
I imagine it's a pain in the ass working.
I am used. Well, I wrote a rendering engine in C++ back in uni, and I've done lots of Unity work, which is all C#. So like that's the shit I'm used to. But like I don't know what Blizzard does there. But I mean certainly, ouch. Ouch, they seem to struggle with QA. We got one from Angry Cupcake saying, will you do a podcast with Work to Game? I'd like to hear your opinions on design with them. So in principle, I will say yes. Logistically, right now, I will say no for the same reason I also haven't done Allcraft. I mean, I think I don't know if they do Allcraft anymore, but there was a while when like Allcraft like members were like, hey, come do our show. And it's just that thing. I've been so goddamn busy. Yep. Yeah, there's just lots of other things going on that people don't see here because, you know, we got to... I click in the members thing of our Notion and it's 17 people now. A lot of people.
Yep.
So, you know, if I can get work-life balance in a sane place and I guess get my head a bit more screwed on, yes. Don't know when that'll be, though. From Izel Fulm again. Don't forget about the live letters that Yoshi P does together with Foxclon. That's another form of amazing community interaction.
Live letter from the producer. They're amazing. I can't wait to choose.
Oh, is that just like a live chat?
Oh, yeah, that's a UCP, basically a presentation and hangout with people.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. Usually has announcement stuff a little bit there as well, as far as I understand.
Often?
I have no idea, but it's fairly regularly.
Really?
They're up to like, I think the last one was 60 something.
What?
Yeah. Over the past like 7 or 8 years. So
10 a year.
Maybe more. Someone in chat will probably actually say exactly.
That is a lot more than Blizzard.
Oh yeah, and it's just Yoshi P being like, well boys, what's the crack?
Oh, why can Blizzard not?
Obviously he doesn't speak like that, I would imagine. Or just, well fellas, how's she cutting the day? 2 per patch usually. 2 per patch.
Man. We've got one here from C-Mark who says, the fact you can play FF14 on a controller, including Savage, is nuts. Also, look up lyrics after you finish a fight for a particular boss. Yeah, knowing that there's now lyrics in the fight music is kind of a bit bonkers to me. That's cool. Yeah. And yeah, you know, the controller thing, I'm all for it.
I need to learn controller.
Why not?
So I can play in this a bit more comfortably.
See, I have it in my PS5. I just haven't actually logged in yet.
Right.
So I'll be... That's a part of the experiment, I suppose. I mean, FF MMOs have always been on a console. Yep. So I wonder what it's like. We've got one from Long Rider saying, it's kind of clipping.
I've got it. I and at least one other player are trying to invent a replacement for borrowed power that won't cause spellbar bloat. Search for Soul Breezy class design to see what I'm talking about. We need help making WoW better.
Cool. Yeah.
That'll be interesting to see.
I'll take a look at some stage for sure. Yeah, we need a way out of borrowed power. It's a complete fucking dead end, and it has just done untold damage to World of Warcraft since 2016. And once again, you know, it's funny. I saw a tweet from, I think Limit Max isn't particularly happy about negativity in the community at the minute. And from what I understand, they're like all pretty siloed off in the Mythic Raider community, sort of doing whatever they do. But one of the things he was saying was like, you know, everyone's praising Legion, seemingly not being aware of the issues that the issues that had. It's like, yeah, look, Max, I agree. I had so many deep philosophical issues with Legion. I remember doing a video on how legendary acquisition was utter junk bullshit, and I remember because the ongoing narrative, purely because it wasn't WoD and it was a big new thing, was that Legion was great. So I remember just that video getting dislike bombed into oblivion, even though it just boiled down to, how about you collect legendary effects like a library sort of system like glyphs, and then you can only, you know, put X onto your character, and it would have been so much better. But yeah, it's that thing where borrowed power has damaged WoW. Blizzard, I think, learned the wrong lessons from Legion, and they did not learn lessons, many of them, from BFA, unfortunately.
Yeah, lack of clarity.
We need a way out.
Lack of clarity and specificity is what has caused a lot of these problems, because people praised Legion but didn't specifically say they liked how much content there was and how much they were, why they were in love with their artifact weapons. What they meant to them, it was more just Blizzard saw the system side and went, oh, clear, our systems are good, let's go with that. They're like, no. Yeah,
I think you could do a first principles based fucking destruction of Blizzard's Legion decisions.
For sure.
Like if they're going to do Legos like that, then the Lego catch-up system of the final patch should have been there from launch.
Yep.
They even said you could target Legos during BlizzCon, and they didn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. RazorClaw999 saying Preach has got a clip and a video of him casting an FF raid boss fight. Yes, I saw that in the PG Highlights channel. Didn't watch the whole thing, But, it's certainly interesting. We've got, I think Soul's playing a little bit of FF. I don't think he's completely sold on it. But, yeah, he's playing some of that. I think Tally plays a little bit of FF on the side. Preach, maybe we'll get into it. He's got me into it. Annie Fuchsia, she's doing it too. All it would take is Asmongold. But I think the game is too Japanese for Zach.
Yeah,
he couldn't hack it.
He talked shit about the Endwalker trailer music, and for that, like, I think he's barred.
You're banned, Asmongold. Sorry, you're banned. You're gone.
No, I mean, like,
you're gone.
Especially because the Endwalker theme is a collection of all of the main themes so far, used exactly when specific characters and stuff are happening on screen. It is basically one big moment of extremely exciting fan service.
Yeah.
Where the point is, as soon as the Stormblood bit kicks in, which is different lyrics to a song from Stormblood, like, I'm there fucking screaming, headbanging, like, let's go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, Asmongold, we will all be here as a bunch of men playing Catgirls as we enjoy our weeb shit. And you know what? No offense to you, mate, but we'll be having a fucking blast and having a great time while, the people who can't quite stop playing that bit of WoW to go do a new thing. While they will just be banging their head off it. Josh O says Snow Mixie as well. I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's... Oh, yeah. What, are they known for PvP? I can't remember.
Wait, hang
But
on.
no,
Maybe
Snow
I do
Mixie's-
know who
you
that
pro-
is.
you
I get
definitely
confused
know.
with Twitch streamers.
You definitely know Snow Mixie, like. At least I'd hope so.
Nope.
No?
Don't think so.
Oh, fair enough.
No, I don't think so. I don't know Twitch people. Like, I look at WoW Twitch and I'm like, whoa, half these names I don't recognize them. That is, like, honestly how sort of out of the bubble I am with things. I mean, I don't watch Twitch in general.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that's it. If only we can get Zach into a bit of the old hentai. If we can do that, then we'll get him.
Jesus Christ.
We've got Bannerit saying Tataru
Tataru
can be a bit childish, but also kind of scary.
Yeah.
Character in FF, I assume?
Yeah. She's the receptionist of the Silence.
Ah, gotcha.
She is where all of their power comes from.
The receptionist.
Yes.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Or are you like the Ghostbusters with your...
you know the kind of person where you're like, hello, I need this incredibly specific thing and I need it yesterday.
Yeah.
And they're just like, it's under your chair. That's the kind of person Tara is.
Ah, gotcha.
Where she is secretly running everything in the entire universe, probably. Just like hyper receptionist, superb office manager. I was actually saying on Discord, I'd like a Tataru for our office. And Dakar was like, please elaborate. And I was like, I definitely need someone who can just sort everything instantly.
That might be the most effective way to communicate that job role.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Exactly.
We've got one from Magnus Rex saying, best of luck, Matt. If you try Savage this weekend, you should check out the website SaltedXIV for guides before trying to find a party.
Yep.
Most of the resources you'll need will be there. Okay, cool.
Yep,
SaltedXIV. That's the place to go for guides.
It is right here in my bookmarks for FF14.
Oh, sweet. That's very good to know.
Yeah, it's great.
Josh O saying Yoshi P ran Titan Unreal with players and literally drank wine as he watched them all slowly wipe.
Yep.
Glasses emoji.
Yeah.
Hey, I remember using those member emojis. Ah, John, you and the glasses emoji.
He also, I believe Yoshi P also had coffee flavored cookies that he baked himself last stream.
Dude, he's
Here, like,
so good at the community thing. It's kind of fucked up.
yeah, just sits down with them, goes, remember Landslide? Yeah.
We've got another one from, and I know I pronounce your first name differently every time I say it. I am that hopeless. Silas Nightfeather saying, Silas, say Silas.
I'd either say Celis or Cialis or
Celis?
or like Celis, yeah.
Celis. Okay, so Silas Nightfeather says, oh, can you just...
Can just say Nightfeather, yeah.
Okay, Nightfeather, let's roll. I should have read the first line. Nightfeather says, don't know if anyone's mentioned this, but highly recommended, highly recommend the no-clip documentary on how Yoshi P saved the game. Yup. I watched that thing years ago, and it was a great doc. I didn't play the game afterwards, but I watched it. I was like, that's cool. So now that I'm in the game, I have to revisit that. Yeah, so yes, no clip, just Danny O'Dwyer's gig, his new thing after he quit GameSpot, I believe. We got one from Squidfish saying, no Square dev gets a free account for 14. Everyone, even the CEO, has to pay for a sub. Damn, there you go.
Oh my god, imagine being Yoshi P and just like being in the middle of fighting. It's like you're sub round and he's like, nah.
We've got one for the slider crowd from Cthulhu, who says, FF14 devs gave all the ladies, except the potatoes, jiggle physics. Best devs, best game, simple as. Hang on a second.
Simple as.
Hang on a second. Is this man doing a fucking North FC on us?
That's him, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, love sliders, love jiggle, simple as.
Love jiggle, yeah.
Bazza.
Yeah, actually, I mean,
I love
he
North
said
FC
except the
memes, they're
potatoes.
best.
He said except the potatoes. I can imagine going something like, love breasts, love women, 8 nonces, simple as.
You gotta look up North FC. They're some of the best.
Yep.
Or that Turning Point Greg's.
Yeah, Turning Point Greg is good.
Turning Point Greg's always friggin' slays me.
John actually made a Guardian one. It's funny as fuck. Like.
Oh, nice. We got Dudercoon saying the best part about FF14 IMO is that any class can clear any content. DPS checks will never be an issue due to balance.
Yep, there is currently on Eden Savage, according to FF logs, there's about a 10% differential between I believe Samurai and Dancer, which are the top and the bottom class for DPS, because this game is balanced because they've made it simple and easy to balance.
Unlike WoW.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's never like, sorry, you're not the right class. You're not optimal. Could you stay away? It's just fuck it, come on in, have the crack like.
God, if only WoW could be like that. I got David Granger saying, I could imagine a world where alternative Azeroth could save Warcraft. Similar MMO, but different direction because of narrative differences. No Legion. Man, you know what? If Chromie could just take us into the Caverns of Time and just we never leave, I'd be kind of down. It does make me think though that that just immediately made me think the Caverns of Time could be used for so much.
Everything like
that could make me very happy.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah. I mean, look, man, you do wish there was a World of Warcraft where it took a different direction after MoP.
Yep.
I think many people wish that. It's tricky. You could have actually most of the same content. It would honestly just be different systems.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we've got another super from FF14 player, Faldrin Guild Wars 2, who says, FF14 is a rare game that actually made me sit down and contemplate events after beating a boss in Shadowbringers. Yep. Hard to think of a similar moment in WoW that made me feel the same. Everyone keeps telling me this. You keep telling me this. We just had the discussion about 5.3.
Yep.
God damn, it seems incredible that they're able to do that.
Yep.
Which, once again, I need to keep up like FF14. I have literally 150 hours of things to do.
It's good writing, like.
Yeah.
It's what if right good? There you
go. Ryan Whitlock saying, only 2 things I can say WoW has on FF is if you like a class/job theme, you have different variations. A WoW warrior being a tank or different versions of DPS. FF, you're a tank that does damage. Also, WoW has dwarves.
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah, it's that thing. So it's like, from what I understand, a paladin is a paladin. It just has its DPS and its tank stance on the GCT.
It doesn't.
For warrior, it's not on the GCT.
So they used to have like kind of different stances, warrior, especially different stances, but they've simplified it now. So it's basically just you turn your almost like Righteous Fury for paladin back in the day. You turn it on or turn it off. If it's on, you generate loads of enmity. If it's off, you don't.
Okay.
So you turn it off if you want to like off tank without pulling aggro.
Gotcha.
And you turn it on if you want to actually get thwacked. But they have simplified DPS rotations.
I guess it's the thing of keep it simple, focus on what matters.
Yep. That's it. If you start adding extra specs, then suddenly instead of 17 combat jobs that are viable at endgame, you split that, you give 2 of those. Or you give each of them another one, and there you go, you've got 34 variations, and now your game's twice as hard to balance.
That's what's happened to WoW.
Yeah,
not only do they have 36 specs, but each spec has got all the different soul binds and the conduits and the covenant abilities. There's 4 of those. There's all the everything. It's like, man, no wonder WoW's really hard to balance.
Yeah,
they've made it hard to balance. So I guess it's that thing of it's almost like selecting the loss that's going to enable you to get a win elsewhere, and will that win elsewhere be larger than the loss?
Yeah,
in a way, and maybe that's what's going on here.
Yep.
Wow, oh my god. Dom, thank you. Dom supered us $100 saying, huge fan.
Thanks,
WoW
man.
was my main game, but has become my side game. FF14 has taken lead. Based purely on raid content. Wow. Oh.
I will say people who underestimate the raid are definitely looking at pure number of bosses and not the experience each one individually is.
I feel like I'm one of those people right now, and I just need to get to the raid content to get through that.
I would do E11. I would do E11 again rather than do any boss in Nathria free. Like, I'd do E11 5 times rather than do all of Nathria again in terms of how fun it is.
Well, he goes on to say, but this game's story deserves your thoughtful approach to story breakdowns, man, and I hope it can draw you in. The MMO community is more than just one game. And, it's that last bit, the MMO community is more than just one game. That's what I think we all want to drive home here.
Yeah.
And yeah, 100%. Story breakdowns, stuff like that. Honestly... Yeah, I could see a future where there's lore content existing for Final Fantasy XIV. We just need to work out where to put it.
Yeah, I have absolutely racked my head over what we could cover based on what I know, and I'm not super sure yet because there's this fundamental problem where talking about lore inherently spoils things, and I'd rather not make content than spoil the game for people who want to play it. To be honest,
I think for me, I'd probably focus mostly on like world building and like the cool stories in the world and the sides. That sort of thing, rather than just, hey, everyone, we're retelling the MSQ.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't want to do.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to go back and like cover interesting additional facts or everything we can dig up on like specific people or whatnot, or like kind of get an overall history of like a zone told really well with all of the people and tribes in it through history. That might be fun.
Yeah.
But,
man, we've got a depressing one from Black Cat who just says. It's as you said a few weeks ago about cracking jokes while WoW burns. I love WoW so much that I'll sink with the ship and I'll bully the captain the whole way down. I'm not going to bully the captain. I'm going to be like, Captain, why did you steer us into the iceberg? And then do a U-turn, get out of the iceberg, then do another U-turn, and then go back into the iceberg at ramming speed. I might say that. I think I'll try to mostly focus on drinking and cracking jokes.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the only way to, have fun as it all goes to the abyss. Not that I think WoW's all going to the abyss. I just think they are they're at a junction where they could go to the abyss if they don't make smart decisions.
Definitely.
And I really hope that the amount of pushback and flack that they're getting is there. And I hope that they're able to look away from high-end Mythic Plus keys, MDI, Great Push, and Mythic Rating, and actually focus on World of Warcraft as an overall holistic experience, which is what they have thus far struggled to do.
Well put.
I love being able to smell the burning pallets outside.
That's one of those.
We're in Belfast, Northern Ireland.
Yep, and it's June. That is 1 month away from July.
That's it. Where is King Billy? Is he on the walls? Who knows? Who knows? I don't think he's not on the walls yet. I think it happens in a few.
Aye. Also, what's he doing up
Northern
there?
Ireland. Yeah, why is he there? Who knows? Who is he anyway? Oh man, we got Dark Cloud saying it's so bizarre feeling I played WoW since vanilla, but after playing and experiencing FF story, music, its characters and worlds, I can't go back.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, what this game is doing to people, as revealed by like our supers and comments, is just fucking bonkers.
Yeah, that's basically what like Dakor's been saying his experience is like.
He is like a fucking new man.
He's a wild dog now.
Looking at like I drop into our guild Discord and the guy, he's gushing about a new thing every fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah, you mention World of Warcraft, he just starts snarling at you like.
Yeah, and this has been a habitual. I mythic raid multiple times a week, mythic plus all the fucking time I can, and also raid lead my heroic raiding mates for some reason.
Yeah, loves himself some game like.
Yeah,
I was like,
he's been got that much.
He's been destroyed like.
Wild. Black Cat says, think about it this way. After playing FF, you will be so much better at retelling WoW's story for us.
That's for sure.
You know, it's funny. Retelling WoW's story is something that I greatly enjoy because it's an exercise in writing dialogue and editing dialogue.
Yeah.
And I love doing it.
It's classic.
I love writing and being involved with WoW with narrative content, so that'll always continue.
For sure.
We've got Zenzu saying FF rewards you for not playing by giving rested XP boosts.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that really caught on in MMOs after WoW. Like, I think WoW was the pioneer of it.
I think it was, but FF is just, I don't know. I guess because it's in the same character and you kind of hop in and use it all the time instead of having to go off and level and alt. You kind of blast through your rested XP pretty quick and it just feels nice. Like me getting, a total of 230% bonus XP in Sastasha with you today. because they had 100% from
Oh yeah.
from leveling an alt job, which gets double XP, and then from rest of XP, and then 30% from pre-ordering Endwalker.
And then it's so weird because like if that happened in WoW, people would be furious. Like
Pre-order
WoW
XP stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah.
people would be furious. And that's
Yeah.
what's mind blowing to me. It's like people in WoW would ride over this shit, but they're just seemingly so happy overall with FF, and I think that's the thing to understand.
Yep.
Some of the shit they do in FF is a bit scummy, is a bit weird, but that's just like the businessy bullshit. But people seem to be okay with it because otherwise the game is giving them these incredible experiences.
Yeah.
And it seems like WoW has got a far lower hit rate on that angle than FF does, and that's why FF can get away with the shit that it does. Is something to think about as a general, I guess like a general health of the player base thing. I feel like Blizzard have not maintained a healthy player base. Like they've maintained a large player base by the numbers. It's just not a healthy one.
Yeah, and also it doesn't hurt that FF's items are blow for blow cheaper, generally. Services and items are all cheaper.
We've got Sam Locke saying, like with WoW, it's nice Rathian came back in BFA, but it's also sad his questline in MoP is just gone. Yeah. So there isn't the same emotional resonance. Yeah, WoW's got that terrible problem of throwing shit in the bin when it's done with it, and then that just means that it doesn't feel like WoW gets big and big and big.
Yeah.
There should be a way to play through Rathian's entire storyline, but there's the Fangs of the Father.
Yeah.
But you'd have to get so it's like a small thing for rogues basically, and then it's Mist of Pandaria where you can't go through it because I believe the legendary quest doesn't exist anymore.
Correct.
So then Rathian's like just some dude you watched a lore video on, and that's how you know he's important.
Yeah,
which is
extremely different to FF, where they went, okay, this isn't Crystal Tower wasn't I believe it wasn't actually mandatory until they decided it would be. Phone's going. My phone, my phone and iPad.
Great.
I had my iPad because if I got to talking about community, I had a bit I wanted to do about Berserk. But anyway, so
we're 5 hours.
yeah. So we'll probably not get to that today.
We will not.
What was I saying? I was saying, the Crystal Tower wasn't mandatory, and then they wanted to use elements of it in Shadowbringers because Ishikawa wrote Crystal Tower, I think, and then wrote Shadowbringers, so reused elements. So then they went, okay, it's mandatory now.
So it's saying here YouTube is... Oh, wait. It went F.
Oh, are you serious?
It went past half past, remember?
Fuck my life. I thought I turned that off. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. I'm not even... Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so tremendously sorry. I thought I turned that off. I'm stupid.
So I'm thinking overall for the show.
Yeah. Remember,
we're 5 hours in.
Yep.
We still have dozens of supers.
Yep.
Did
we come back to these later, or?
I'm trying to work out about what
see.
the best way for us to kind of do things is.
actually pinged with NAS. Like, yep, sorted. Right. Okay. We are on F as of now, I believe.
Hey, we're on F. Nice.
Yeah. So it might take a while for people to catch up, but we are on F for the last 2 minutes. At least we caught it in 2 minutes instead of 5 or 6 minutes last time. Stream DDoS, that's exactly what happened.
That's 100%
So
it.
apparently we're still not on F, but we are, OBS is now showing green, so everything I say from now.
We've got from Balshazar saying, I finished my ARR time today as a tank. Still not on Heavensward yet, though. Wasn't too bad. Still stressy, though, but not like WoW. Interesting. I guess I'd wonder where the stress comes from.
Stress comes from having to lead a dungeon, not knowing where you're going to go, basically.
Oh, as a tank.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
right. That is an issue.
Yep. That's actually
Fair
why I was a warrior on my character until 55, and then I felt like the anxiety of I thought the anxiety of having to go into a dungeon in a trial without knowing it was too high, so I rerolled to Bard. And then I just go full speed through. But yep.
Interesting. I'm literally, this thing is, I'm losing battery slightly faster than this is charging. I only have 7% left, so we'll see how long this thing stays.
I have 15%, so we should probably rock it through and then maybe come back to some of these later on.
So we've got from Bammit again. Yeah, if after 5... Oh, wait, no, I've already went...
And he's lost his marbles.
I'm losing my marbles. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
So we got Joshua Creech saying, I know Bellular's new, but an interesting thing about WoW and FF14 is the endgame community. IO score versus parsers being taboo in FF.
Yeah, you don't
Parsers are taboo.
say you're parsing like.
Really?
That's basically for endgame players. The average player won't care about a DPS meter. I've never seen
Whoa.
I've never seen one mention of anyone's DPS or act or any plugins in game. You're not supposed to because
Damn.
mentioning them is they are TOS.
Oh,
So if
okay,
you
yeah.
say we do this, if someone reports you, you might get got for it.
Interesting. So it's like just an unsaid, unspoken thing.
Yep. Versus people linking recount logs or details in chat and saying you fucking shit, mate. You shit. Versus here, it's like I will commend the top DPS player sometimes if the tank or healer haven't done anything amazing, but I will look at it and go like I will look. I'm sitting there. I'm third. I'm like let's go. All this gear's made it.
FPS or DPS players are still DPS players.
Yeah.
And I am a goddamn DPS player.
There's a samurai sitting on top and just like I'm going to blame my job instead of my skill.
That's what I'm going to do.
Even though I dropped my bastard dots 4 times in this fight because I was too busy looking at the floor.
Well, we got a 5 Canada bucks donation from Christian. Thank you, Christian. We've got Derek Grant saying, speaking of a time hole, are you excited for a possible Stargate reboot for Amazon Prime after the acquisition of MGM?
I'm gonna go have a nap and come back when he's finished talking.
Honestly, there's not that much more to say.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so in my head, I feel like most of the SG1 and Atlantis characters, I feel like where a bunch of those actors are, you probably could get them in. Like it's like, I don't know, would Amanda Tapping and like Richard Dean Anderson and Christopher Judge and people come back? Hard to say because Tapping, she's moved to directing. She like directs loads and loads of shit.
Nice.
Christopher Judge, of course, Kratos amongst many other things. Michael Shanks, I think, is in some medical thing that's, so maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll be free. It's kind of tricky, but like if you could tell me that like, you're kind of getting the best bits of some of that cast of characters, because like, I don't know, man. You could totally get people to love a new team of people by leveraging sort of the characters they've already got, and let's get Rodney back for something.
Yeah. Could you get Aquaman in like?
That's it. See, that's the thing. From what I understand, Jason Momoa and the lead of Stargate Atlantis are like, I think like personal friends or whatever. So it's just that thing of, would it make sense for Momoa's career? Can I imagine Momoa's agent being like, hey, go back in TV for this thing? No. So I imagine if he did come back, it would be because of like, oh yeah, Stargate's kind of where I got my thing going.
Yeah.
Don't know. But basically, if there is more Stargate, I'm very happy. Very, very, very happy.
Yep.
Very happy. Especially if, Stargate, but with a budget afforded by big modern streaming service would be super interesting.
Yeah.
Could go very bad.
Yeah. Like
Could be interesting.
Expanse tier Stargate, like
Whoa.
that'd be good shit, I think.
Yes. As long as the Stargate community don't behave the way they did with Stargate Universe.
Oh yeah.
Because Stargate, I think Stargate Universe is good, has a whole bunch of issues. There are definitely dud episodes, but like a bunch of its core performances and core arcs work super successfly. Yeah. And, Amanda Tapping recently said she'd do that in a heartbeat, says Rick Jenkins. Fucking great.
Good on you.
But like basically, so I love Battlestar Galactica, so I guess tonally I would be way more okay with SGU. But like Stargate Universe got partially killed by its community having a bit of a rebellion because they wanted Gate to still feel way more kind of like light and family friendly.
Campy,
whereas they did go a bit more Battlestar. So it's like, what way would they go? Hard to say. Certainly, if more Stargate would mean Stargate that feels anything like Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard, which are both ungodly disasters that need to be taken out the back and shot.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ, the fucking basics of how to write characters and plots.
Yeah.
The fucking basics. I actually don't know how professionals made either of those shows. They're so fucking embarrassing. I guess it's just people who really don't have a love or an understanding of the IP coming in thinking they're hot shit, and goddamn, then those shows happen. So yeah, anyway, shows, woo! We got from the Darkman67. I feel like part of making such finale hit so hard is that FF goes out of its way all the time to humanize everyone. Even the most badass character you meet gets the time to be a person, not a walking set piece. Yeah. That is the reason why World of Warcraft should spend more time in talky things and cutscene things. Not how they do cutscenes, though. They need to make cutscenes good, but they need to spend more time in their characters because that's the only way to get people to care about your characters, and basically doing it via transmedia narrative is a goddamn lazy excuse that is robbing the WoW storytellers of telling their story in-game in a way where people will actually understand it. Also, Jonathan said Kurtzman ruined Star Trek, to which I say yes, Kurtzman should never be allowed to touch anything again. Please, how can we remove that man from the entertainment industry? And also, any of his sycophants or any... Actually, Bad Robot? Can we remove Bad Robot from existence? Can we just pretend Lost happened and remove Bad Robot? Just JJ or any of these JJ aligned people, just get rid of all of them. Please. Please. Please stop ruining all of the things that we like by turning them into fucking generic, edgy, modern shit that, you know, it's edgy and dark aesthetically, but so fucking childish on a script level. Oh, modern media. Modern media!
Know, see, for a second, I didn't even recognize you. I just thought it was Mextoclass.
Cool. Cool.
Clip that and send it to RLM, be like, this is accurate.
Oh man, yeah, we've got Anno Dominic saying much criticism from friends about playing WoW as they compare to modern MMOs. Almost always find my defense being I deeply care about the lore. Being a fan since Warcraft, since Reign of Chaos. It's really a shit situation when your only defense is I really like the lore in the world and I've been there, because that's a lot of my defense sometimes.
Yeah, I think there's three reasons to play World of Warcraft that I will actually like consider relatively justified. One is you love end-game content in any of the pillars. I'm like, you know what? You do you. Not a big fan of like doing it at extremely high level, but you do you. Go ahead. The other is you care about the lore and you really deeply care about the IP, in which case I would definitely say, you know what? Fair play, but also are you trapped there? Do you need help? And then the third one is you just don't care and you play it because you've played it and that's fine.
Yeah.
And like, you know what? All those three are completely valid, just valid reasons, but definitely think about why you're playing it.
Yeah, we got Bored Panda saying, not going to lie, the majority of FF14 players are walking, living as... ... I find myself guilty for getting 10 of my friends into the game and we're still in. Yup. You lot are all fucking evangelists. You're in a goddamn cult and you're actually succeeding.
Yeah.
Yours are totally succeeding. People are... I wish we could have the... like. It's like, you know, sometimes whenever companies get good news, they immediately boast.
Yeah.
You know, they immediately try to just boast the fuck out of them, and you're like, man, I wish FF did that because I'd love to see where those numbers are.
Yeah.
You know, Waffle B. Brando says edgy is childlike. Yeah, it's you know, it's that funny thing here where there's a lot of modern media that takes the aesthetics of being edgy and dark, but the kind of complexity and character depth of their script is fucking childish and embarrassing. And that's basically loads of, honestly, modern American television, even the big budget stuff.
Yeah,
and it's very sad these big budgets get thrown into such terribly written shows.
Yeah.
And so many of them get, I mean, I'm not, okay. Invincible is fucking embarrassing. Yes. So many of its characters are fucking paper thin, especially Invincible's girlfriend. I have no idea why that show is so loved, other than animated content is just held to a lower standard, and that makes me so fucking sad because there's so much potential there.
Especially because you're watching BoJack, like.
Yeah. Oh, compared to BoJack, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
How much better the character work is. But yeah, Invincible, it's like, I don't know. I think it's just edgy superhero stuff is novel, so it gets like marked up. But compare the quality of its writing to The Boys.
Yeah, that's
and
actually
The Boys is like so much better written than Invincible. Yeah. It's like there is a good version of Invincible there, but my god, it needs especially that girlfriend character of the main character. They just have that, and man, even the other thing with Invincible, the acting is shit. Now, I don't mean the voice acting. Yeah, whenever I say acting in this context, I'm talking about the actual acting of the animation. So the animation can't carry the vocal performances other than Omni-Man because he looks so, he's supposed to be that kind of stuff. It's weird. So it's like Omni-Man and Invincible work as a thing, but the rest of the writing to me is like so could be much better. Yeah. And it was like watching The Boys after Invincible was just a thing of like, Garth Ennis, you Belfast man,
That's
creator
right.
of The Boys.
That's right.
You have definitely put some Northern Irish sensibilities and,
Good thing you called
cynicism into your show.
it. Good thing you called it the boys and not the lads. It wouldn't quite have the same ring.
Yeah.
But no, I think in terms of Edge, actually, like I've been reading Berserk recently. That makes Dark Souls world look full of hope. That's how I would describe it. Like Hidetaka Miyazaki is a fucking fraud hack. Basically, after reading Berserk, because Dark Souls is just Berserk, but notably different in a lot of ways.
Now, if people are asking, I mean the normal girl, not the superhero. Superhero girl actually could have had way more to her, and she could have been great. But no, it was the normal like girlfriend character where she was so paper thin. She was such a tropey stereotype. Yeah, she needed so much more to round herself out as a character, and the whole way that they tried to frame Invincible in that relationship, it felt very, very, very surface level and not really, just not hitting the depth of either character. Where it's basically like, because he's got to like maintain, being a superhero and being in disguise, he couldn't tell her about him being a superhero, so he kept on, showing her up for dates and making excuses and stuff. But it's like they never spent enough time, in. Honestly, watch Invincible just to compare it to The Boys, and just think if Invincible was a live action show.
Yeah.
And I love J.K. Simmons and your man UN, who voices the main character. He's awesome too. It's just like, yeah, compare Invincible to The Boys. If Invincible was a live action show, it would be ripped to shreds. Which makes me sad, because goddammit, animated content has got so much potential. It's like, I remember watching Korra and just being like, fucking hell, get out of here, Bolin. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. There's so much potential here right now. Why do we need that fart joke? Why do we need that silly goof moment? Oh my god, there's so much potential. Why is it Nickelodeon again? No, you're so close to being... Oh, why did you Nickelodeon again?
Cartoons are for children.
It does my head in that, like, it's taken so long for really good adult animation.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you get like adult animation that's just like, it's almost there. And then it just, it has to fall tropey. And it's that thing. Animation, it's almost like, from aspects of writing, it's treated as a genre, even though animation is a medium, not a genre. And that's the bit that gets me.
Yeah.
I could talk about this shit for so long. By the way, I should say, like, a whole bunch of my friends are like animation people, like actual animation graduates, and the people are really...
Yep.
Yes. I'm not, if I keep on going, then it will be time to criticize the quality of Dragon Prince's season 1 script, and I know that's a losing battle.
Yeah, let's not do that. But before we go further, Ross Mirage said, Matt, I just remembered you mentioned MGR's OST and how the lyrics are the boss singing its POV. Look up who sang To the Edge. What a fancy coincidence. I actually noticed that. That's class. That's so good. One of the vocalists who is actually an American band for a lot of some of the Metal Gear Rising stuff. Is he the one who sang Rules of Nature? Or maybe not. Sang at least one or two of the songs. Actually did vocals for a 5.3 song. And I saw it and I was like, yes, let's go. His name's Jason Miller. Jason C. Miller. Deadly. And he's so American. And then he's involved in these Japanese franchises and does a class job.
Sweet.
Yeah, so.
Nice. We've...
You can bounce ahead then.
Yes, well, we got from Board Panda. No, wait, we've already. Yeah, we've got from JC then. Your Chocobo will be a huge benefit for your leveling experience, which will benefit all your classes and jobs. Can't wait to hear your opinions. Yeah, I can't wait for my Chocobo. I'm level 21. Do I have one soon?
I can't remember if you get Chocobo at 20 or 30. You get it as a companion to fight with at 30, which is so good, by the way.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
I love how they do that too.
It's class. Just out the world. My Chocobo is called Sternwing, because it was initially like a tank and DPS hybrid. And I'm just like, alright, Sternwing, out you come. Here's some Geisel Greens, let's fight. And then I go get some barding and make them, customize them.
Level 20 is Chocobo, level 30 is combat. Oh my god, I can get a Chocobo after stream. No, I can't. It'll be way too late. Soon.
Oh my goodness.
So we got the imp saying, my favorite thing in 14 is that I am playing the game, not mods. So add-ons. Mods equals homework, and I just want to play the game.
That's fair.
Yeah, totally fair. And I wish the UI was a bit different, but basically, I agree. We got from Killian Duggan saying, RPG-wise, even dedicated FF YouTubers like Night Sky Prince, who don't play MMOs, now have FF14 as pretty much their top entry in the whole damn series.
Yeah. I agree.
Even over 7 and 10.
I have not played 7, but over 10, yes, absolutely. 10 is still... 10 might...
Holy
10's
shit! Because I
definitely
know how
one-
much you like 10.
I love 10 with all my heart and soul, but FF14 is better.
Wow. Okay, well that's another... I've already bought the fucking game. What more do you want?
Experience it. Feel what we've felt. Feel what we've felt and come back and fucking join arms in solidarity as people who've seen good shit.
Yeah, and here's fucking Ronald Crouch coming in here with the super, again, continuing this goddamn victory lap for this game. FF does a lot to keep crafters relevant via housing content, crafted transmog cosmetics, crafted versions of weapons based on trial bosses. Haha, yeah, you know, player housing. What if we had that?
Yeah.
Why does we not have that?
Oh, that's
my
right.
god.
That reminds me, I actually got from doing the weapons, I got an item that I need to go and put in my house.
Oh
forgot about
man, man, yeah. There's, we got wholesome. Oh yeah, we got Worship Mage saying there's a documentary from No Clip about why 1.0 failed and how they built Realm Reborn. Yoshi P talks about his managing style and how they produced the game. So the last time I watched that was years ago. Our head count on both of our teams is like more than doubled. All I know is Yoshi P seems to be an incredibly effective leader. Incredible producer. I need to rewatch that documentary and as much Yoshi P shit as I can so that I can understand, so I can understand what it is. What is the man's special sauce?
Yeah, I'm going to watch it.
I know a bunch of it is pure unbridled passion, but there's got to be more than that.
It has to be. It
Because
cannot be.
he's obviously applying it smart.
Yeah.
So I want to see what that man's doing because goddamn, he's doing something well.
Read Yoshida Uncensored as well. So I haven't read much further into that, but one of the first things he did was compile a 10,000 strong list of things that were wrong with the original in a big spreadsheet.
Imagine getting that spreadsheet. That'd be cool.
You'd throw up on the reading the first entry. It's like can't jump. You're like,
We got Guntank saying FF14 also has an option in Duty Finder to queue with people who haven't cleared the content, so you can learn as well.
I didn't know that.
That's so cool. You can just do a newbie run and have people with your level. No, this game is so well thought out. Ugh.
That would stop the case of
great.
That would stop the case of like today, where the Stasha tank just ran straight to the optimal route.
Yeah.
You would have had someone who maybe knew that, maybe didn't, ran to all the other rooms.
Yeah, we got Caddy Supering saying one thing you should steal from the Preach video is a guess the class / job icon game before I'm in too deep.
That would be fun. Dakor, you bought all the magnets? Can you send them over, please?
Of course, he's bought all of that. You could spend a mean amount of money in their merch store. Their merch store is honestly inspiring. It's so good.
It's I was
so high quality.
If I had more money, I was desperately close to buying one of the watches. Like the 300 quid watches, because that shit looks class.
Oh man,
the light one with like the crystal reflection in the like watch face, gorgeous. Like,
we got from Dom saying Yoshi P also frequently talks about his love of WoW and Blizzard, particularly Diablo.
Yeah,
I mean there you go. I wish that the WoW devs could find the same lessons from World of Warcraft that Yoshi P found.
Yeah,
because they are taking different lessons.
Yep.
I wonder if Yoshi P plays modern WoW.
I bet he does. Because that man's an MMO fiend.
I feel like if he has criticisms, he'll never say them.
No, that's not
bad form.
That's not what you
do.
do.
That's not how you do it. So
I mean, it's the same whenever Scalebound got cancelled and everyone in the know is like Microsoft deep dicked Platinum on that, and Platinum never said a bad word about them.
Watching this stream feels like Matt just sold me a car but remains in the passenger seat upselling me about how great the car is after I bought it.
Just mad.
Oh, Black Cat, that is a critical hit of a super chat.
Yeah, you just your hands on the gear stick, my hands just sit on top of your hand. Like, doesn't that just feel fantastic? How smooth it sticks to the road. That's incredible. It's like, take this corner any speed you want.
Oh, aye. Grand. We'll see how that goes. We've got, oh man. We've got Dark Cloud saying, I get people want to show WoW players a better or alt option, but I honestly wish people stop with Asmongold, keep him in his brood in WoW. I can understand the criticisms of Asmongold. I feel like, Zach the guy's very reasonable.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. I feel like he catches a bunch of shit from, like, just stuff his community does where it's not really... Yeah. It's not really his fault, and I think he does make a good faith effort.
He definitely
to keep things reasonable with all that.
Yeah.
I actually think that Super is more saying like so there's the small scale Twitch communities that can appear under a smaller Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
And I'd call, say, Preach a small streamer, even though Preach is a big streamer.
Yeah.
Like we're small streamers too. I mean that like top 50, top 100 in all of Twitch, where like so many of Asmongold's viewers don't even play WoW.
Yeah.
It's just purely find him entertaining. So it's like big giga Twitch culture.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a total wouldn't fit in FF at all, I think. But I don't think it's an Asmongold specific thing.
No, I think it's just
At all.
I think brood's the term for it, where it's just this brood of people who are stuck in WoW,
Yeah.
or feel stuck in it, or like enjoy the negativity that spirals out of people not liking it so much.
That's fair.
They're kind of
Like,
like
I can understand that.
like rats in the dark or something.
We got Worship Mage saying, in the credits for the Shadowbringers patches at the very end, it lists the players, the CEO, and then Yoshi P in that order.
Yeah.
There you
There
go.
is nothing that, like, especially after a particularly like emotional experience in a game, there's nothing more heartwarming than and thank you for playing. Or I mean, I suppose in this it's all the players, where it's like thanks to everyone who stuck to this journey. And you're like, yeah, you're not making this shit for a nebulous group of people. You're making this for humans. And if they've helped you on the journey because it's a live game, then saying so is only fair.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, thanks for paying attention to us, Yoshi P. Thank you for everything you've done. Like,
Yeah, we've got one from Batman here, which is also content.
Yeah.
He said, we need Bellular versus Palace of the Dead and compare to Torghast. Both with party 1 to 100 and solo 1 to 200 as far as he can go. Yeah, I'm down.
that'd be interesting.
Totally agree. I would love to try that. I will when it comes out. I will let you know, because there is a comparison to be made with Torghast. Not in terms of the actual design of the content, but I think thematically Tower and Death.
Yeah. You say when it comes out, Palace of the Dead has been in.
Or not comes out. I mean, whenever I get to it.
I think you actually might. No, maybe you've got further to go in the MSQ, but I think you actually are at the level where you can do it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and also it's level agnostic, so you can just do it all at any level as soon as you've unlocked it.
I'll have to try it soon then.
Yep.
Interesting. We got Razor Claw saying, you guys should play SWTOR. It's free. You can, you can go as slow as you want. As another MMO that could help WoW. Look, I've played SWTOR up to level 50 on 2 characters, Bounty Hunter and Sith Warrior. I then got, I did a few of the narrative expansions as well. I forget. It was the one with the 2 brothers. I didn't finish it though. My opinions from that are actually on the channel now if you look for them, and they were broadly quite positive. SWTOR, it would be lower in the pecking order than ESO and FF, but and Guild Wars 2, but I would be happy enough to give it another shot. I mean, certainly I had positive experiences, and I'd say if anyone, like, just ignore all the side quests, just play it as a Star Wars single player RPG, you'll actually have a blast. And certainly its whole legacy system, apparently it's a very alt-friendly game, a whole bunch of stuff there that perhaps WoW could learn from, so I'd have to reinvestigate that. We got Cameron Lowe saying Yoshi P has said he'd love to do an FF14 collaborative event with WoW.
Yeah.
And then Cameron's opinion is sadly Blizzard would unfortunately never allow it. I agree with Cameron.
Yeah.
I think Yoshi would love to do that, but it's the sort of thing. All that Blizzard could do from that is lose, and all that FF could do is gain.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Blizzard will never do it.
Yeah, it's like, could you imagine, like, I can't imagine what they would do with World of Warcraft on the tier of, like, the Yorha Dark Apocalypse stuff, because they had Platinum staff, like, help with the mechanics and help with like, models and stuff for it, giving them stuff and helping them through, and then Yoko Taro went and wrote it, and they did a whole bunch of, like, the
So
cross-promotion
crazy.
together, because they're under the same company. That was pretty easy. Well, not Platinum, technically, but, you know, they were published by Square Enix in that game. So it's interesting that I just can't imagine it happening. Like, I can't imagine it happening.
Damn, we've... okay, so... Whew. Yeah, we've got Noobchew saying, WoW had a working formula from vanilla to TBC. You weren't the chosen one, which was great, but what filled it was the community, rewarding gears, and quest adventures filled with lore.
Yeah.
You know, I think that broadly did stay for quite a while in WoW. It is purely just that basically they fell off the rails production-wise with WoD, and then it all went a bit fucky after that.
Yep.
You know, some bizarre mushrooms were ingested by the people not directing, I mean, like, sort of, you know, steering the ship.
Yep.
Whatever the sort of upper echelon of, you know, decision makers is, and we are in World of Systems beta craft land forever. Yay.
Yeah.
Oh man, we've got actually, tell you what, I'm gonna go get a Bepis.
All right. Do you have Bepis left?
One Beppis.
Nice one.
I'll split it in two.
Nah, you can have it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just something, honestly, something cold to wake me up. Because it's
Yeah.
been a long ass day.
I am all Beppis out. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, I guess there's someone talking about the Capcom collaboration with FF. See, I feel like that's a thing where they could do it in Japan really well, where they've got the kind of similar culture. Like, I mean, especially Capcom, because they have absolutely, actually, I'll throw, yeah. I absolutely love what Capcom have been doing overall. They've been completely fucking nailing it from A to Z with almost everything they're doing. So I love the idea of that actually. I can see how that would work, but for Blizzard, I can't imagine it going very well. I think that's finally my problem. It's just, I don't want Blizzard anywhere near FF14. Not until they prove they won't shit all over it in some capacity. That's kind of how I feel.
That was certainly a phrase to walk back into.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Blizzard are too, it's weird. They're too insular when, you would imagine that you'd typically associate that with how the Japanese react. But they love their crossover stuff. They do it all the time, and to great effect, it seems. It's just a rising tide carries all ships kind of thing over there. Like, hello, Monster Hunter World. You're a really good game. Hello, Final Fantasy 14. You're a really good game. Do you want to make really good content together? Yes, let's go. Whereas imagine if Blizzard wanted any content with any other MMO, it would be, how can we crush them beneath our heels?
It certainly feels like it.
Yep.
It certainly does. So we got one from Reikaman who says FF14 live letters are featured in 2 parts before any major patch to showcase the upcoming content. So yeah, I mean, that's a way to do it while having a developer who can really act as a face of your community.
Yeah.
WoW as it sort of does that with Ian, but it doesn't really do it with Ian. So I'm left not really being sure.
Not the
it
same
doesn't
way,
feel like there's anyone who's able to do what Yoshi can do in terms of like the broad.
Yeah.
Or I guess what Kaplan does.
Yeah.
Or did in Overwatch. So it's interesting. We've got one from David Thomas saying my FF14 static brought me here and can't stop talking about you. Crying, laughing face times 2. But I figured I'd give you a listen. Okay, what is an FF14 static?
A static is what they call, like, it's no official in-game thing as far as I'm aware, but it's what they call a static group of raiders. Because a static would be 8 people for Savage Raids.
I guess there is quite a few FF people being all like, "Oh look, those notable WoW people are doing our thing now."
Yeah.
Clap clap. Which
cool.
I guess it's the sort of thing. It's like if I don't know, like if big people came and like started playing WoW, you'd be like, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah, be like, "Hello, are you enjoying your time? Do you want any help? Do you want a cold beverage and a nice seat? Like, come on in."
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, just that there's so little salt, it seems, in that community that it's just so skewed towards pure positivity.
Yeah. Or the salt is all insular in statics that are raging at each other for filling mechanics. I think they're like they're thrown out. I think a lot.
Yeah.
Just nice, like.
We got from Faldra in Guild Wars 2 again, who says, while FF has monetization, it's never felt shoved in my face as heavily in comparison to, say, the 6-month subscription stuff in WoW. I think a part of that's just the shop. The shop is in-game in WoW. It is on the MOG station in FF, which is just a website.
Yeah, you click the store website and that's it. And it's on your launcher over the left-hand side when you're looking at the right-hand side for the patch install and the login.
Yeah.
But as soon as your game client's open, unless you see someone else on a cool store thing and go, "Oh, where'd you get that?" It's just not a thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. We've got Razor Claw saying, "Lol, may run it Saturday." Aye, Saturday now. Whoops. Lars Hansen saying, "How about inviting Preach and Asmongold to Belfast in order to have an online debate about the state of WoW with a Q&A at the end?" You know what? That would be really fun. The only tricky thing is it's like this for the whole lot of us, but like, if I'm saying, hey Mike, you want to pop over here? Well, that's me saying, "Hey Mike, do you want to spend 2 days not supporting your family?"
Yeah.
So, that would need to be at a stage where we could, like, I guess, I don't know, pay for flights and sort of, do that whole thing. But then it's quite hard to make that work at our scale.
Yeah, the only other way would be to, like, really split it up content-wise. So he's getting content out of it and we're getting content out of it, which feels a bit like, it would be nice to do, but
I'd 100% love to do that. It's just, we're all quite busy, so it would be hard to get schedules together. But I would love to do that. I don't know how much of a debate it would be because there's a high chance we're all pretty much in agreement on a lot of things.
It would be an echo chamber largely, I think.
I actually think it would be me and Asmongold being like, hey, Preach, fuck off and raid.
Yeah.
And then he would just, I think, be like, fucking great. That's all I want to do.
Yeah.
And I just mean that purely in like, I feel like it's why I say, because I'm pretty sure Mike enjoyed the whole WoD period because he could just raid. And the game wasn't asking him to do 500,000 things to get his characters able to raid.
Yep, it's class.
So it's like, imagine, because there's a World of Warcraft where the raiders can fuck off and raid, do their raiding, have a great time, and it doesn't impact anything else.
Yep.
I'd love to raid like that. But then there's like loads of the cool shit that I think maybe me and the Asmongols would really like kind of at our core of our soul want to know life outside of the raid content.
Yep.
So it's like, I honestly feel that a near ideal version of World of Warcraft for all three of us is really quite similar, even though we likely all would be doing different things within it. But I think our overall visions would be quite aligned.
Yeah, you want a massive amount of content to do for each of you with as little barrier as possible to doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it.
You want some game to play?
Why is WoW full of barriers? That's what it comes down to. I've rarely seen the in-expansion systems as exciting things to do. I've always seen them pretty much as barriers to overcome.
Yep.
But not like in a rocky way.
Yeah.
In a just a sort of way. We got Techo Meko saying, have you thought about streaming 14 or Let's Play videos? I'd love to see your reactions to pivotal moments. Also, go play it now. I can't. I'm streaming. But, potentially, yeah. Like, if
recording
let me know if it's time to flip the camera on and I'll do it.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We'll let you know. Dakar will let you know. He'll know more than anybody else.
From Monkey Junkie, who says, as long as you enter a dungeon or trial, say, hey, express that you're new. If you have questions, ask. People will gladly help. From what I understand, that's what the community's like. And it reminds me of playing Rainbow Six Siege. May not be like that now.
Doesn't seem that way.
I remember when that game was like new and smaller.
Yeah.
The community was like actually super supportive and helpful. And there's been a few like really hardcore niche games that I've played where the community's been so nice because of that. It's like they're just happy someone has came to their niche finally. Yep. So they're actually quite welcoming. We got Cast saying Bellular Fellowship on the light DC when? I don't know what a fellowship is.
It's just I've never heard of Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rings. Fellowship. It's not a noun. It's not a proper noun. It's a fellowship. Just a fellowship.
Oh, I thought it was like
a system
a big guild thing that you could create on a data center.
Just a fellowship. Like
cool.
Just a fellowship.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Once you change your character's name, but.
Black Cat. I know you have a lot of content to get through, but I implore you to finish BoJack. You think it peaks every season finale, then it breaks you even more. Yup, every season so far, and for me, it's just got better and better. I fucking love this show. Its characters are so well written. They're so like big in terms of some of their things, but they're so well written and really well realized, and they feel so real. It is such a marvel of writing. BoJack Horseman.
I was wrong. Fellowships is a social system introduced in patch 5.1. It allows like-minded players to form casual communities on similar to free companies link shells. So it actually is.
It's like WoW communities.
It actually is like a WoW community. Nice.
Sweet.
I didn't know that.
We should probably do that.
Cool. Yeah, let's do that.
That seems really cool.
Let's do that.
You either quit A Realm Reborn or you play long enough to become a walking advertisement for FF14.
Yep.
Says Alter in a super chat. Yep.
Highly
and,
guilty.
I'm in ARR and having fun. I shudder to think what I'm going to be like when I get through the expansions, to be honest.
Yep.
Wild. Omnisci is saying, if you get one thing in the Mog Station, it is the SDS Fenrir motorcycle. Best mount in the game. You always move full speed on it.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me the store mounts have got mechanical benefits.
Just appears to just be the SDS Fenrir. But otherwise, outside of the Lunar Wheel being the 8-player mount, no.
Okay.
At least not that I'm aware. But also, like, mount speed
Don't like store mounts.
isn't super massive, and also comes with story progression, so it's not a major thing.
Don't like store mounts. But
Yeah.
but if you're having a fucking life-changing story unfolding, I can understand why people are more okay with them existing.
Yeah, I'll pay for it. Like, no
Yeah.
problem. Yoshi can come to my house and be like, I'm sleeping in your bed tonight, and you're on the floor. I'm like, fuck it, yeah. Whatever, like.
Yeah, thanks
whatever.
to the game, by the way.
Yeah, it's like, here's my keys. All right, there's my beer in the fridge. There's a login to my PC. I'll go sit outside in the rain, like.
Oh, man. Oh, dear, I'm at 2% battery now.
Let's go fast.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I've got...
Monkey Junkie saying Crafters had the Ishgard restoration patches also. So like they did some crafter focus patches. So like 5.1 was combat, 5.2 was crafters. Interesting. Once again, I know nowhere near enough to talk about crafting in that game, but goddamn, it seems so complex and well realized.
Ishgard Restoration was basically a community-wide leaderboard of who like the people. I think it was the top 10 or top 100 would get titles, like specific titles for being on the leaderboard there for a period of time, and it was all about how many materials you could craft and donate to the Ishgard Restoration.
What is the Ishgard Restoration?
Ishgard's a city.
Oh,
there's a restoration
gotcha.
thing after a bit of it gets like destroyed.
A big narrative moment.
Actually, I don't even know if it's a big narrative moment or if it's happened before ARR's events.
Okay.
But it's definitely like it's a big restoration, and it is as someone says here, a goddamn soulless grind. But I know a friend of mine who was on the leaderboard for a time and was like, "This is actually mental."
Damn.
Yep.
We've got Yogoro. Yogoro.
I really want to say that in the Mojo Jojo say. Yogoro.
It says, just letting you know, if you want some strong world building, do the post-Moogle quests at level 50. Gives you tons of short little quests and NPC stories. Seems lovely.
I'll keep that in mind because I haven't done those either.
Fucking sweet.
Because I have yet to do any of the reps for like the 9 or 10 factions in the game across expansions that you can all do.
We've got from Christian then, who Christian dropped a $10 donation. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, my dude. CJ Dowd. Did you happen to see the FanFest clip with Soka and the OCP announcement? It'll show the dev mindset towards fans, why we love them. Yeah, honestly, that's almost for just a few reasons, almost a bit too much for me to fucking handle.
It really is. I have it down here at the very bottom of my document, and it's like, I don't even want to read it at the minute.
Yeah,
it's too much. Too much.
It's too
like,
fucking much. It's,
man's the fucking bard of light, like.
Yeah. Oh. We've got Mice Still Inferno, who says, did you read my earlier super about all classes / jobs having class quests? 5.5 hours is a long time to go without bathroom breaks.
I guess we did.
So
did we do that? I guess we didn't.
We may not have because we got a bunch of supers while we were doing the WoW news. But to get to this, I've done like some of the Archer one. It's been fun so far. I really though want to see what are the job quests like for the new jobs, right? Because that'll be the job quests that are written, you know, with that like expansion storyline quality of writing, and that I mean for the Dark Knight, it seems like that one is a real mind blow. Yeah,
Dark Knight one's fantastic as far as I've heard.
Can I grab that? Boy, just for your laptop for running the supers.
Go for it. This is at like 5% battery, so.
So
we're mostly done.
We're all running out of juice and steam.
Yep.
There is a whole bunch of WoW supers, you see.
Are there? That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, way back.
Okay, what I could do is I could bring this here.
Yep.
And then hold it there.
Yep.
Because this is
not very long.
It's like the 20-something watt iPad Pro.
Oh,
this is the M1 iPad Pro's charger.
Okay. 20 watt? Maybe.
Okay, as long as I don't knock out the stream PC.
Yeah. Which you've not done. We're all good. Hello,
okay.
Everyone. I'm just going to turn this off so it's distracting.
Okay, so in that case, I can plug this in.
Yep.
Will this be enough power for the M1 Mac? Who knows?
Soon find out.
Yeah. Oh man, so we've got from Tito, the gaming god, which by the way, $50, my god, thank you, my dude.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Who says, after years of playing 14, finally started looking at stuff from other MMO communities like you guys and Asmin, and have been having a blast reference content. I'm having fun figuring out how the other MMO communities are doing. That seems like a fun adventure, actually, if you've been so deep in one. It's like, yeah, I'd love to, see what it's like for the other MMOs and get a bit of FF. Yeah. God, the FF community feed. It feels so much nicer and more welcoming than the WoW community. It's kind of bonkers.
I definitely prefer r/FFXIV to r/WoW.
Well, yeah, they're Reddits, though, so Reddits are a bit...
That's true.
They do what they do, but... yeah, the FF people certainly are very kind and welcoming, is my experience thus far. I'm not finding any gatekeeping or any of that stuff. No. They just seem to be 100%. Oh, please, more people are seeing the thing we love. We're happy about that. Well, and it just seems like it's such an uncontroversially good game. That's
it's not. People don't have to like fight to defend it. Sometimes there's like the anti-weeb brigade come out and go, this game's shit because it's Japanese weebs, cat girls, toddlers, and you're like, they will evoke a defensive response from the community. But if you go in and if you come in and say, no, the story's shit, then the response is, well, you clearly haven't paid attention or played enough of it yet.
Yeah, it's that thing where it's like something is so universally positive that it's like, yeah, maybe the problem's you, dude.
Yeah, it's straight up the confidence exuded by the community is just they're unassailable. You can't just go, well, your game's shit, because you're like, do you want to provide some reasons there? And we'll actually, we'll rebuke them all.
Yeah.
With patience.
Fucking try me, bro.
Yeah, and you're like, all right, well, maybe I won't engage with that then.
We've got someone special saying, I think one of the issues people have with creators is they seem to try to dislike it. For an example, Soda Poppin' ignoring the fact that fountains have worked, like in the trailer, for literal ages IRL. I am so confused.
So
Let's explain.
In the Endwalker trailer, there is a lovely sweeping shot that starts to play like the Charlian theme, which is a new area we're going to that's been established for ages in game. And there's a beautiful big statue of a woman holding a pot of water, and it's flowing out of it, and it's just constantly flowing out. But you know how fountains work. Water goes in at the bottom, out at the top. So even in real life, you could build that statue.
Yes.
Because fountains work. We have
So
figured
how
out
did
pumps
Soda
work.
not understand?
So Soda's like, that doesn't... I can't remember exactly what he said, but it's something along the lines of, how that doesn't make sense. How does water keep flowing out?
Oh, is this going to be like whenever XQC did the
Maybe.
PC build stream, and Linus, I think, had hundreds of aneurysms as he watched this?
Maybe something like that, but it's a case where it's so... it feels like nitpicking. You're like, oh, that doesn't make sense. You're like, Dalrant's a big floating city. Magic, dickhead. How about that? Do you ever think of magic? If you knew the context, Charlian's literally like the ancient scholar city of magic. Also, if you'd played the game at all, you would know that obviously there's magic. There's a part where you go and get water crystals to solve, this part of a Beast Tribe rep quest. They're like, we have no water in our new town that we had to set up. You're like, could you get some water crystals in this place? So you go get some water crystals. Like, sweet. These magic water crystals make water for us. Class. Sorted.
Makes sense in the lore.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, I guess, whenever it comes down to fucking cinema sins tier criticism, then it's just like, oh, fuck off. That's not actually criticism. Yeah. That's not criticism. That is entertainment content. Yeah. There's the difference.
That's what it feels like. It's like Asmongold talking shit about the Endwalker theme, and people are like, no, that's not a criticism. If you're trying to use that as criticism of the game, I mean, not to say he was or anything like that, might have just been offhand, and also it does sound a little bit butt rock in a way.
It, to me, was very jarring because I am used to big orchestral, people are moaning and screeching and, all that shit's going on. But with this, it's like, fucking hell, what is this, an anime intro? I'm so confused.
Yeah,
this sounds like something I'd be playing in Beat Saber. That's not what I expect from an MMO.
Yeah. And everyone who's engaged the MMO is going, this is class as hell, this is amazing.
Yeah.
If you'd,
Just if they're engaged, then that's all the info you need, really.
Yeah, every single beat of that theme is incredible, everybody loves it. So you are just on the outside by not liking it, in a sense. It comes across as nitpicking, as Cinema Sins tier of, no, it's bad because reason I made up. I
think also, people who like anime and stuff, they're, so used to, getting bad faith criticisms.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's bad faith criticism.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So we've got from Angus Davis saying, 2 questions. Any theories on whose skull is in Fatebringer? And 2, did Devos and Uther bypassing the Arbiter break the Arbiter? No.
Don't believe
no on the second one, because the Arbiter went offline after Varian died.
Yeah.
And Devos and Uther stuff happened, basically...
At the fall of the Lich
King. At the fall of the Lich King.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it literally was at the fall of the Lich King. Yeah. So that's that. Who's the skull in Fatebringer? Which sword is Fatebringer again?
I can't remember. Oh, it's Ashbringer. It's new Ashbringer.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never even thought about that. I imagine it's just some dude he killed in Maldraxxus. But I have no idea, actually.
I'll just see if there's anything that is official here.
I have no idea.
No.
I can't imagine it because we've not really seen anything more from that character. I think there's a little bit of that coming in 9.1, but I don't think so. I don't think there's anything.
Gross. Says here, Alexandros fought hard to come by some of the materials used in its crafting.
Yeah.
Haermir doesn't
Grimmer,
know
Goldsmith.
where the skull in the blade came from, but claims it's not from Maldraxxus. So actually, thank you for that, Super, because that has just opened up a little mystery that Blizzard have
Yeah,
dropped.
nice
Where is the skull from? I don't know.
Yeah,
But it's from somewhere.
that's fun.
Damn.
Maybe a demon present that Draka brought back for him from her excursions. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yep.
We got from Ralith, who says, I recommend you take a look at the FF14 Discord called The Balance, especially if they are new. It helps me a lot. Tons of resources for the game, pug channels, and other links to communities.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Balance is a great server. Has some fantastic emotes that all of our Nitro subs in Discord have been using recently.
Interesting.
Matt and Dakor just spam the hell out of them. I don't want to pay for Nitro for just to use emotes in Discord, but I might have to.
We got Worship Mage saying only a couple of months from the store. Many are achievements. Some are in the form of in-game currencies, and a lot are from X Trials and Savage Raids. Yeah. From what I understand, it's that, but also the FF people, like, they keep on saying that, like, they're happy with the quality of the mounts they get in game.
Yeah.
So it feels like just other stuff in the store.
Yep.
Whereas there are times where it feels like the WoW store gets the coolest mounts, and the regular plebeians just get the other mounts.
Yeah.
Kind of.
That actually reminds me, someone in chat wanted me to bring this up. Now's the perfect time. Mounts, if you have the mount music turned on, which I believe is by default, boss mounts play the boss music when you're riding
that's
them.
a neat touch.
Yep. It's a neat touch. It can get very annoying when you're mounting and dismounting, especially because the chocobo music is the generic chocobo theme. But it's really cool. Really cool.
As Dakor's in chat, he says, life isn't worth living without Nitro for emotes. With how you live your life and how you use emotes, Dakor, absolutely.
You can pay for my Nitro then.
He's the fucking king of emotes. That man has got a Pepe for every fucking occasion. It's incredible.
Yeah.
You got Pokemon fan who's super saying, glad you're enjoying FF14. Hope you have fun. Have you found your favorite minion yet? Mine is the fat cat. No, but there's a fat cat minion, so that sounds pretty cool.
Yep.
And I'm sure. I mean, I think I just unlocked the minion feature actually.
Yep.
Yeah, you saw me unlock it.
Yep.
Yeah.
My favorite is the pods from Nier, believe it or not.
The pods from Nier.
Yeah, because they drop from the Your Dark Apocalypse raids.
Gotcha. So, okay, right. In terms of supers,
Yep.
I'm going to say, do not drop a new super. We're
Yes.
going to go through the ones that happened while we were doing the WoW news. But it is already 1:21 a.m. here.
Almost at 6 hours.
So, yeah.
Remember what I said earlier? We'll stream for about 2.5 hours.
Whoops. We keep on doing this. We keep on
my
chatting
goodness.
with people about video games.
Yeah, this is
It's
so much fun. Oh my
yeah.
god. Oh god.
Okay, so we've got from Nino, the last unicorn again. So Nino's saying, is it Nino or Nino?
It looks
Nino.
like Nino.
Yeah, sorry, I can't pronounce shit for life. I can't pronounce shit for my life. There you go. Sorry. Jess Nino says, what can Blizzard do to try to make amends? Do you think they'd feel like they need to do something special for the player base? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They need to acknowledge what is going on. They need to I think they need to publicly own their losses. They need to say, hey, we thought this was the good idea. It was the prevailing wisdom within our team. We could have done a far better job at listening to you guys. We're very sorry. There are mistakes that have been made. Here is a list of things that in hindsight, I wish we had done differently. We are now kicking off a new chapter or a new something. Here are the things we have changed internally. Here's what we're going to try to change externally. Here is the plan moving forward. We are going to make mistakes. We are going to fuck up. But hopefully, we can all move forward together.
Yeah.
Because it feels like if the FF devs fuck up, the players will be like, all right, guys, you fucked up. We want to help you get things back on track.
Yep.
Right now with the WoW players, we've been through the fucking cycle so many times that people are no longer plied at the end. They're just like, oh my god, I'm still paying money and you're still making these mistakes.
Yeah.
So I think for Blizzard, it is basically accepting reality and dealing with it. And I think they struggle to accept reality. They have struggled with that for multiple expansions.
Yeah.
How can you look at Shadowlands and have world quests be basically in some of their worst state ever? And world quests are worse than what came before them. Note that. So how can we have the world content being at its worst state ever? The expansion's main new feature being in a awful state at launch in Torghast and a not great state in patch 9.1.
8 months later, like.
8 months later, with the severe issues of it's the thing. Blizzard internally could know that covenants are a mistake or didn't go that well. They'll never fucking admit it.
That's the problem.
And it's the sort of thing where we could all sit there and be like, we know this is kayfabe. We know that you couldn't possibly think all these things internally.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like with the Azerite reforging. That was a, put your fist through the monitor situation. And they need to create less put your fist through the monitor situations by actually just being realistic with their players and being, oh God, it's not the way that they are. Yeah. So I think that's basically it. Honestly, Blizzard needs to change how they publicly develop World of Warcraft. Yeah. I cannot speak to anything that happens internally at the company. It does seem to me things might be a bit too hierarchical, might be a bit too much of an old boys club. Maybe there is some new ideas and new blood that could do good things, because I feel like we've had a very, we've had different flavors of the same stagnation since Legion. Yeah. But yeah, they need to own their losses. They need to make a public commitment, and they need to make good in that commitment. They do that, they win. Yep. They don't do that, and it will be rocky. And that's just that. Yep. We've got... Oh, boy.
It's rather somber.
Yeah. We got from Caddy saying, Matt, now that you're through most of the MSQ and have learned a lot about the game's main villains, various calamities, and about capital H, him and her, how do you think FF14's lore stacks up to WoW's?
If we're talking about the overarching, like the kind of cosmic tier, fabric of reality kind of lore stuff, WoW's not even close. Not even close to close.
What does WoW do better?
I think WoW was doing a very, very good job. Not quite on par, but close to it until Legion kind of pulled the rug out, or pulled, the blinders off in terms of cosmically.
Just over-explaining?
I think whenever, not even just over-explaining, but like the kind of scale being all twisted away from us, where I think when Titans were the big, and it was these 6 cosmic forces fighting at a level where the Titans were the high level, but lost. Sargeras was a high level. And then like the Naru were kind of like Naru Prime was the top level. The Void Lords were this kind of thing. But now that we're into millennia long espionage from Dreadlords, that kind of goes over everything. It's kind of like all meaning's been a little bit lost. Whereas FF does, to an extent, go to almost similar kind of creation myth levels in a way sometimes, and does it significantly better by keeping it massively grounded to the overall experience and themes of the actual very ground level of existence. Whereas World of Warcraft completely means like it, from what we've learned in Shadowlands, I don't think I can't put stock into anything that happens on Azeroth if I'm thinking about it, like the whole thing as existentially, unless they go, well, Azeroth's actually the titan of all this, blah, 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 blah.
I hope they have a way to put Shadowlands firmly back in the fucking bottle and ensure that nobody outside of this expansion knows about how Shadowlands works. Yeah. They have severe theological issues to deal with in terms of like the world building. Yeah. Because this shit should shatter people's beliefs. Yeah. I mean, it does literally shatter your beliefs. Yeah. Somehow FF managed to do not anything similar, but have managed to go like Fate and Destiny tier kind of big thinky stuff and retain all of like, it's the kind of thing where someone who has a single person struggle. Like in World of Warcraft terms, it'll be hard to like gather food for a hungry orc in a quest when you're thinking about everything that else is going on. But in FF, they've managed to keep all of that feeling relatively grounded. Yeah. And perfectly in scale, because it all comes down to like the experiences and whereas WoW, it's like now you've got Dreadlords everywhere, all over the place. For how long? You don't know. We don't even know. We'll make it up as we go along. That's what it feels like. Yeah. Interesting. I'm just thinking here, to be completely honest, we have so many outstanding supers. Yep. There is no way we can properly do what people have donated to us and do it justice. I am wondering if the best thing for us to do is to call it a day
Yeah.
and then pick this up.
We absolutely should. We should start doing the thing that the Hololive VTubers do, which is dedicated time to supers and go, right, we'll go, here's a stream that's just supers from throughout the week.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe not to the same scale, where they'll just go through supers at lightning speed for hours on end because they get literally tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars per stream. But
Yeah,
But I
so in,
think
in that case, I guess I'm going to say, like, thank you to, just since we've done the more recent ones, Julia Blight, Josh O also throwing in a donation there.
Yep.
There is a whole bunch of supers that went down when we were doing the WoW news.
yeah,
I honestly think it would be like 3:30 in the morning or maybe even 4.
yeah,
And if we did that, it would totally be robbing the weekend and next week's content.
yep,
So we're going to take it chill for now.
yeah.
I'm going to say thank you. This is like by far the most supers or
Yeah.
anything that we've got.
Thank you very much, everyone. You've been outstanding. You've been outstanding today.
So we are going to get to everything. We're going to get to everything. We're going to give it a bit of a rest for now. So when we do that, it is actually good and worth your time.
Yep.
Instead of us basically running out of steam. That said, FF14 is pretty damn good for refilling the steam tank. I've noticed.
Certainly is.
Well,
Can you guys hear that?
I don't know if you. Yeah, there's a lot of people cheering outside.
Yo!
Yo! There we
Up
go.
the whatever!
Up the your side of the debate.
See, up the insert cause or event here. Yeah, I think we
man.
should probably try to figure out a way to control the show as a big whole thing that's really good and nice and everyone will enjoy.
Yes.
Even if that means we'll likely, if we do something like that, we'll make it very public so you'll know. Absolutely.
Oh, whoops. I've just dropped that in twice. I'm just going to do a final Patreon bump. So,
Oh, yes, that's right.
you've listened to 6 hours of us.
Almost.
If you somehow want to listen to another just over 4 hours of us,
Yep.
there are 3 podcast episodes on Patreon.
Yep.
They're live right now. So, that's what's going on there over in the Patreon. Also, I mean, there's the physical loot and all that fun,
Yep.
all that fun stuff. Yeah, you know, we just recorded that podcast yesterday. We're going to be doing 2 podcasts
Monday?
on Monday or Tuesday, as well as
Well, we're
Super
definitely
Catch
doing
Up.
one on Monday because I'm not going to edit a lore walking same day. Not a chance.
You're right. So
Not a
lore
chance.
walking on Monday is what's going to have to be, and that will come out on Tuesday probably.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what, man? It's so weird. We're getting into streaming here. We're getting
Mm-hmm.
into the podcasting over on Patreon. We are trying to build up a universe where honestly we are direct to our community,
Mm-hmm.
where we are less dependent on the fucking bullshit of algorithms and all that bullshit, so that we can actually just make content that we fucking love making. That's awesome. Cannot wait for ECH #1 to come out.
Same.
And I will not explain what ECH is because
It's spoiled.
because I would spoil things a bit.
Also, there is a teaser.
There's a teaser on
There's
Patreon.
a teaser on
but-
Patreon, but yeah.
And we got to work out timing for that because it's one of those things. We did the feasibility study in the series today, and because edit times are so fucking long for that series, so we're gonna have to work something out. But man, a lot going on. Okay.
Yep.
I think we have done what Connell requested and went for another 2 minutes to make it a nice round 6 hours.
Yeah, good man. Good man yourself now.
Whew, wow.
Yeah.
Just seriously, the amount of support today, the amount of people who showed up is honestly mind blowing. We've got
It really
14 new members
Jesus Christ. Thanks, everyone.
on the channel as well. Which let's see who's our new members. Well, we've got. It all says 1 day ago on
Yeah.
the YouTube back end because of course of time.
Because it's now a different day.
But yeah, we got joining us today. We've got Wavestormer, Xandrax, Xenu, Life for Grind, Cowboy Crab, Dan Ferb, Mist Inferno, Corbin, Caffeine Injected, Baku Gami 666, Omnisci Sphinx, Christopher Bullard, Mistra, Crimson Mercenary. We've already got the emotes in the go.
Yeah.
At some point we'll have to get more emotes in the go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, get more spicy, crazy, far out there emotes.
Yeah. Gotta get some FF emotes in there.
Uh-oh, yep.
All right, John, you heard me. Off you go.
Well, it's a good thing you got John hooked in FF, isn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. Yeah. Thanks very much, everyone. Like, especially everyone who's kind of been watching today the whole day. Because I was looking at, like, the current viewer number. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, are we really that interesting?
I can't believe that we're interesting enough for anybody to watch for 6
Yeah,
hours,
yeah,
but
right,
apparently some people are.
Yeah, like I send those podcasts out, and I just assume no one listens.
Yeah, same. That.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where this is definitely like this is the highlight of my week significantly, and I'm just going to miss you guys all week.
Yeah, like guys, we are actually working out how to do more.
Yeah, for sure.
We seriously are. So
Absolutely.
man. Right. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks very much, everyone.
It is time for some BoJack and then sleep.
Oh yes, I guess I'll watch some BoJack too.
Oh, and Grey Shroud, who just slipped in there at the end as a new member. Cheers.
Thank you. All right, thank you very
All
much,
right.
everyone. and-
Good night, everyone. Good night. We shall